understands. Nicole's parents were young when she was born, and they actually separated very early. It was so early, in fact, that Carol, being with her dad, Rod, is one of Nicole's earliest memories. Nicole is a hard worker. This is something that started in childhood. There are messages she hears, sometimes a glance, sometimes a casual comment that makes her think she isn't good enough. Her response is to work in school, to work in activities, to work at everything. Nicole actually spent a lot of time with her dad and Carol. Most of her summers, in fact, were around them here in DL. They did big activities, small activities. They camped a lot. They took summer trips. In her teens, Nicole had a really strained relationship with her biological mom down in the cities. And it was so strained, in fact, she seriously considered living with her dad and Carol here in Detroit Lakes. The fact is, there were plenty of good things in Nicole's relationship with Carol. Carol would take her to the beach. They'd go to Zorba's. They'd go clothes shopping. Nicole actually felt more comfortable talking with Carol about boys than she did with her own mom. Nicole graduated from high school at 17 and went right into the military. This provided an opportunity to escape a pretty unhealthy situation at home. There's dark challenges that she experienced in the military, though, things that she wished hadn't happened. But the combination of both support and challenge, they sharpened and they strengthened her. Nicole graduated from college, and she continued in her military career working as a meteorologist. Among the many things Nicole did in the military was working as a hurricane hunter, flying into hurricanes to gather weather data. Nicole Mitchell feels joy, loneliness, happiness, and sadness like all of us. But she has long functioned in an environment where emotions are a liability. Nicole has been trained by life to hold her emotions in, to not let them completely come through. Along the way, Nicole went to law school and became a licensed attorney. And although she doesn't practice law actively, she has donated her time as a lawyer, including the program Wills for Heroes and other work related to children in the courtroom. She has been motivated to provide assistance and care to kids that she didn't always have when she was growing up. There wasn't a lot of money growing up in her mom's home. And so as an adult, she has worked multiple professional jobs and she saves her money. She knows she's fortunate to have resources. Nicole has two sons, Sam and Liam. One she delivered and one she adopted. She balances her life among these interests: her children, her role as a legislator, her role as a daughter, her career in the military. There is very little time left for Nicole, but she is wired to engage the world this way, and she is comfortable with the balance that she's chosen. Nicole Mitchell is a person who always gets things done. She always follows through and keeps her word. Her persistence can be counted on. And when problems come up in the family, she takes the initiative to fix those problems. Losing a parent is always hard. For Nicole, her father Rod's death seemed to come too early. And it also came at a time when Carol was in decline. Carol relied on Rod. He dealt with the logistics of the house, the bills, and many other things. Now, for Nicole, trying to step up for Carol took a lot of juggling, but she did it. Nicole talked, she called, she talked, she checked in. She started a group chat with Carol and her aunts to keep Carol engaged and connected. Nicole actually checked out lawyers to help Carol with the estate. Then, when Carol Mitchell said she'd actually hired Charlie Ramstad, a local attorney, Nicole checked him out and learned he was experienced, and that he also had represented the DL Police Department. Sometimes Carol's moods would turn on a dime. She could be loving and paranoid in the same day. Carol accused Nicole and her aunts of stealing a tin box that was supposedly full of documents, and Carol accused them of being obsessed with money. Now, this was false, but despite the false accusation, Nicole persevered, and she did everything she could to make the situation better. Even as she's dealing with her own children, her own grief, the grief of her own children. No matter how Nicole gets treated, she can't write off a family member. By the time Nicole drove to Carol's in April of 2024, Nicole's dad had been dead for more than a year. A year of Carol throwing out, giving away, and donating Rod's things. For all Nicole knew, there may not have been any of Rod's personal belongings even left in the house. Nicole knew that Carol was declining, and eventually Carol wouldn't be able to take care of herself. Nicole actually even went so far as to suggest that Carol could move down to Woodbury, where Nicole lives. Nicole had actually found a facility that would be perfect for Carol. She offered to let Carol stay with her if necessary, because the best facilities often have wait lists. Carol had no interest in this.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Yes, Rob.
I'm going to interrupt, and if you would approach Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, folks. They're doing a counsel off camera, the judge with the defense and the prosecutor. But we've been listening to the defense give their opening statements. They're painting a picture. It looks like of a child of divorce with a stepmother who may be a little colder and has a less of an emotional attachment to the child, kind of the traditional stepchild relationship. So I'm curious to see what her defense is going to be. I mean, it looks like, in news media reports, those of you that followed, it does kind of look like this, like, well, she picked the wrong time to do it, but she was really there trying to get items that were like her father's ashes and other items that were
Mitchell knew that
sentimental
Rod
to her.
really loved Carol Mitchell. Whatever else was true about Nicole Mitchell's relationship with Carol Mitchell, the fact that her dad loved Carol Mitchell so much made Nicole Mitchell loyal to Carol Mitchell. In the fall of 2023, Nicole Mitchell was visiting Carol Mitchell. Carol Mitchell didn't want computers in the house. It was her view that removing the computers would remove the internet. Nicole Mitchell tried to explain to her that this isn't how it works. Carol Mitchell was adamant. So Nicole Mitchell accepted one of the laptops. She thought she might use it for video games for the boys. As it turns out, it was a bit too old and slow for this. Nicole Mitchell finally hit a tipping point in the spring of 2024 when Carol Mitchell arranged for Rod's ashes to be interred at a time when Nicole Mitchell and Rod's own grandchildren couldn't possibly attend the ceremony. Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell had been at odds before, but for Carol Mitchell to do something that kept Nicole Mitchell from saying a final goodbye to her dad, that meant that Carol Mitchell was really struggling with something. It was too much to leave alone. Carol Mitchell needed help. She was not getting it. In the midst of this concern, Nicole Mitchell is doing spring cleaning and comes back to the laptop that Carol Mitchell gave her. The investigation of the laptop made her realize that it provided an insight into Carol Mitchell's life and into her decline. She was able to see Carol Mitchell's Sanford account online and see Carol's medical records. Nicole Mitchell saw that her stepmom's Alzheimer's diagnosis was worsening. Nicole Mitchell saw that Carol Mitchell got lost going to a doctor's appointment, an appointment that was on a Wednesday, but once at the doctor's, Carol Mitchell was confused about the day, thinking it was a Tuesday. Nicole Mitchell also saw that other people weren't attending any of these doctor's appointments with Carol Mitchell. So Nicole Mitchell knows that Carol Mitchell has a problem. Nicole Mitchell's aunts know it too, and it's something that actually discussed. She wasn't sure how bad it had gotten, and it wasn't clear whether Carol Mitchell had declined enough for the state to intervene. Nicole Mitchell had done the research and knew it was difficult to get the state to intervene with someone who has some dementia. Now, since other family members weren't stepping up, Nicole Mitchell decides that she needs to know for sure. Is Carol Mitchell losing too much weight? Is she drinking too much? Is she living in a dangerous situation? You see, this is something very real for Nicole Mitchell. Her aunt's ex-husband died after falling down all alone. No one was there to call 911. No one found him for a while. Nicole Mitchell was very fond of him. The same was true for another one of Nicole Mitchell's relatives, her Aunt Georgette. She too fell by herself. And her son, who was supposed to be checking in on her, had dropped the ball. So by the time her aunt was found, she was unconscious and barely alive. She died just weeks later. For those kinds of tragedies to be a real thing in her life, it hit home. There were other events in Nicole Mitchell's life where she waited until it was too late. Nicole Mitchell had experienced losses because she trusted authorities to make the right choice. The fear of loss and regret burned inside her. On April 22nd, 2024, Nicole brings 2 laptops, hers to document the house and Carol's to return it. This is a house she has been in many times. She has a key, but Carol Mitchell has started barricading the doors with special bars. So in order to check on Carol Mitchell, she has to go in through an egress window. Nicole Mitchell sees things that bother her. A stack of bills and papers on top of the stove. A bit of disarray here and there. But Nicole's biggest concern is that Carol Mitchell seems to be getting lost. So Nicole Mitchell searches for Carol Mitchell's phone so she can make sure it's functioning properly and check for evidence of scams. Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to a doctor's appointment. Carol had begun needing help to find places she'd driven to and from for decades. Although Carol Mitchell has always managed to find someone to help her when she's lost, Nicole's fear is that that luck won't hold. Carol Mitchell will eventually get herself so lost, there will be no one to help. Or she'll ask the wrong person who's going to do her harm. But either way, Nicole Mitchell is afraid that the time will come when it comes too late. As Nicole Mitchell is checking on Carol Mitchell wakes up. Carol Mitchell is instantly angry and scared. Carol Mitchell yells at Nicole Mitchell. The fact that Carol Mitchell wakes up takes Nicole Mitchell completely by surprise, and she races back downstairs. Nicole Mitchell stays where she's at for several minutes, waiting for law enforcement to arrive. As law enforcement investigates, she puts her hands up so they can do their job safely. But it is surreal. Even more jarring than that is hearing the voice of Carol Mitchell in a tone that she has heard for 45 years. Now, what Nicole wished she had said is, Carol, you can't take care of yourself. You could start a fire with all the bills on the stove. You get lost going to doctor's appointments for your Alzheimer's, and no one is there helping you get to those appointments. You're getting days mixed up. You're not responding to texts and calls. You're barricading your doors at night. You've gotten too thin in a scary and unhealthy way. The doctor's summary says you're drinking regularly, whereas you never used to do that before. You introduced me to Jonathan, your son, at Dad's funeral as if we had never met, when we have known each other for years. You had stacks of unopened bills, making me worried that you weren't paying them, and you might fall behind or lose the house. You should probably have your driver's license taken away. Dad loved you so much, and I love you. And I will step up and care for you if no one else will. But in that moment, Nicole Mitchell can't bring herself to say that in front of these police officers, to risk enraging Carol Mitchell by saying those things that make her feel vulnerable and defensive. Nicole Mitchell feels everything she felt about Carol Mitchell when she was a little girl. Love, fear, dread of criticism. Nicole Mitchell knows that if she says what she feels about Carol Mitchell's decline, that Carol Mitchell is going to be truly outraged and fearful of being put into an assisted living facility. When Carol Mitchell finally realizes that it's Nicole Mitchell, she quickly accuses Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers and wanting money. It's the tin box again. Tin box that Carol Mitchell is fixated on. And so in the midst of police in the house, Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have a small argument that is completely separate from what's going on. Carol Mitchell says Nicole Mitchell wants money. And Nicole Mitchell says, in effect, I never wanted money. I just wanted a couple of my dad's things. Knowing how angry Carol Mitchell would be if Carol Mitchell realized that Nicole Mitchell is gathering evidence of her decline, Nicole Mitchell instead says something that's really part of a spat that Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have been having for over a year. It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore. The rules say that we are allowed to tell you our defense during this opening statement. By the time Nicole drives to Carol's house in April of 2024, Nicole Mitchell has had the same familiar car for almost 20 years. Rod and Carol Mitchell's neighbors know Nicole Mitchell. So Nicole makes it a point to arrive when it is dark, to park on a side street, to wear dark clothing, and to be quiet. When you're checking on a paranoid loved one and hoping they don't notice, you take great pains to be unnoticed. Nicole Mitchell knows this house almost as well as her own. She moves very easily through it. When Nicole Mitchell comes into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to actually check on her and see if the phone is there, Carol Mitchell wakes up. The situation that Nicole Mitchell creates with law enforcement everywhere, their guns properly drawn, rightly concerned for their safety and for Carol Mitchell's safety, it leaves Nicole Mitchell unable to think clearly. From the moment that Carol Mitchell starts yelling at Nicole, all the way until jailers put her in her cell for the day, Nicole Mitchell doesn't have an ability to think about what's happening or what she is saying. But the fact is, and the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning why Nicole Mitchell was there. They knew that she wanted to check on an aging parent who couldn't find her way to places she'd been countless times. Our defense is that there is no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help offered. And there can come a point where help was obviously needed because it's too late to intervene. Nicole feared being too late. Nicole takes responsibility for her actions, including when she messes up. If the government had charged her with trespassing, she would have pleaded guilty. But that's not an option. The government decides the charges. We don't decide, you don't decide, neither does Carol nor Nicole. A person can be not guilty of charges the government brings, even when they could be guilty of charges the government never brought. For the charge here, there are only two possible verdicts. Guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government, or guilt is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government. And you're going to get a specific definition of burglary. And that definition might be very different from what your personal feeling is. It doesn't matter how they're dressed. It doesn't matter what tools they have. It doesn't matter how dark it was when they trespassed on someone's home. It doesn't even matter if they have lockpick tools or other fancy equipment. On its own, that could be a different crime, but not burglary. What matters for burglary is that they got in without permission and they intended to commit a crime inside the building. Nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky. Carol Mitchell calls 911 and says he was on the floor next to her. Carol Mitchell doesn't know who's there. And Nicole Mitchell doesn't leave the house. There is no description from Carol Mitchell of who was in her house. And yet Nicole Mitchell waits patiently. Nicole Mitchell's intent is to check on Carol Mitchell. A burglar runs. A concerned child stays. A burglary charge requires that the government prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the government has promised you they will try to prove.
You may approach.
Okay. It looks doing another conference. I expect to see a lot of those through this trial. I'm surprised it's televised, to be quite frank. But let's see what Mayhem has said. Groundbreaking. I don't know that it's groundbreaking. And if she was guilty, why is this in court and not settled if she was guilty? I don't know the question there. I don't think they've offered her a very good plea bargain. I think she can get one that's going to avoid some prison time with burglary. I think in Minnesota, you have to do 6 months if you're found guilty, or if you plead guilty.
Yeah, Carol Mitchell has no idea it's Nicole Mitchell. And Nicole Mitchell stays in the house. Nicole Mitchell stays and continues to check on her relative. A burglary charge requires that the state prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the state has promised you they will try to prove. If they do what they promised you they would, you're going to hear a lot about dark clothing and flashlights and cars parked on side streets and early dark mornings and things like that. But the only real issue here is Nicole Mitchell's intent. We're not disputing that Nicole entered without consent. She did. But there are two possibilities. Nicole entered to steal something. Nicole Mitchell entered to check on Carol. Unless the state's evidence can rule out that Nicole Mitchell entered just to check on Carol Mitchell, then the verdict must be not guilty.
I don't know that I'm
Thank you,
convinced.
Mr. Ringstrom. Mr. McDonald, are you prepared with your first witness?
Just one moment, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Dispatcher Joseph Robbins.
So basically, the defense is that she went there to get things. She had to do it like a burglar because of mental illness. And after it was over with, the woman was so scared, she stayed to make sure that her family member was
I
okay.
think we're a
Pretty
little bit
weak.
tight quarters there. If we can, Mr. Ringstrom, if we can just move and go around council table. The witness over here, please raise your right hand. Be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
All right. Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Full name, Robbins, last name, Joseph David, middle being David.
Sorry, I might have to ask you one more time. I apologize.
First name, middle, last,
Please.
Joseph David Robbins, Robbins. That's the last name spelling.
Sir, where are you employed?
Becker County Sheriff's Office, dispatch,
What is your current job title?
emergency dispatcher for Becker County.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that role for 8 years.
As a dispatcher, what are your duties?
Emergency communications officers, EMS, firefighters, along with surrounding agencies as well.
Mr. Robbins, I want to turn your attention back to the morning hours of April 22nd, 2024. Do you recall that morning?
Briefly, yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
I would have been working from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Do you recall receiving a call related to a home break-in in Detroit Lakes?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you recall at that time?
I believe it was roughly between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. The amount of calls we take in, it's a little bit bleak, but roughly between those times, between 1 and 4, received a call from a female party that stated she had a home burglary or an invasion. Someone broke into her house, and doing so, I contacted law enforcement immediately. After gathering a little bit more info, I asked in detail, I said, how do you know someone's breaking in? Whether it'd be truthful or not, because we do deal with some of those types of calls. She said, and I quote, that I stepped on him in this case. And so we knew that it was actual act of home burglary.
You would have dispatched at that time?
I believe at the time it would have been Officer Wothy and Officer Sternhagen and Deputy Ben Bruce as well. Decided he would go because he's a K-9 unit and trained.
This was in the city limits of Detroit Lakes?
It was.
Are your emergency calls such as that recorded?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that call prior to today?
Yes.
Was it a true and accurate copy of the recording that morning?
Yes.
Did you also have a chance to review a transcript of that telephone call?
Yes,
Was that transcription true and accurate as it related to the audio recording?
yes,
If I told you Exhibit 1, the phone call is marked as Exhibit 1 in the court's online system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
no,
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to offer Exhibit 1 as well as Court Exhibit 1A.
I have no objection. Your Honor.
Exhibit 1, and for court exhibit purposes, 1A is received.
I do not have an exhibit sticker for 1A at this time, Your Honor. Apologize.
You can supplement later.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish Exhibit 1 and distribute the transcriptions.
All right. You may publish the approach.
And just again, for those that are watching, there's going to be a lot of these stops in between when they enter evidence, when there's anything that's to be said off camera, which doesn't necessarily, in courtroom, that doesn't necessarily mean like a video camera, but it means out of the view of the jury. They'll also kill it for that. I'm surprised, once again, I'm surprised they're broadcasting this. This is not a... It's not a situation that makes an area or a municipality or even county look great. But on the flip side of that, I guess when you've got a senator, if you're going to try them for such a crime like this, then it should be public so everyone knows that it's above board. And Mayhem says the cameraman needs training. Yeah, I think they might have put this together. I just learned that this was going to be streamed last night. I've been looking for this, and our friend Shane Mecklin in Minnesota sent me the link, so I was pretty surprised. So I'm putting this together kind of ad hoc myself. No, ma'am, I don't think they're making an example out of her. Burglary, folks, is a very serious charge. It is not something that should be taken lightly. This is an actor who breaks into the sanctity of someone's home, goes through their things for a theft, or could be there to kill her. Let's don't forget the story on this was that the victim wakes up from a sleep, sees a dark figure at the foot of her bed. No, I'm sorry. Made me back up. She wakes up and because she hears something, she gets up and she walks and the senator is laying in black clothing from head to toe with a flashlight, with a sock over the flashlight to muffle the light. And she steps on the actor, and then the actor gets up, who was eventually found out to be the senator. She runs to another portion of the house and hides. She enters the house through a basement window. So she breaks in. She takes her father's ashes, some of the things that they were talking about on the opening statement. She takes some of those, but she also takes some things of value. The whole thing doesn't look good. And it sounds like the defense is going to lay pretty hard on the emotional aspect of this, that she made a bad decision on how to get things that meant something to her from her father. There was a mental illness, dementia's involved in this. And so the woman that's in control of this can't even remember that her and her son had met years ago and have known each other for years. So I think that's where the defense is going to go to this, that she made a poor choice to do something that was correct. I don't think it may fly in Minnesota. You know, Minnesota's got some weird things going there with their laws, so maybe they'll buy this too. But I think in most states, yeah, you're going to go to prison on this one if that's your defense. Guys, I'm working on some stuff in the background. I'm just going to let this roll. We'll be back. It'll come back when the court goes back into session. I'll come back in and get some comments, but I have some other folks that are going to come in and help me do some commenting on this throughout the day, so we won't have so much dead air. Until then, let's look at something else from Minnesota. This is 3D response systems.
Law enforcement is on the way.
What you read, if you find a difference between the recording and the transcript, it is for you to determine from the recording which party was speaking and what was said. The transcript is provided to assist you in listening to the recording and will be collected from you at the conclusion of the playing of the recording. The transcript will not be available to you in the deliberation room at the end of the trial. And permission to publish was granted. If we can pass out the transcripts at this time. Mr. McDonald, if you would just wait until the jurors have copies of the transcript. If you can. Does everyone have a copy?
Yeah, and just some context, they probably stopped to talk about the video.
Mr. McDonald, you may publish.
Having a transcript. We're going to allow the jury to read it, but you won't be able to with it.
Somebody just broke into my house. They just ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
709 Granger Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road.
Becker 30 car for Activeburg, Granger. 37, party states individual broke into their house and ran down in their basement, 709 Granger Road.
I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Did you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I'm not hearing anything right now.
Okay. But did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window that can crank open. I don't know. He's just there.
I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't see any, my yard lights haven't come on outside or anything, you know, the motion light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So it sounded like this individual broke in. RC got up and almost tripped over whoever's lying down inside the house before they ran into the basement. 37 guys. Okay, am I speaking with Carol?
Yes. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh my God.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
Well, what is there any exits in the basement? There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he got it open yet or not.
On the back side of the house, yeah.
What's that?
On the back side of the house, yes.
Okay.
I just turned a small light on in my backyard, and I'm trying to look out over that window. And
Did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
no, hold on. I just heard something in the wind downstairs now.
Female police, she's
Okay.
check for. She believes she heard something else in the basement.
Is that police?
There's officers that just came outside your residence, yeah. You just came in.
Okay. Hold on a second. Janet, here. There's a shop window in the back side of the house, and I don't know if that's how he ran down there.
Okay, I'll go over. You stay back here. All right, Carol. You can,
Should I hang up?
yep, you can hang up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
If you, jurors, if you'd pass the transcript down to bailiff. You may continue, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Robbins, at the end of the call there, we heard an officer's voice. Is that correct?
Yes,
Are you aware which officer that was?
I believe that was Officer Wothy and Officer Sternhagen.
But do you recall which one arrived on scene first?
I do not.
Did this 911 call conclude your involvement with this matter?
Yes,
If I recall, you had a busy morning that morning,
with that call, yes.
but were there other calls that morning that were flooding your department?
I wouldn't say flooding, no.
Do you recall, was there another burglary call in a different location?
No.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dispatcher Robbins.
Morning.
Do you still have a copy of the transcript of the 911 call?
I do not in front of me, no.
Yeah, if I may approach, I'm going to provide you a copy.
You may.
Sure.
And that appears to be the transcript of the call that we just listened to?
Yes.
All right. You see on the left side of that transcript that there are numbers to indicate the line of when someone says what and so on?
Yes.
All right. Do you see at line 26 where Nicole Mitchell says, I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what? Is that clear?
Yes.
Is there any point before line 26 where you use he or him?
No.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that on line 32, Carol Mitchell also says he was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, dispatcher. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Robbins, would it be a fair conclusion that the caller believed in those initial moments that a male was in her house?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
You would.
Your Honor, may I approach with the marked court exhibit?
You may. You may step down, dispatcher. Again, watch your step. Thank you. Too many objects behind the bench. Mr. McDonald, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Joseph Sternhagen.
Officer, if you'd come forward, please. Once again, you go around council table. I know it's a tight squeeze there. You come forward and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say aye.
All right, please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Joseph Daniel Sternhagen, Sternhagen.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
City of Detroit Lakes Police Department.
And what is your current job title?
Current?
Current.
Investigator.
What was your job title in April of 2024?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been a licensed peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Since 2010.
Would you please outline your educational background?
I have a 4-year degree in law enforcement. And then my continuing education every 3 years. I meet the requirements for hours.
Where did you get your degree from?
Mankato State University.
Do you have prior law enforcement experience before joining the Detroit Lakes Force?
Yes, I worked for the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs at Standing Rock, and then City of LeSueur.
Officer Sternhagen, what did you do prior to joining law enforcement?
I was in the Army.
You're a veteran?
Yes,
Are you retired or still active?
I'm retired.
Were you deployed, sir?
Yes, I was.
How many tours?
Just one tour in 2005 to Iraq.
So in 2024, you were a patrol officer?
Yes.
As
Oh,
a,
what date? Sorry.
I'm sorry, in April 2024?
Yes.
Apologize for interrupting. Officer Sternhagen, what do your duties consist of as a patrol officer?
Forced traffic and criminal law in City of Detroit Lakes.
Sir, were you working on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been assigned to?
The 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift.
Do you recall being dispatched to a burglary call that morning?
Yes.
Where was the location of that call?
It was on Granger Road. I don't remember the exact address. So,
Was it here in the city of Detroit Lakes?
yes, it was.
In Becker County?
Yes, it was.
Officer Sternhagen, to the best of your recollection, can you walk us through your response that morning?
There's a call of an active burglary to the residents on Granger, and I responded. My partner got there before me, and I entered the house. I could hear him yelling, "Show me your hands." He was on the stairs. I walked downstairs. The caller stated, and my partner stated they could hear the person under the stairs. So
Some rustling, is that fair to say?
yes,
Okay. And when you refer to your partner, who is that?
Officer Ethan Woothie.
Okay. So what happened next?
Searched underneath the stairs first, and then I came back through the hallway, and the door was open to the bathroom, which wasn't previously open when I first walked by. And then I saw a female dressed all in black with their hands up like this.
Okay. Were you later able to ascertain who that female was?
Yes,
Okay. What name or what was her identity?
Nicole Mitchell, Nicole Lynn Mitchell, actually. So
Saw Miss Mitchell again. Would you recognize her?
yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Can you outline where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a purple shirt and can't really tell what pants, black or gray pants.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
So what happened as you first detained that individual?
I ordered her to the ground. Officer Ethan with the handcuffed her, and then helped her up and asked her if she had anything on her.
Prior to her even getting off the ground, did she make any statements?
Yes.
Okay, what did she say at that time?
When she was on the ground, she said, "Carol, it's me, Nicole."
And Officer Sternhagen, this entire encounter was recorded on body cameras, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you're doing your best to remember here this morning, but
Yes.
Whatever's on the recording is what transpired and what was said. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you recover any items from her at that time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
She said she had a flashlight in her waistband and she grabbed it from behind her and then it fell to the ground. It was a flashlight with a sock over the top, over the lens, attached by a rubber band, secured by a rubber band.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Officer Sternhagen, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
That's the flashlight that she pulled out of her waistband.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 2.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is received. You can just set it right there.
So at this point, the defendant is detained, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did you walk to next?
Into the living room. And then she said she wanted to get some shoes.
Okay, was that, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes,
So she did not have her shoes on at that time?
she did not.
Okay, and where did she recover her shoes from?
They were under the couch. I let her first try to get them, but she was handcuffed. So she pushed them further underneath with her feet when she was trying to get them on. So
Does the defendant continue to talk during this time?
she does.
Okay, what else did she say?
I don't remember the exact order, but clearly I'm not good at this, and I'm a military commander, for God's sake.
Was the homeowner present as you were detaining the defendant?
Yes, she was.
Okay, was that a brief time period?
Yes.
And eventually the parties were separated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Where was the defendant led to next?
I walked her upstairs and then outside to my squad car.
What did you do once she was in your squad car?
I made sure her cuffs were properly fitted and she was comfortable, and then I read her Miranda rights.
Was she willing to speak to you at that time?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, can you summarize what the defendant told you at that time?
She was upset with the relationship with her stepmother. Her stepmother stopped speaking to her. She left her house in Woodbury at 1 a.m. to come to the residence in Detroit Lakes to get some of her father's items. Ashes, a flannel shirt, and other mementos, she said. She said she entered through a window in the backyard. She said it's where the backpack was. But I never made it to the backyard to see where actually she made entry. So
Your immediate response was to get in the home and find the individual. Is that fair to say?
yes,
So you were never tasked with canvassing the yard or the house?
no,
Did she reference, did the defendant reference her, her stepmother's condition at that time?
She says she had advanced Alzheimer's.
At any point during that statement, did the defendant say that she was concerned or that's why she was at the residence?
Never. She never said that.
At some point, did you ask the defendant when the last time she talked to the homeowner, Miss Mitchell, was?
Yes. I believe she said October, November.
Just to clarify, did she differentiate between the last time she was at the house and when the last time they actually communicated?
I can't, without seeing my report, can't
Okay.
clearly answer that.
Would again, the statement would be accurate on your body camera recording?
Yes.
Did the defendant, was anything of the defendant's recovered from the scene?
The backpack was propped in the back window.
Did she say that was her backpack?
Yes.
Were you in charge of going through that backpack?
No.
Who processed the backpack?
Officer Woothie.
Where did you go next, Officer Sternhagen?
I transported her to the Becker County Jail.
She was booked in, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you continue to converse with her?
Yes.
What did she tell you at the jail?
Well, I asked her what got her to this point, and she said it's been her father's possessions have been weighing on her, and it's been hard for her to sleep, and that's what drove her to this point.
At any point in your conversations with the defendant at the jail, did she ever express concern over her stepmother's well-being?
No.
At any point throughout that entire interaction, whether at the house or at the jail, did the defendant state that she was there to, quote, check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
At any point throughout your entire interaction with the defendant, did she state anything about medical information that she found out about Carol Mitchell?
No, she did not.
And Officer Sternhagen, you were equipped with a body-worn camera that early morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, this entire encounter was recorded?
It was.
Did you have a chance to review said recording prior to court today?
Yes.
Was there a slight edit for efficiency reasons?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
The drive from the house to jail.
And just to be clear, did the defendant make any statements during that drive?
No, she did not.
If I told you that your body camera footage was in the court's exhibit system as Exhibit 7, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I would not.
And you had a chance to review that prior today?
Yes,
And was it true and accurate?
it was.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 7 at this time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 7 is received.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, I think they're going to work on getting the body worn camera and the statements that were made by Nicole Mitchell on the scene by the officers that responded. This is going to be good. There's going to be some portion on there prior to her rights being read to her. It's going to be what they call res gestae statements, unsolicited statements that are admissible in court. I expect the defense to challenge some of that.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do not talk about this case amongst yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen
All right, a morning break in the trial of Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court, that is in Detroit Lakes. We've heard opening statements here from both the prosecution and the defense, and then the first of two witnesses on the stand, a 911 dispatcher that took the call from the home of Carol Mitchell saying that somebody was in the house, a home invasion, and then one of the officers that responded testifying to what he saw, his interactions with Nicole Mitchell there, putting her in handcuffs, putting her in the squad car, and the statements that she had made during that process. And they're going to be, they're preparing to play some body-worn camera of that as well, but they have not gotten to that point, taking a break right now. So
that'll be fascinating though, right? The sitting state senator, we've seen the mugshot, the booking photo of her in the black.
yeah,
That will be a jarring, moment, I think, with that body worn camera coming up. But an interesting start.
yeah,
The state going about 10 minutes in their opening statement. And it's interesting because, we start out knowing this case just through the criminal complaint, the charging document. And, as news reporters, we'll highlight, certain elements and her statements that are made where it seems so damning in the moment in writing are clearly huge. I mean, the county attorney there, I know I did something bad. It was the first statement he made to the jury. That's Nicole Mitchell allegedly being quoted. We'll see it in the body worn camera of at least one of these officers. Bad. He repeated it 3 times. It's how he started his opening statement. It's how he ended his opening statement to that jury. But he was basically describing that she knew what she did was wrong, that it was criminal. Obviously, the defense is going to come back. That it was human. It was her desperate, that the stepmother was in deteriorating Alzheimer's condition. And then she was there just purely to help, not to steal anything, not to do anything criminal. But then the prosecutor trying to establish.
Okay, you're just going to have commenters on it. I can comment on it as well. It does look like that's there. I agree. It does look like that's where the defense is going to go with this. That yes, technically it was illegal under the law, but under desperation, with a bad relationship with a stepmother that goes back years. They're going to say that out of necessity, she went to get things that had belonged to her father. Here's the problem with it on the legal side. Everything that wasn't given to Nicole, the daughter, by way of a will or some sort of a gift prior to the death of her father, all that belongs to the stepmother. The ashes, everything that she says that had sentimental value to her, every bit of that belongs to the stepmother. So no one else has a right to that. Even if you were to break in the house and take that, she's going to have a hard time getting around what the law says and what the elements of the offense are. I believe the state's going to be able to prove that almost without any problems. But we will. I do like to say, I think they're probably taking a bathroom break. They'll be gone for a few minutes, and when they get back, I think we'll see the body-worn cam. You'll get to see Nicole Mitchell in her own words, in her own face, as she lays out what they show what's happening to. I'm sorry, I'm reading something. What's happening, or what she said was happening there that night on the scene, which, quite frankly, these type of videos aren't real good for the defense. When your attorney tells you to be quiet, that's not a lie. Pay attention to this if you expect to have encounters with law enforcement. Everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You should take out the can part. If they can use it, they will use it 100%. But I don't think that the body-worn camera is going to help the defense. So I expect to see the defense try to do something to rebut that. I don't know really what they can do except for stand up talking about the sentimental value of the items that she went there to take. She didn't intend to hurt anyone. Her intentions were not to do anything other than recover items that a woman who suffers from dementia, is what the claim is, that couldn't remember to give her is pretty much what they're trying to say on this. That if all things were good and normal, then the items that she asked for would have been given over in good faith. But that's not what happened, and I still say this is going to be it's going to be a difficult case for Senator. I'm just going to call her Nicole Mitchell. I think she still is a senator, folks. She's still a sitting senator in the state house in Minnesota. While we wait on this, let's take a look at our 3D response system.
Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
I see you entering. Take a right. You're going to proceed down the long hall, all the way to the end. You're going to go till the end where you're intersect to the classrooms. Keep going. I see you moving forward. Subject is held up in classroom 203.
Enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
Yeah, folks, that's the 3D response system. It's a school safety system that provides 360 care and protection for your schools. This is a bill. We're talking about Minnesota. There's a bill in the floating around the state house in Minnesota called the SHIELD Act. What it does is it requires schools and establishes a safety code, kind of like the fire code. For those that, like I didn't know until doing a little research, we haven't lost a child in a school fire since 1958. And big part of that is that we changed the materials that we put into schools so they weren't so combustible. We've forced schools to put in fire doors so that stairwells and draft hallways didn't become a source of oxygen and fuel for fires to spread fires. We did a lot of different things. A sprinkler system to suppress the fire when it happens. A direct line to the firehouse so no one has to call 911 and say, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, there's a fire. All these things are built to suppress the fire, isolate the students from the threat, and get equipment and personnel on scene to address the threat when it comes to a fire. 3D response does the same thing for a school shooting. It isolates the students from the shooter. They push that button, it automatically sends a message to law enforcement saying law enforcement is needed to this room, not just the address, to this room. Come right here now. There's no more talking. They're on the way. Wheels are rolling. In the meantime, children are behind doors that are secured with 10,000 foot-pound magnets. You can't get in them. They're ballistic. You can't shoot through them. You can't shoot through the walls. You can't get to the kids. They're safe. The staff is safe. And when law enforcement arrives, you saw in the video, that is real time, them talking them into the school down to, and this is a training session, by the way, that comes with the 3D response system. It's already in just under 20 schools in the state of Minnesota. This is something we should be pushing for in every state. Why do we not have a unified safety code for our schools like we do with fire? Prior to 1958, there were thousands of children killed in schools. Thousands. I've gone back and done the research. The headlines are horrific. There's one school, 391 children died in one fire. 391. There's been multiple situations between 1900 and 1958. But after the establishment of the fire code that didn't grant grandfathering, because actually it was established in 1908, I believe, but they allowed grandfathering in. So many schools didn't adhere to it. The SHIELD Act will do that for the state of Minnesota. Guys, we need to do that for every state. Also, while we wait. We have a friend of the show, the Range Minded Podcast. The Range Minded Podcast deals with 2A and just freedom loving issues. The great podcast comes out weekly. You'll like it. You can find it anywhere a podcast is that you listen to. I listen to it on Spotify. Give them a follow. Doesn't cost anything. Catch the Range Minded Podcast.
Have you ever wondered to yourself, man, what time does the store close? Or where's the best cheeseburger near me? Well, I'm not going to answer those questions. That's what your damn phone is for. Use that. Instead, if you have stuff related, to the 2A world, I'm your man. My name's Steve. I run the Range Minded Podcast. On the podcast, we talk about all things Second Amendment, whether it be new guns or gear. Maybe we talk about some training. We'll dig into Washington and the shenanigans they get up to. Sometimes we talk about the Supreme Court and the crap that they're doing. It's always a good time, a little smorgasbord of the 2A, if you don't mind me using that narrative. Either way, you can find us whether on YouTube or Rumble, Range Minded Podcast. I'm also on all sorts of streaming services, wherever you listen to your podcast, Range Minded Podcast. You can jump on the website, rangemindedpodcast.com. Maybe stop by, buy a patch and some other things. There you can link to the social medias and all that other stuff. Hope to see you there. It's always a good time. Anyways, you guys have fun, stay safe, and always stay range-minded. See you guys soon.
There you go, folks, the Range Minded Podcast. Give him a follow. He puts in a ton of work on this, puts out a weekly episode, and you won't be disappointed in that. And once again, a follow, a subscribe on YouTube, a follow on X really just doesn't cost you anything. And it sure does support a guy that puts in a ton of effort to bring you good content. With that, let's go back to the news coverage. They've got real smart people talking on that, and that'll give me an opportunity to stretch my legs and get a cup of coffee. Let's go back to it.
But this burglary is, you shouldn't, nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky, referring. Marsh, we're going to keep you on here, but we're going to take a kind of a quick break here as we reset and figure out exactly when the court's coming back in here. And I'm assuming we're going to see body camera video coming up next. But Marsh, we're going to take a quick break. Hang on. We'll check it back in, with you in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching our all-day coverage here of the trial of Senator Nicole Mitchell.
Do you ever get any money from Costello?
No.
And did you ever get any money from Meyer Lansky?
I never got money from any of those fellas.
None of those
None
fellas?
of those fellas. None of these that I've been reading about, or none that I knew. They never gave me anything.
None of the Shetties?
No. I don't even speak to the. I mean, I met that Charlie once or twice. I don't even talk to him.
You don't like him?
I was conscious of the fact that he had a reputation for being an outstanding bookmaker.
You ever hear him referred to as the Prime Minister of the Underworld?
That term I did not.
Also known as Duck Corella. I refuse to answer on the grounds of independent. Got any business? I refuse to answer on the grounds of offensive criminal. You have any profession? I refuse to answer on the grounds of made. Have any occupation? I refuse to answer on the grounds of made. Are you a known rat?
An incarcerated individual's use of institutional telephones constitutes consent, and your calls may be provided to law enforcement agencies. Thank you for using Securus.
Oh, it looks like we might be going back. I'm going to leave you with these guys.
Detroit Lakes is the city involved here, but the county is Becker County. That's the prosecution. That's where the charges have come from. Began this morning around 9:15 or so is when opening statements began from the prosecutor and then from her defense attorney. There have been two witnesses on the stand. The second one, I believe, is still on the stand. The first was a 911 dispatcher who took the call from Nicole Mitchell's stepmother early in the morning back in April of last year about an intruder in the home. And then second is one of the first responding officers from the Detroit Lakes Police Department. It is his body camera video that we are expecting to see once they resume. And to let you know, too, the rules of this are this. We are not bringing this to you completely live. There is a 10-minute tape delay, essentially, between what is happening in court and what we are showing you here on our stream. So it is not a live stream. It is a tape delayed stream by about 10 minutes or so. And in about, we got another 6 or 7 minutes until we're back up with that delay. So defense attorney Marsh Hallberg has been joining us as kind of our insight here into the trial world, both from the prosecution and the defense standpoint. Marsh is a defense attorney for quite a while here, but that obviously is an insight to everything that happens in the courtroom. So Marsh, we appreciate your color commentary, as it were, as somebody who is not connected to this case.
Yeah, and I know once we get back into this break right after the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to, as we understood it, as they went to break, was they were setting up the body-worn camera footage, which is going to come in next. So we will see Senator Nicole Mitchell in the House, as the prosecutor described, caught red-handed, if you will, in the basement. We heard the officer, the second arriving officer who detained her, in the house in Carol Mitchell's home downstairs. She had gone in the bedroom. Because we know now, having heard the 911 call, that Carol gets out of bed. I mean, it's startling. That phone call, I did also think conveyed, how frightening, it was for Carol Mitchell in that moment. I thought you could hear it in her voice, but she actually stepped on who is now her,
on Nicole Mitchell.
She thought it was a man, I think, but that the idea was the way the defense attorney had described it was perhaps trying to get into the bedroom to get at her phone. Her stepmother's phone,
to check on her phone to see the state of things, if she's getting scammed, et cetera. That's what. So Marsh, what do you make of this? Again, the defense attorney saying the intent wasn't there to commit a crime, that they were checking on a loved one here that they were concerned about, but had to do it at a time of day in which they didn't know that they were in the house. It's a very a little bit convoluted kind of thing here, but does that play with jurors to say wanted to check on her but had to do it in this way?
I think a better angle on that may have been to say, look, I knew how upset Carol was, how volatile she was, how unpredictable she was, and I didn't want to cause her stress or alarm, but I did want to check on her and look at her paperwork and everything else. So I snuck in there at 4 o'clock in the morning
for it.
Is that hers too? Yeah, I'm debating if I can keep this. Yeah, I'll probably will. All right. Good risk, isn't it? Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to?
I don't know if the rest of it's me. There is water in the back.
They'll get you some water when they need.
Yeah, we'll get you one.
Okay, so yeah, either today or tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have time to get our reports done in time. We'll see. But okay, but then can you see in court?
Today would be amazing.
Yeah.
Kids.
Okay. Did you drive all the way up from Woodbury tonight, or did you have to stay someplace? Okay. What time did you leave at?
Get this master key. Well, like there's one apartment up there that we're gonna check.
So what drove you over the edge tonight? Yeah. All of a sudden you're just like, I got it.
As I said,
Both
it's
sides
just
of the
it's waiting. Especially this
41.
past month.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm a resident of Emily and anything drinking.
A lot of sleepless nights.
How you do? Just in the car. Okay.
Couldn't sleep and thought about it.
And how often have you talked to your stepmom, right?
As I said, since the actions was time.
Okay. Gotcha. That's been about a month. All right.
Actually, yeah. This anniversary of his death was March 19th. So,
Okay. And then how long has she been your stepmom for?
40 years.
40 years? Okay. So you know her for a long time then?
Yeah, since I was
4?
4.
Gotcha.
Doesn't have any other issue. She was for adoption, but she or grandchildren.
Okay. Well, I'll include all this stuff in here. Again, I understand your situation, but I'm just. So just based on the way you're dressed and your flashlight, and then you look like you thought this through quite a bit. So, and then driving all the way up, and then so. Okay. So, well, like I said, I'll try to get this report started as soon as I can. So.
Okay. I'm ready to hear.
In fairness, I would have black. I said in fairness, I would have black.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. We'll do one, please.
And I'll come get you as soon as we can. Maybe a little while. But yeah, there's water there. What's that? Yep.
Officer Stirring, just a few follow-up items from that. There was some discussion when the defendant was in your squad about a hammer. Can you tell us about that?
There's just something that was found on the stairs. I don't know much about it. I never saw it.
But you have no reason to believe that that was the defendant's hammer, fair to say?
Yes.
In fact, I think the radio traffic made it clear that it was Carol Mitchell's for defense.
Yes.
We saw you packing up a backpack on the video. Did you initially inventory that?
No, I did not.
Okay, and who did that?
Officer Woothie.
Did you photograph the flashlight that we've already received into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Officer Sternhagen, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Oops. Is this a true and accurate photograph of the flashlight you took?
Yes, it is.
Is this after you had switched on the flashlight?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
To show that the sock was used in a manner to affect the way the light was being emitted from the flashlight.
Your Honor, I'm a little out of order here, but I'm going to offer Exhibit 3 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 3 is received.
Since it's been published already, I will take it down. Can we disconnect my laptop or? There we go. Officer Sternhagen, when you had officially arrived at the jail and the process was started, the defendant, is it true the defendant asked you, quote, can someone convince her to drop charges?
Yes.
And when you questioned the defendant at the jail, obviously Carol Mitchell was not present. Is that correct?
No, she was not.
When you questioned the defendant in the back of your squad, Carol Mitchell was not present. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Officer Sternhagen, you told us you're a veteran.
Yes.
How did it make you feel when the defendant disclosed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Finish the question,
Finish the question.
if you would.
Officer Sternhagen, how did it make you feel when the defendant disclosed to you that she was a military commander?
Here, hang on. Oh, sorry, your objection, Mr. Engstrom.
It's an opinion not relevant to the elements in this case, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I have no further questions, Officer Sternhagen.
Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Sternhagen.
Morning.
Investigator Sternhagen, Mr. McDonald asked you a question. I want to ask it again just to make sure that we're clear. You've recounted what you've seen on the body cameras. If the body camera reflects something that's slightly different from what you testified to, are you comfortable saying that what the jury sees in the body camera should be treated as what actually happened?
Can you repeat the question, I guess?
You've watched your body camera?
Yes.
Before? Okay. And if some little twist of what a word was or what was said is different than the way you testified, should someone trust what's on the body camera rather than what you may have testified?
I have trust what's on the body. That's what happened on the body camera. So.
Yes, sir. When you came up to the bathroom where Nicole Mitchell was would it be fair to say that the door of the bathroom opened as you were approaching it?
It was closed when I first passed it, and then I noticed it opened, and I remembered it not being open when I first walked past it.
And you did not push that door open. It simply was opened when you passed it again, correct?
That is correct.
All right. When Nicole Mitchell asked you about her shoes, you had testified, I think we saw in the video, that they were underneath a couch.
Yes.
Where was that couch in relation to the windows in the basement?
I never looked at the windows to the basement, so I couldn't tell you where exactly.
When you, first Nicole Mitchell tried to retrieve them herself, and then you assisted her, was there a window against the wall right there by the couch?
Like I said, I wouldn't be able to recall. I didn't look at entry points or exit points at all during the call or after.
So you wouldn't know whether those shoes were right next to a window where Nicole Mitchell may have come into the residence?
No, I would not know.
Okay. Your body camera appears to reflect that Carol Mitchell, the homeowner, actually came down right behind you while you were still investigating. Is that accurate?
I don't know if she came down right behind me. I was talking to the defendant for a few minutes before she came down.
And just like with my previous question, if your body camera reflects something different than what you just said, we should go with the body camera shows, correct?
Correct.
The body camera shows that Carol Mitchell was down there when you were actually in the laundry room before. As long as the video shows that, you wouldn't dispute that, correct?
Correct.
The initial search that you conduct of Nicole Mitchell, is that simply like an officer safety type search?
Yes,
Okay. And during that search, that's when you find the flashlight?
that's correct.
During that
Well, let
search,
me rephrase. I didn't find it. I asked her if she had anything on her, and she pulled it out of her waistband.
she told you what it was and produced it for you?
Yes.
At that time, did she have any other obvious possessions on her person?
She did not say that she had anything else on her.
And between that moment and the point that you brought her into the squad car, did you conduct some more of a careful search to ensure she didn't have contraband or anything dangerous on her?
No, I did not. Usually with female, we do a search for weapons, and then they do a more thorough search up at the jail. So
With the search for weapons and then a more thorough search for the jail, were there any personal possessions from the residence that were discovered on Nicole?
no, there was not.
You did not conduct the full inventory of the backpack, but we do see on your video, you do handle it and you unzip it. Is that correct?
Yes, I was putting stuff back in.
Very good. Did you put anything back in there that your understanding came from the residence?
I couldn't tell you what came from the residence and what didn't. So.
Okay. You had asked Nicole Mitchell what got her to this point, and I believe she says the ashes. Is that correct?
Something to that effect, yes.
Does she say something to the effect that she was there to get ashes?
Yeah, she said she was there for the ashes. Yes. And also a flannel shirt and pictures.
Right.
So,
And as far as the ashes, you asked her about that, and she said that she actually knew the ashes were already gone. You recall that?
she did say that at the car, yeah.
Okay. You had testified on direct examination that Ms. Mitchell did not express concern for Carol Mitchell Would it be fair to say on the body camera that we just watched, she said that my dad died last year, she's paranoid, Carol Mitchell's paranoid, and now she's really paranoid. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Would it be fair that Nicole Mitchell said she, again referring to Carol Mitchell, has got severe Alzheimer's? I'm not asking whether you think it's true that she has severe Alzheimer's. I'm asking whether that's what she said in your presence when you were
Yeah,
interviewed.
she said that.
Okay. Did Nicole Mitchell say that she, again, Carol Mitchell, has gotten paranoid, thinks we're all out to get her, and won't let anyone in the house?
Yes.
Did Nicole Mitchell say that I used to be here all the time, and then she just got progressively more paranoid?
That's correct, but she said the last time she was there was October or November.
Sir. And then there was at least one more exchange about the ashes, that there was a fight over the ashes, and now Carol Mitchell wouldn't talk to her anymore. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Sternhagen, are you the case agent in this case?
No, I'm not.
Have you applied for any search warrants for this case?
Not.
Have you contacted me about this case?
No, I have not.
Thank you, Investigator Sternhagen. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Investigator Sternhagen, do you recall an exchange with the defendant where you told her, quote, "there are other ways to go through it"?
Yes.
Okay, what did you mean by that?
There's a process, courts or other family members to get the stuff that she wanted to get.
You're familiar with your agency's record system, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Within the preceding week or so, are you aware of any request for a welfare check by the defendant on Carol Mitchell?
No.
Let me ask it another way. Does any such request exist?
No, it does not.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, investigator may step down. Your next witness, Mr. McDonald?
Your Honor, the state would call Carol Mitchell.
You're watching the tape delayed here stream of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell up in Becker County. And we have to take a break now because the state has called Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, and the occupant and owner of the home that she entered the night in question back in April of last year. She's opted not to be on camera, which witnesses can do. So we got to take a break because we can't show or even hear any part of her testimony. But what we've been hearing here for quite a while is Officer Joe Sternhagen of the Detroit Lakes Police Department testifying about responding to the 911 call. And then we saw lengthy body camera video of him driving there, entering his interactions with Nicole Mitchell, taking her out to his squad car. And then it did not show the portion of driving to the police station, but we cut to her being brought into the police station in Detroit Lakes and further conversations that they had there inside the police department, in which she does speak quite a bit about what she was doing there and her concerns for her stepmother.
And she opens up about it. I know we want to get to that break. My knee-jerk reaction watching it with you and then our viewers at the body camera, it is an intimate situation, isn't it? It's a family situation. It's quickly established that it is. The police response is such. They kind of almost at the, one point I remember hearing Sternhagen or one of the voices off camera,
Sorry.
kind of apologizing in the moment to Mitchell. And you wonder just,
lunch break.
taking a step back and, they would tell her, the way you're dressed, how far you drove, what's going on here.
Testimony. We should be able to catch up on that.
With a burglary
Fidji,
arrest, but
you've been watching. What do you think about
slightly
this?
different. You wonder if police could have may have handled it differently, but you feel, Carol, the stepmother, is walking around. She's like, oh, she's here to get money.
Fidji may not actually be with us at this moment, but I think it's interesting. We've seen the state start establish their case. They brought the responding officer on. We've seen the body-worn cam from this incident. I think it's interesting to see what how the defense is trying to chip away at it. They brought up you were inconsistent what you said versus what we've seen on the body-worn camera. I think that, quite frankly, I think that was ineffective. I don't think that I don't think that his testimony was too far off of what the body-worn camera saw. I think all this has been so far damning to the defense. See if I can mute that. I don't want to go back and replay it again until we go to the lunch break. Their lunch break will probably be at least an hour, and we'll be able to go back and recover some of the live feed that froze up on us here. Till then, let's take another look at 3D response. I'm going to beat you guys with this until you reach out to your representatives and let them know the SHIELD Act. We just need a safety that's unified across all districts like we do with the fire.
Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
I see you entering, take a right. You're going to proceed down the long hall, all the way to the end. You're going to go till the end where you're intersect to the classrooms. Keep going, I see you moving forward. Subject is held up in classroom 203.
Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
That's right, folks. 3D response. And looks like we're going to go back to the trial.
Continuing coverage here on Fox 9.
Here's the other part of this that we're about to hear from the victim herself, the one that they claim has
that trial, the jury selection was yesterday. Opening statements started
at late stages Alzheimer.
She's on trial for 2 felony
I think that maybe she's not as diminished as maybe the defense would like to think, and I believe the state's going to put her up and prove that. But it's going to be interesting to see how she comports herself on the stand. Everyone's going to be watching to see if she is someone, as the defense is saying, so diminished that this was a desperate act that Mitchell had to do to retrieve family heirlooms that otherwise would have been lost due to her demented or her declined mental state. So it'll be curious to see how she comports herself on the stand. Well, let's listen to the commentators here.
That she'd grown paranoid and was not communicating. So it's interesting there that is the first thing she talked about, but did admit trying to get some things.
She does make that admission. How important is that in the end? Clearly, she's established that the ashes is really
important to her.
concerning what happened there. I mean, you can again, you're getting at the human moments there in the body camera footage. It's all there.
Yeah.
And, we talked about those statements, those what would appear to be damning statements in the criminal complaint that she admits to. And they're in there. She says those things.
Getting things.
But then all of a sudden there is more nuance. You see the dynamic with the stepmother kind of milling about the house. Obviously, I know we're going to go to Marsh.
Yeah, let's bring in Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney here. And Marsh, I mean, how important is it here, by the way, that she did admit to wanting to retrieve things, but those things are obviously very small monetary value here. Criminally and legally, does it matter the actual value of those from a monetary standpoint versus sentimental standpoint?
It does not. So again, I think to come back, Rob, it's the what versus the why, right? I think the officer was very good about not being led off to something he didn't agree with by the defense lawyer. So he was firm on that. I thought the prosecution did a good job of pointing out that when they took the statement from, or when they were talking with the defendant in the back of the squad, Carol's not there. When they talk at the police station, Carol's not there. So if you're concerned about upsetting Carol by talking about her situation, you shouldn't have had those concerns in those two settings.
I guess why is that significant that Carol is not there for those conversations?
Because the defense attorney in his opening said that the reason she didn't talk about all those things while they were immediately confronted at the house was because she didn't want to upset Carol and get into an argument with the officers and embarrass Carol. So by not having Carol present later, that reasoning doesn't fly.
Because you could talk about her while she's, not there. Now you're in the police station. You're not going to offend her. You're not going to send her into any sort of paranoia.
And we did hear at one point, Carol, when she recognized, when Nicole said, "It's me, Nicole," and then as she's talking about why she's there, Carol walks through and says she's here. She just wants money. Did you hear that part?
Yeah. So I think that all plays to the irrationality that Carol may be experiencing at that point. In some ways, doesn't matter. I think Carol's a very sympathetic person. Again, we're not seeing her, but I think nobody's going to take any shot at her. And her main points are: it is her dwelling. She lives there. She hadn't invited her in at that point or given her permission to come anytime she wanted. And those are the key points they need to make at that point. And I think, as Paul pointed out at our last break, that I think even the dispatch call, you could hear how scared she was.
Yeah, no, I think that was very apparent in that 911 call.
Oh, yeah.
It is a fearful moment. She clearly at that point does not know it's her stepdaughter in her house. And then that was, you can hear the emotion there. Marsh, I'm wondering, first day, we've just seen the body camera footage. I know it's a burglary trial too. You think about most of these trials that we kind of live stream and join you for, there's a lot of witnesses. There's a lot of, stuff you have to establish. This is really a very focused court case. So it's going to move quickly. But Carol Mitchell, as the third witness for the state, I don't know. I don't know how she's going to testify, if she's, prone to all, symptoms of Alzheimer's or paranoia. What does that look like in this courtroom? I just think this is a fascinating moment in time right before lunch, the first day. Is this the best play for the state to put her on right now?
Yeah, I think because if there's got to be any damage control by the state, they have time to do that, or the jury can forget about things. Sometimes when I was a prosecutor, we'd put on the things we were least certain of or most concerned by early, so that the jury had time to forget about it or minimize it. It didn't seem as big a deal a couple of days later. But this case is moving fast.
Yeah, but it also they use her, and again, we can't listen in even to her on the stand here in this arrangement. But it also helps them still establish that sort of chain of events here, where she will talk about calling 911, and before they maybe get into some of this other family dynamic. But that also establishes what happened at that time of that day.
Right. I think the judge will be very protective. My experience has always been judges for small children, people with, like cognitive issues like this, they're going to be very protective, and they're not going to allow anything that badgers or causes concerns that aren't needed.
I think this whole trial is going to take that tone, isn't it? I mean, this is an intimate, you almost feel like you're invading, a family situation here. But as a defense attorney and Ringstrom or his colleague there will get the chance to cross-examine. This will have to be a delicate Q&A, but also you may want to show, that she may not remember certain things, right? I mean, well, how are you feeling about questioning a witness like this?
Seriously, I would at least entertain the thought prior to today of thinking about maybe I have no questions for Carol. Just we wish you a good day, and you leave it at that. I've done that sometimes when I've had to cross-examine, children or those kind of things. Sometimes there's little to gain, and all you do is alienate the jury that you look like a jerk if you're being a little too harsh. If you're trying to be with kid gloves, it can come off wrong. So it's going to be very delicate by the defense, because they said that Senator Mitchell still loves Carol and considers her family and is saddened by her decline. So everything the defense is going to do is going to be in that spirit. This was all about a concern they had for Carol, right? So why would you change that vibe in the courtroom?
Anything else? I don't know how much of that body camera video you were able to observe, because obviously you're a working defense attorney. You've got other things to pay attention to. We appreciate your time. But was there anything of what you were able to catch that stuck out to you is valuable for both the prosecution or valuable for the defense?
I thought at the jail, when she's sitting on the bench and her legs are pulled up and they're just kind of talking back and forth. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions which are pretty stupid, those kinds of things. There's a very humanizing, conversational, non-conflicting tone by both sides. Officers are being polite. She's being polite. They got to do their job. She kind of knows what's going on. So there's nothing here that causes you to dislike her because of that. Sometimes.
Okay, I believe that they're not going to show the victim, which is going to be common in some states, not allowed to photograph or record the victim's testimony in a courtroom setting. That being the case, we're going to jump back and go rewatch the body-worn cam, because I believe they'll go to lunch after Carol Mitchell's testimony. Monitoring, if they show it, I'll bring us back. Let's go back to the frozen part of the video for you folks. My apologies once again, but let's take a look at the body-worn camera.
House. 10-4, 33 traffic to the north of the house. 10-4, Becker will be 33 traffic on the main.
30 or 37, I didn't copy where he's going.
Still in the house. A lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window.
10-4. Where to?
He's the other officers downstairs. I'm trying to see. Kind of bit off.
Here, watch out. Where'd you at? Here, upstairs. Police department. Underneath the stairs. So it's your motion yet? Motion. Is there a way to get underneath the stairs?
Becker 05, you can come up long, looks like there's a long driveway right to the back of the residence.
Another bathroom.
Get on the ground. Hands behind your back.
There's somebody doing info. Info, 451.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole?
Oh, no, Nicole.
I was just trying to get a hold of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
She stole documents. I don't know. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Cool, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
You had your aunt Nancy do it.
30 at Becker Route 1015.
No one did anything.
Was there Nicole Mitchell in house?
Stand up. Okay.
No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on
Take her out
me.
if you want to talk to her.
Not tonight.
Got anything on you?
No. I have a flashlight. That's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, transition area for 1015.
10-4, 10-15. Becker, you can clear 10-33.
10-4 clear, 1033 at 452. And I see a Nicole Mitchell in house.
Is it Mitchell?
Mitchell.
Mitchell? Mitchell. What's your date of birth?
10-4, not finding one then.
Huh?
10-10-1974.
10-10-1974. You got a middle name?
Lynn.
Middle name Lynn. Anything else in here? Did you
No,
drop
there's
anything
not.
else?
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
She's gonna do what she's gonna do.
Okay.
My dad died last year. She's paranoid. Well, now she's really paranoid. But can I just grab my shoes?
Where are your shoes at?
Just under the thing. Just under the. No one has stolen anything from her, and I know this sounds weird. I mean, from a personal handcuffs, but never.
Here, why don't you get up? I'll grab them for you.
We're black.
Let's see.
Oh, they're just stuck under there.
38, we got it.
Tell her, thank you. Why are your shoes stuck all the way on?
Well, because I was trying to get them with my feet. Under that. I have never done anything like this. You're gonna find it out. I'm a military commander, for God's sakes.
Okay.
She's got severe Alzheimer, and there were just a couple things in my dad's I wanted to come get. Because when everything tried to help her right after the funeral, she's trying to get money. She kept, I can show you my bank account.
Well, let's go upstairs.
Have extensive resources. I'm just not good at this.
one door here?
After the, okay. I'm sorry, we're leaving?
Yeah, we'll go to my car here quickly. I'll let you sit down. And...
Yeah.
Go ahead. This one. One more time. Come over here. Stand by. No, not in front.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got it. We don't give us automatic
That's okay,
locks.
that's okay.
All right, have a seat. Are those tight? Hold on. Good up. You just want to make sure they're locked so they don't tighten up on you.
Left console too?
Yeah. Hold on. All right, turn around with me. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. I appreciate it.
Does that hurt? Sorry.
No, I'm just thirsty.
Okay.
This is not my normal life.
Everything pulls out window.
Okay, hold on a second. So you're on custody. I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, okay?
Okay.
I also noticed a hammer on the steps around the last corner of the room.
What?
Okay, what's you say your first name is again? Nicole. Nicole, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you can say can and will be used.
3705, where did you say that hammer was?
You in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and to have the lawyer present now or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand each of these rights I've just explained to you?
I do.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
I'm just hoping, this mistake won't completely fuck up my life.
So,
I know, I did something bad.
do you wish to talk?
After the funeral, my aunt tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order.
Okay.
She was progressively cut off the family to include promising us some ashes that so we could bury them with the rest of the family.
Can I stop you quick? What's your relationship to her?
Stepmother.
Stepmother? Okay.
Which she's got Alzheimer's and she's gotten, I know this doesn't help. This
Yeah.
is just going to prove the point. But she's gotten paranoid and thinks we're all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. And I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos. And that's all.
Okay. So what kind of mementos?
A couple pictures and maybe one of his shirts.
One of his what?
One of his flannel shirts.
Okay. And then how'd you get in the house tonight? Yep.
That window
The window? Okay, which window?
where the bag was.
Or the bag? I didn't go back there, I found it, so I just... So what's in the bag?
A couple laptops.
Your laptops or someone else's?
My laptops.
Okay. Nothing else in there?
Water.
Water? Did you park? Did you stay? Yeah. Did you park or anything?
Yeah, I parked the Renaissance Street.
Okay. What kind of car is it?
A Prius?
Prius? Okay. All right. So you got through the basement window? I haven't been back there yet, so. And you're doing it, so this used to be your third time. You, Carolyn.
Yeah, I used to be here all the time.
Okay, when's the last time you were here?
Yeah, well, I got there, Carol.
Last time I was here,
I need to look at the name. I was pretty good for the suspect.
October or November.
Okay.
And then she just got progressively more paranoid.
Gotcha. Becker 6100 units, another active bird 103 Rivercrest Drive.
So I thought there was.
Hold on.
Okay. So what got you to this stage where you thought this was?
5 up there. Gotcha.
The ashes, I think.
The ashes?
Record, what do you got?
Gotcha.
Active bird 103 Rivercrest Drive, apartment 23.
Aunt's, my cousin.
That's where I'll be in
November. And my aunt drove all the way out here to get the ashes per an agreement.
Okay.
Just to get here to be told, no, never mind. And that was really devastating for everyone not to even have the ashes.
Okay. And so you're here to get
A couple moments.
you said pictures, shirt, and ashes?
Well, the ashes got buried before anyone got them.
Yeah, more info on the burglary.
Just wanted to get a couple of things before anything else gets.
Have you tried to talk to her before this?
RP, it sounds like an ex-boyfriend, hospital PTSD.
We had a fight over the ashes situation, and she at least right now wouldn't talk to me. It's just gotten progressively worse.
How long has it been since you last talked to her?
Month.
Month? Okay. All right, so right now you're under arrest for burglary, okay?
Even if I didn't take anything?
So you broke in the house with an intent to commit a crime, so that's burglary, so. Okay, I mean, you're definitely dressed for it. I understand your situation, but you still can't. I mean, there's other ways to try to go through it, so, I apologize for the situation and stuff, but. Okay.
My dog by military retirement.
Nicole. Lynn.
Yeah.
Lynn.
Yep.
The last name again? Mitchell?
C-H-E-L-O.
Mitchell?
Yes.
And your date of birth?
10/10/1974.
10/10/74? Okay. Okay, you want to put your feet in?
100 units. The suspect is partway through the door, knocking on, trying to get in. The ex-boyfriend, PTSD, not in the right mind.
Means anything, but she's a state senator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's already not licensed.
So I'll run this since they're busy. So
My caller has a knife.
She's got a Prius. That way
there's keys there.
Okay.
So I tried looking for it. There's 2 laptops in there, so I'm gonna go ask her if one of them are hers, but I didn't find anything.
Okay, where does that found at?
This was found in the window she came in.
Okay. Did you get a picture of the window and everything? The hammer's not really.
The hammer's not hers. Okay. Mom said that was hers for protection because she woke up in bed and she was laying by her bed.
She was? Oh, well. She ran downstairs on it?
She ran downstairs. And then when I got up the stairs, I heard a bunch of rustling. So.
Yeah, it sounds like your kids are there.
You find anything of interest in there.
Okay. I'll ask her about the laptop. I'll run this.
check fire tail has one that goes from start away to the gate. Or try 301.
Nicole, I got your bag up there, okay?
Whole 5, it'll be that second building there. Top floor.
She said her Prius is, she said parked around the corner, so you just want to get that. What's going on? Yeah. You got her at it? Yep.
Go ahead. 32 will make us way in.
10-4. Oh, wrong side. No, for me. And right through that door, okay?
All 5, does she know what door he left? She didn't see any way that she ran. The victim's also saying that there's no residency here in 24. The door is usually open, but it's blocked now. So.
It's food. Yeah, it's lettuce. It looks like onion.
If I remember the code for the master key. 327 Mercury. We have a suspect named for the freight vehicle. It's Arbery Ross. In-house for Burglar wear. Give me his date of birth, please. Date of birth 7/1/75. interview on Becker will be 10 for it.
Can I ask what the process is?
I'm gonna get booked in here, and the chances are I'd be under influence of any drugs or alcohol tonight, so you'll probably be seeing a court today sometime or tomorrow for sure. So, okay, so. That's up to the attorneys, so I don't handle that stuff. So you have an initial hearing and then. Mind is fresh tonight. Same load.
Is someone who would be in here to drop charges? Is that a thing?
No, I don't. I'll have to look at that again. I'll say. What degree? Okay. All right, Nicole, I gotta ask you some questions, okay? And some of them are kind of ridiculous. Are you a predatory offender? Are you a veteran? Have you been involved in a motor vehicle crash in the last 24 hours? Are you pregnant?
16.
Suicidal?
Oh, I bet the first building number 1 is clear. 10-4.
Okay, that's first. Is that hers too? Yeah, I'm debating if I can keep this. Yeah, I probably will. All right. Good rest of the night. Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to?
I don't know if the rest of it too. There's water in the back.
They'll get you some water when they get you. Yeah, we'll get you one. Okay, so yeah, either today or tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have time to get our reports done in time. We'll see. But okay, but then did you see in court?
Today would be amazing.
Yeah.
Kids.
Okay. Did you drive all the way up from Woodbury tonight, or did you have to stay someplace?
Yeah.
Okay. What time did you leave at?
Get this master key. Well, like there's one apartment up there that we're gonna check.
So what drove you over the edge tonight? Yeah. All of a sudden you're just like, I got it.
as I said,
I'll
it's
say
just,
that, yeah.
it's waiting. Especially this
41.
past month.
Morning, commissioning. I'm going to send them away and then you can bring them.
A lot of sleepless nights.
How you do? Sorry, on the car. Okay.
Couldn't sleep and thought about it.
But how often have you talked to your stepmom, right?
As I said, since the ashes was found.
Okay. Gotcha. That's been about a month. All right.
Actually, yeah. This anniversary of his death was March 19th. So,
Okay. And then how long has she been your stepmom for?
40 years.
40 years? Okay. So you know her for a long time then.
Yeah, since I was 4.
4? Gotcha.
Wasn't having that she did for adoption, but she just or grandmother.
Okay. Well, I'll include all this stuff in here. Again, I understand your situation, but I'm just. So just based on the way you're dressed and your flashlight, and then you look like you thought this through quite a bit. So, and then driving all the way up, and then so. Okay. So, like I said, I'll try to get this report started as soon as I can. So.
Okay. I'm ready to hear.
In fairness, I would have been blocked. I said in fairness, I would have blocked.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We'll do one, please.
Okay, folks, for those of you who maybe are not aware of the Nicole Mitchell story, let's watch what local news is saying about this particular story. This is kind of a recap before the trial started, so the news report won't have anything that has been revealed this far in the trial, and then we'll talk about the very beginning of the trial, how things are going, what kind of evidence is stacked up, or maybe what the defense has indicated the direction they're going to go.
A high-stakes trial is now underway for a Minnesota state senator.
Within the past half hour, we learned the jury is now seated. DFL Senator Nicole Mitchell faces 2 felony burglary counts. Prosecutors say she broke into her stepmother's home. Mitchell says she was checking on a loved one with Alzheimer's. Our Caroline Cummings has following this developing story from the WCCO live desk. Caroline?
Well, hi there, Jeff. So this case has captured Minnesotans' attention because Mitchell is serving in the state Senate. But ultimately, it's a slate of 12 jurors in Becker County who will determine her fate. That panel plus 3 alternates were chosen from a pool of 80 people earlier today. And tomorrow, opening statements begin.
This is the courtroom in Detroit Lakes where prosecutors will make their case that DFL Senator Nicole Mitchell is guilty of breaking into her stepmother's home last April. According to the criminal complaint, police said Mitchell was wearing all black with a black hat and there was a black backpack stuck inside a basement window. She allegedly told officers, according to that document, that, quote, "I know I did something bad." Meanwhile, Mitchell, in a public social media post following her arrest, said she was checking on a family member with Alzheimer's and said she, quote, "entered a home I have come and gone from countless times in the past 20 years. Joe Tamburino is a criminal defense attorney not affiliated with the case.
And the challenges are this: when she was found in the house, dressed as she was, in the basement, and she made these incriminating statements, it's hard to get around that. But I would imagine she would testify and then with the character witnesses basically tell the jury that she really didn't intend to commit any crime. She went into the residence, but she didn't intend to commit any crime. And if the jury finds that that's the case, she could be found not guilty.
The trial comes 15 months after her arrest. In that time, Republicans in the Senate tried and failed to expel her from the chamber, arguing she violated the Senate's ethics rules. She continues to serve her Woodbury area district. Her defense attorney first successfully sought to delay the trial in January until after the legislative session ended. It was postponed again last month following the shooting attacks on two of her colleagues in the legislature.
If Mitchell is found guilty and she resigns from the legislature as a result, that would impact the balance of power at the Capitol. The same goes if the Senate voted to remove her from office if she didn't step aside. Democrats' one-seat majority would turn into a tie until a special election. Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. And opening statement.
There you go, folks. Kind of a recap of what happened for those that don't know the story. She's a sitting Democratic state senator in the state of Minnesota. This was her stepmother's house. And kind of the scenario or the backstory behind that is that, we've got Fidji with us, folks. Let's bring her up as well. There we go. Hey, Fidji. Just kind of doing a recap on this story here.
Hey, Joe.
It looks like maybe a contentious relationship between Mitchell and the stepmother, even going back to maybe from the beginning, because the defense made some comments about that in the opening statement. Maybe a traditional, air quotes, stepmother, stepdaughter relationship. But either way, a long relationship. The stepmother had been married to the father a majority of Mitchell's life. So it's not a fresh person in the life. Eventually, things go as things do. Father dies. There's some dispute about the father's ashes and where it's to be buried. I think there's a family plot on maybe Mitchell's side that wanted to be buried, and the stepmother had other plans, and the stepmother went ahead and did so. By the way, unless there was a will that gave Mitchell something, everything belongs to the stepmother, whether it's a stepmother or not. That was her father's wife and spouse. So by law, and most likely by will, it's going to go to her to see and do with what she sees fit. So keep that in mind while we listen to the story. Some time goes by. She claims that the stepmother, and this very well may be proven in court. I don't know that anybody's even actually, I have no dispute of this, but the mother's suffering from Alzheimer's now at some degree or level of progression there. Mitchell claims that it's very severe, and initially said that she went there to check on her stepmother. But here's the problem with the Mitchell story. She drove more than an hour, leaving at 1 a.m. She had those containers you see in the backpack. That one is sugar, another had some lettuce, a snack. So she had a snack. She had sugar for her coffee. She had 2 bottles of water. And she says she goes there to get a flannel shirt, some photographs. And I'm not sure that the ashes are still there. I think the ashes were actually interned somewhere else prior to this. And she says that's why she figured she had to come get the rest of the stuff, because this crazy woman's getting rid of it. She breaks into a basement window. She takes her shoes off so she doesn't make any noise. She's got on this garb. It's as Trump would say, central casting burglar. Most burglars, by the way, folks, don't dress that way. But either way, tricked out burglar style, has a flashlight with a sock to muffle and depress the light so that, it's not so obvious that you've got a flashlight flying around inside of a house. She thought this out. But inside that backpack, I don't recall seeing a flannel shirt. There may have been some photographs, but there's 2 laptops. Which, by the way, folks, there was money involved with the passing of her father that I'm not sure she believes she should have gotten. But there's definitely some money involved in the estate of her late father. They haven't talked much about the laptops, but I think you're going to see the laptops be brought up after lunch. The prosecution at some point, and I think they're doing this chronologically. In the order of witnesses that we've seen, you see the dispatcher was first. That's the first time that the government knew there was anything was a foul. So we had that, and we had the arresting officer, the responding officer, you saw his body cam driving there, going to the house, making the discovery, putting her under arrest, and his interaction with her throughout the whole booking process. So we've had this guy. There was a second officer there that I believe maybe be the first officer. It seems like he was inside the house upon the arrival here. So we may see the next officer come up next. Oh, let me back up. We did not get to see the testimony of Carol Mitchell, which is the stepmother, the victim in this case, because she's a victim, and they didn't allow that to be shown. I'm sure we'll hear some recap of what her testimony was. But interestingly enough, and I'll go back again, I think they're doing this chronologically. I think the next person you're going to see is most likely that first officer, if you see him at all, and then back that up with some sort of an investigator that took this case over. And what I'm getting to is that at some point during the prosecution's case, we're going to learn about these laptops. If these laptops were taken from the stepmother's home, then it really kind of blows, in my opinion. I was there to get a flannel shirt and some photographs. If you're taking laptops, what else is on laptops? If you got my laptop or even my phone and had complete access to it, you just might be able to manipulate a bank account here or two. But that's kind of the recap of where we're at. They're at lunch now. I'm watching it. Looks like the news media there is recapping it just like we're doing. And there we go. But Fidji, what do you think about this?
You know, how messed up is this? You plan to leave your house at 1 o'clock in the morning, drive an hour away, take advantage of a woman who has Alzheimer's, break into her house, going through a basement window, start stealing stuff that was most likely not put in the will to be given to you. And your defense is basically, I was desperate and I wanted this stuff. That's not a reason for crime. Sorry.
Well,
if that was a reason for crime, I'd own a Lamborghini right now.
You got a point. You got a point with that. But let's go back and think about the elements of the offense. I haven't read the Minnesota statute, but with burglary, it's going to be something with intent. You intended to do so. You forced entry into a structure that's meant for overnight domicile, so making it habitation. In other words, where someone sleeps. And you did this with the intention of committing another crime. It could be a theft. It could be a murder. You just broke into someone's house with the intention of committing another crime. Doesn't matter what that other crime is. Of course, they'll have to show the intention of that. I think when you look at just those elements, it's going to be hard for a jury to find her not guilty, I think, unless the defense pulls a rabbit out of the hat. But I didn't see that in the opening statements. Fidji, did you catch the opening statements?
I sort of did. I was kind of going back and forth on it. Sorry, my husband was down here. Yeah, are you saying that they could get her for intent to murder? Did I just hear that right?
No, I said for burglary to be burglary, you have to break into a structure that's meant for overnight habitation. It could be a hotel room. It could be a motorhome. Motorhomes they have a bed. They have facilities. It's meant for overnight habitation. So if you force entry into one of those structures, then let me mute your mic for you there, Fidji. If you're going to break into one of those structures with the intent to steal anything, that would be burglary. If you break into the structure intending to kidnap someone, then that would be burglary. In that case, they would get you for kidnapping and burglary. They would always throw the burglary in on top of that. And you'll see a lot of times in murder trials when someone breaks into the house and kills someone. The Idaho guy in Idaho that killed the college students that just pled guilty, one of his charges was burglary. It means he broke into that structure meant for overnight habitation, a domicile, with the intent to commit another crime. In this case, it was murder. So you'll always have that burglary as a rider. But burglary in of itself is a pretty serious charge, and it's a pretty serious crime if you're convicted. But I want to go back to the opening statements by the defense. I thought that was very telling, because in that state, they're allowed to start laying out their defense during the opening statements. The prosecution is a little bit limited. They can talk about things that they're limited to talk about things that they're going to present as evidence, whereas the defense has a little more latitude on their opening statement. But he really didn't offer anything. I mean, you have to admit the burglary. I mean, by God, they caught the person it's not hard to prove burglary. That element almost proves itself in this case. But what they laid in on was that she was driven to this point out of desperation from a woman that is in late stages of Alzheimer's. She's just out of her mind. That in her right mind, these things would have been surrendered to the daughter with no problem, because they've always had this wonderful relation. They've had that type of relationship. As of late, they do admit that early on, and the defense did this, they do admit it early on in the relationship that it was contentious between the Mitchell daughter and the Mitchell stepmother. But it seems like they're going to rely upon emotion, that the jury or somebody in that jury just says, man, I kind of understand that. I mean, I'd want my father's flannel shirt too. But I think their biggest bone that they're going to choke on are going to be the laptops, if in fact these laptops did come out of the house.
Yeah, if, like you said, they had bank information on it and she could manipulate that from there or get to that private information, that's a big deal. I mean, that's a huge deal to me. I don't.
I'm sure under the course of the investigation, that's why I say I think that will be revealed at some point around when they talk about the detective or the investigator that was assigned this case that did the follow-up investigating, right? They have a lot more evidence than that's just the arrest. And by the way, folks, man, if you're ever sitting in a bookend and the officer's asking you questions, give you name, date, and serial number, the only thing you're required to do, don't start pleading your case there. It's not going to help you in the end. And she did not help herself. He asked the right questions. Well, what time did you leave? I left at 1 o'clock. Well, that's a lot of planning. You know, that's he took. I just don't think you help yourself. But anyway, I digress. Go back to all that.
Well, don't you always say, Joe, sorry to interrupt, but don't you always say, like, your name, you rank, your serial number, but you also say, I need a lawyer? Not saying anything without a lawyer.
Yeah, I'm going to say, hey, whatever right applies right now, I'm invoking it, every one of them.
Exactly.
It's when they say what you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, the can is never employed. It will be, is what it should say. What you say will be used against you in a court of law, 100%. So just remember that. Don't plead your case there. Plead your case in the courtroom. But
and if you're worried like me, a lawyer is a definite need. Get myself into more trouble.
but in this situation, the only thing by saying I want an attorney, that actually is a good point. I want an attorney before any questioning, then that actually hampers the police officers from even asking you questions, because it's been determined that for me to repeatedly keep asking you questions after you've asked for counsel, it could be coercion. So you're right. Actually, asking for an attorney is probably the strongest thing you could say there. My point is you're not going to talk yourself out of whatever predicament you're in at this point. You're deep. If you're sitting and here's the other thing, if you're sitting in the back of a squad with your hands handcuffed behind your back and they just read your rights to you, you're not helping. There's nothing you're going to do to change this ride you're about to take. There's just nothing at this point. There's nothing you can do. Probable cause has been met, and you're going to go to jail. So just be quiet about that. But in this case, I heard in the story there, and I've heard it a couple of other times, that they predict that Nicole Mitchell will testify on her own behalf. If that becomes the case, it's going to be extremely interesting, because the only reason you would put her on the stand, or any attorney would agree to put you on the stand, is that you're going to be able to try to evoke some sort of emotional response out of this jury. But I think the technical side is going to weigh out. It's going to be hard for a reasonable person to say, yeah, I can see me putting on this costume, breaking into the house to get a flannel shirt and some photographs, and then coming out with 2 laptops. Because what she'd done, she'd taken all of the loot and she placed it in the laptops and pushed it out the window in the basement that she came in. So they found this bag. I mean, she assembled these items from around the house, picked things up, and it stuffed it in the bag. But here's the confusing part. Well, here's the makes you want to wonder part. I don't know if there's any evidence, and I don't think you'll see this accusation in the trial, but it makes one wonders that why was she, after gathering these items and putting them into a backpack, putting it back through the window that she at some point returns back to the victim's bedroom and is found laying on the floor. The woman, the stepmother, wakes up. She drops to the floor. She kicks her as she walks by. The woman's laying on the floor. What is she doing in the bedroom? Maybe to get something she forgot, sure, but also could be for another reason.
I lost you.
I think that's
Yeah.
where I ended. You got me now?
Yep, I got you.
Go.
I think when they put her on the stand, it seems like their defense seems pretty weak, right? I don't know how they're going to defend that, but completely. But their defense seems pretty weak on the surface of it. They're going to put her on the stand. She's going to play victim and be like, "Oh, my stepmama was so mean to me, and what with her having Alzheimer's, she wouldn't remember. I asked her for it. She said I could have it, but she has Alzheimer's." So it's going to be something like that. I mean, I feel like it's going to be something like that.
Well, that's exactly what she said, that these things were offered up, and then when she would come to get them, she even mentioned it there. She said, "Well, we agreed on it, and my aunt came to get something, and she said, 'No, get out of here, you can't have it.'" And she said, "That's just her Alzheimer's. That's unusual for her. We'd already agreed upon it," is what she's trying to say. But even so, let's go back to the legal part of it. Who do these items belong to by law?
They belong to the stepmother.
And when you own something, you have the right to do whatever the hell it is you want to do with it. If you want to give it away, you can give it away. If you want to change your mind before the exchange, you can do that. It's nothing unlawful for it. I think her strategy of trying to say that I was backed into a corner and I did something stupid is really going to hurt her. I think the defense should come back to, because she likes to talk about being a military commander. I won't say that she's probably very tactical, but I would go back to the way she was dressed, how she planned this. She planned this like a military operation. This was not something that she was forced to do. This is something that she planned to do, to relieve someone of property that was rightfully theirs by breaking into their house, which is burglary. So I think that there's no chance.
There are two. I'm going to go into the fields of maybe the jury members. One, with Alzheimer's, they get very. I've dealt with that before. My stepgrandmother had Alzheimer's. And when you start removing stuff, like they might not be aware of everything you remove, but there are going to be certain items that their brain is kind of attached to.
Well, I would say she can't be in that late stages of Alzheimer's. They talked about there was no calls for welfare checks on this woman. She does, as far as I know, she doesn't have a caretaker. She lives alone. I mean, she maintains a house. So I don't know how advanced. I think there may be some exaggeration, or defense is pushing it as far as they can on the mental state of the victim.
Well, you said we couldn't hear the testimony of her, right? So if she could give any testimony, she's not that late in Alzheimer's.
I promise you, the prosecution is not going to put her on the stand if they're not sure about what she's going to say. So I think that alone really damages. Here's a problem for the Mitchell team, that this could backfire them. They're looking for sympathy in the lightest sense possible, thinking they can evoke this during a trial. But it could backfire them where they go to the other side, where people not really. I think her exposure could be up to 20 years, minimum 6 months, maximum 20 years in prison if she's found guilty on these charges. And you could see a jury go the other way by being offended that you can't come in with this type of defense, and this poor old lady that you broke in the house, scared her to death. I'm not even sure you might have been trying to kill her when you were in the bedroom. We don't know, because we don't believe anything you have to say. So this could backfire, and she spent the majority of her next 20 years in prison.
I think it would be more common on the jury for people to have dealt with a death in the family. And I don't know, if you have someone die in your family who has, well, if you have someone who has anything,
Look, you're right.
They'll harken back to how disgusting the rest of the family was, how greedy some members of the family were.
This goes back to my point, though. In these situations, though, would you not find, even in those extreme situations, when you find it putting on some burglar clothes, driving an hour, breaking into a house and stealing shit, wouldn't you consider that pretty extreme?
I would consider that extreme. It also goes back to your point of oh, sorry, you were talking, I lost it. But about coming in when someone has died and which rightfully belongs to someone else, and just coming in their house and taking it. I think a lot of people will. I think you'll probably have some jury members who dealt with that kind of thing before. I mean, not burglary, but that kind of greed after a death before, and they'll be disgusted with it.
Well, I'm sure. Like I say, I think it could backfire. The emotions they could evoke from the jury on this, I think, could be very bad for Nicole Mitchell.
Yeah, this outcome will be really interesting because I don't know. It seems pretty obvious to me. It seems a pretty close case, and she's getting her jury trial. I would be very surprised if the jury voted with her.
You know what?
Felt sorry for her.
No, I agree. This is going to be an interesting trial. It probably won't last 2 days. I'll be surprised. But let's go re-listen to the opening statements of some of the opening statements of the defense. They're replaying that. I thought it was interesting.
I'd love to.
Puts their hands up so they can do their job safely. But it is surreal. Even more jarring than that is hearing the voice of Carol Mitchell in a tone that she has heard for 45 years. Now, what Nicole wished she had said is, Carol, you can't take care of yourself. You could start a fire with all the bills on the stove. You get lost going to doctor's appointments for your Alzheimer's, and no one is there helping you get to those appointments. You're getting days mixed up. You're not responding to texts and calls. You're barricading your doors at night. You've gotten too thin in a scary and unhealthy way. The doctor's summary says you're drinking regularly, whereas you never used to do that before. You introduced me to Jonathan, your son, at Dad's funeral as if we had never met, when we have known each other for years. You had stacks of unopened bills, making me worried that you weren't paying them, and you might fall behind or lose the house. You should probably have your driver's license taken away. Dad loved you so much, and I love you. And I will step up and care for you if no one else will. But in that moment, Nicole Mitchell can't bring herself to say that in front of these police officers, to risk enraging Carol Mitchell by saying those things that make her feel vulnerable and defensive. Nicole Mitchell feels everything she felt about Carol Mitchell when she was a little girl. Love, fear, dread of criticism. Nicole Mitchell knows that if she says what she feels about Carol Mitchell's decline, that Carol Mitchell is going to be truly outraged and fearful of being put into an assisted living facility. When Carol Mitchell finally realizes that it's Nicole Mitchell, she quickly accuses Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers and wanting money. It's the tin box again. Tin box that Carol Mitchell is fixated on. And so in the midst of police in the house, Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have a small argument that is completely separate from what's going on. Carol Mitchell says Nicole Mitchell wants money. And Nicole Mitchell says, in effect, I never wanted money. I just wanted a couple of my dad's things. Knowing how angry Carol Mitchell would be if Carol Mitchell realized that Nicole Mitchell is gathering evidence of her decline, Nicole Mitchell instead says something that's really part of a spat that Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have been having for over a year. It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore. The rules say that we are allowed to tell you our defense during this opening statement. By the time Nicole drives to Carol's house in April of 2024, Nicole Mitchell has had the same familiar car for almost 20 years. Rod and Carol Mitchell's neighbors know Nicole Mitchell. So Nicole makes it a point to arrive when it is dark, to park on a side street, to wear dark clothing, and to be quiet. When you're checking on a paranoid loved one and hoping they don't notice, you take great pains to be unnoticed. Nicole Mitchell knows this house almost as well as her own. She moves very easily through it. When Nicole Mitchell comes into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to actually check on her and see if the phone is there, Carol Mitchell wakes up. The situation that Nicole Mitchell creates with law enforcement everywhere, their guns properly drawn, rightly concerned for their safety and for Carol Mitchell's safety, it leaves Nicole Mitchell unable to think clearly. From the moment that Carol Mitchell starts yelling at Nicole, all the way until jailers put her in her cell for the day, Nicole Mitchell doesn't have an ability to think about what's happening or what she is saying. But the fact is, and the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning why Nicole Mitchell was there. They knew that she wanted to check on an aging parent who couldn't find her way to places she'd been countless times. Our defense is that there is no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help offered. And there can come a point where help was obviously needed because it's too late to intervene. Nicole feared being too late. Nicole takes responsibility for her actions, including when she messes up. If the government had charged her with trespassing, she would have pleaded guilty. But that's not an option. The government decides the charges. We don't decide, you don't decide, neither does Carol nor Nicole. A person can be not guilty of charges the government brings, even when they could be guilty of charges the government never brought. For the charge here, there are only two possible verdicts. Guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government, or guilt is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government. And you're going to get a specific definition of burglary. And that definition might be very different from what your personal feeling is. It doesn't matter how they're dressed. It doesn't matter what tools they have. It doesn't matter how dark it was when they trespassed on someone's home. It doesn't even matter if they have lockpick tools or other fancy equipment. On its own, that could be a different crime, but not burglary. What matters for burglary is that they got in without permission and they intended to commit a crime inside the building. Nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky. Carol Mitchell calls 911 and says he was on the floor next to her. Carol Mitchell doesn't know who's there. And Nicole Mitchell doesn't leave the house. There is no description from Carol Mitchell of who was in her house. And yet Nicole Mitchell waits patiently. Nicole Mitchell's intent is to check on Carol Mitchell. A burglar runs. A concerned child stays. A burglary charge requires that the government prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the government has promised you they will try to prove. Carol has no idea. Carol Mitchell has no idea it's Nicole Mitchell. And Nicole Mitchell stays in the house. Nicole Mitchell stays and continues to check on her relative. A burglary charge requires that the state prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the state has promised you they will try to prove. If they do what they promised you they would, you're going to hear a lot about dark clothing and flashlights and cars parked on side streets and early dark mornings and things like that. But the only real issue here is Nicole Mitchell's intent. We're not disputing that Nicole entered without consent. She did. There are two possibilities. Nicole entered to steal something. Nicole Mitchell entered to check on Carol. Unless the state's evidence can rule out that Nicole Mitchell entered just to check on Carol Mitchell, then the verdict must be not guilty.
You've been listening to a replay of the opening statements in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell happening in Becker County. Jury selection was yesterday. Opening statements came this morning at about 9:15. So that was a replay of what you were just seeing there is her defense attorney, whose name is Bruce Ringstrom out of Moorhead. Prior to that, prosecutor Brian McDonald, who is the Becker County attorney. Now, after opening statements, there were first two law enforcement witnesses on the stand. One is a 911 operator who took the 911 call from the house from Carol Mitchell, Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, and then an officer of the Detroit Lakes Police Department who responded to the scene, and his body camera video was shown to the jury. After that, Carol Mitchell, the stepmother, took the stand. She opted out of audio and video coverage here, so we're not able to bring that to you. Then a lunch break occurred. They're set to come back from lunch here at about 1:15, but Carol Mitchell will still be testifying. We don't know how long she will go, but we cannot bring that to you. So we will resume after she has concluded her testimony with the next witness, presuming that that witness does consent to being on camera and on microphone. So we're going to take a bit of a break right now in this special coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, who's been charged with 2 felony counts of burglary and the possession of burglary tools. And we will see you a little bit later this afternoon when the camera coverage from inside the courtroom in Becker County continues. So we'll rejoin you a little bit later.
Okay, yeah, it looks like they're taking a little bit of a break there. Let me mute that on my side. Okay, get it better here on the defense's defense.
I did. It was pathetic. just because they're dressed as a burglar, have locksmith tools, and came in your basement window at 1 o'clock in the morning, this does not mean that they're a burglar.
Well, look, I mean, there's situations in normal life where you may go into a house, maybe in the middle of the night when you were a kid, coming in and surprise someone inside there, and like maybe they go as far as making a 911. At what point do you say, no, hey, it's me, I'm not breaking in, it's me? But she didn't do that; she hid.
If you're a kid or something doing that, generally you're doing that to your own house.
I'm saying as an adult, you go back home and visit your parents, you go out with friends and stuff, and you come in late at night or whatever, and you surprise someone. I'm just saying, at what point do you go run and hide? Or do you say, hey, I'm nobody's breaking any house, it's just me?
Yeah, I'm announcing myself because I'm not getting shot.
She laid on the floor and then ran down the stairs and hid in the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either. When I'm coming into a house I'm allowed to be coming into.
Yeah, I think the whole point of it is that it's just not it's not believable. Her defense is not believable, is what I'm saying.
No, not at all. I think he's grasping at straws, and those straws are probably in some place like India or Turkey, because he's got a long reach to do that grasp.
Now, I'm going to go back and hear the prosecutor's opening statements, since we have evidently they're putting the stepmother is back on the stand, who has not consented to having her testimony broadcasted, so we won't have that. Maybe they'll give us a recap of it, but let's go back to the beginning here and hear the opening statements from the prosecutor. Just kind of do some replay on this because there's really not much more to show. I believe this is it.
Gentlemen of the jury, I know
During the trial, an objection may be made to some evidence, and are the attorneys prepared with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McDonald.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know I did something bad. Those were some of the many words of Senator Nicole Mitchell in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, when detained by law enforcement. I ask that you specifically remember those words throughout this trial. I know I did something bad. On the night of April 21st, 2024, Carol Mitchell, then a 74-year-old widow, went to sleep in her Detroit Lakes home. It was the last time that she would feel safe in that home. That is because in the early morning hours of April 22nd, the defendant broke into Carol Mitchell's home. She broke in through a basement window using a crowbar and was caught red-handed a short time later. This case won't be about speculation. It won't be about trying to read between any lines. This case will be about what the defendant did, what she admitted to, and what you will see and hear with your own eyes and ears. The evidence will show that this was not the defendant's home. The defendant was not invited to the residence that morning, that she entered through a basement egress window by prying it open with a crowbar at 4:45 in the morning. The evidence will show the defendant was dressed in all black, including wearing a black stocking hat. The evidence will show that she had a flashlight in her possession that was specifically covered by a sock. It will also show that she had a set of what's called flashlight gloves in her possession. You'll learn more about that throughout this trial. The evidence will even show that the defendant removed her shoes in the basement of that house to try and be stealthier. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant entered her stepmother's home with a purpose: to steal. Now, after entering through that basement window, the defendant moved through various rooms in the home. However, despite her stealth-like efforts, she still woke up Carol Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell will explain to you that the defendant was actually laying right next to her bed when she, Carol Mitchell, got out of bed and accidentally stepped on the defendant. After she was stepped on, the defendant fled the room, went into the basement. Ms. Carol Mitchell immediately calls 911, and members of the Detroit Lakes Police Department are there within minutes. You will hear from those officers who responded to the scene: Officer Joe Sternhagen and Officer Ethan Wolfe. Perhaps more importantly, you will see firsthand their body-worn camera footage. You will get to relive those tense moments as they descended into Carol Mitchell's basement. And you will see the moment that Officer Sternhagen discovered the defendant hiding in a basement bathroom. And what were the defendant's first words at that time? Carol, it's Nicole. I was just trying to get a few of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me. The defendant's own words will make it clear that she was there to take items. And under the law, that is all that is required to prove burglary. Unlawful entry with the intent to commit a crime inside. I know I did something bad. Now pay close attention to those initial statements that the defendant made to law enforcement. She admitted to entering through a back window. She admitted to wanting to take items from the home. She said this not once, not twice, but multiple times. Clear confessions, clear expressions of intent, all caught on high-definition body camera. Let's take a moment and talk about Carol Mitchell. As I told you, she is a widow. She's now 75 years old. I suspect in the course of this trial, you'll learn that Miss Mitchell has been diagnosed with the early stages of Alzheimer's. You'll learn that Miss Mitchell was previously married to Rod Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell is the father to the defendant. You'll also hear that Mr. Mitchell did not have a will when he passed away suddenly in 2023. In early 2024, in a district court probate court proceeding, Rod Mitchell's entire estate was awarded to his surviving spouse, Carol Mitchell. Now in journalism, it's often said that it's important to cover the who, what, when, why, where, and how. The same mostly holds true for this case. When the state rests, the evidence will show the following. The who, the defendant, Nicole Mitchell. The what, entering Carol Mitchell's home without permission and with the intent to take property. The when, April 22nd, 2024. The where, 709 Granger Road here in Detroit Lakes in Becker County. And the how, by using a crowbar to enter that basement egress window. And after the state rests, it's very likely you will hear from the defense. And I suspect that they will attempt to belabor the one topic I didn't go over. The one topic I didn't outline for you. The why. Why would Nicole Mitchell do this? Ladies and gentlemen, when the judge instructs you on the law at the end of this case, you'll learn that any why won't amount to a legal excuse. That is because no amount of grief or frustration can justify a home burglary. So with this preview in mind, I'm going to ask a few things of you during this trial. Number one, trust your eyes and ears. Believe what you see and hear on those body camera videos. Number two, do not get distracted. This case is about what occurred at Carol Mitchell's home in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, period. What this case is not about, it's not about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. It's not about the frustrations that the Mitchell family may have had with Carol Mitchell after Rod's passing. Now, I suspect during this trial, you're going to see some text messages or some exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant, some terse exchanges. You may see some terse exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant's aunts, the late Rod Mitchell's sisters. You'll probably hear of the miscommunication and frustration resulting over Carol Mitchell selecting a date to bury Rod Mitchell's ashes. You may even hear of a claimed or alleged broken promise by Carol to pay for a Disney World trip for the defendant and her kids. Was all of this related to Rod Mitchell's passing and the grief? Absolutely. Would these scenarios be upsetting to people? 100%. But grief and frustration do not justify burglary. Use your common sense and good judgment as you listen to the evidence throughout this case. And at the close of this case, the evidence will clearly show that the defendant broke into someone's home. Not just a building, but a place of safety and trust. And the defendant did so with the intent to take items. And that is a burglary. I know I did something bad. When this case is concluded, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of both of these counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Engstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, Nicole Mitchell is lying on her in the bathroom following the officer's instructions. She hears Carol Mitchell's voice in the background. And that's when Nicole Mitchell says, "It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore." Now, in this moment, Nicole knows something that nobody else knows. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is much worse than Carol wants people to believe. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is even worse than Carol herself understands. Nicole's parents were young when she was born, and they actually separated very early. It was so early, in fact, that Carol, being with her dad, Rod, is one of Nicole's earliest memories. Nicole is a hard worker. This is something that started in childhood. There are messages she hears, sometimes a glance, sometimes a casual comment, that makes her think she isn't good enough. Her response is to work in school, to work in activities, to work in everything. Nicole actually spent a lot of time with her dad and Carol. Most of her summers, in fact, were around them here in DL. They did big activities, small activities. They camped a lot. They took summer trips. In her teens, Nicole had a really strained relationship with her biological mom down in the cities. And it was so strained, in fact, she seriously considered living with her dad and Carol here in Detroit Lakes. The fact is, there were plenty of good things in Nicole's relationship with Carol. Carol would take her to the beach. They'd go to Zorba's. They'd go clothes shopping. Nicole actually felt more comfortable talking with Carol about boys than she did with her own mom. Nicole graduated from high school at 17 and went right into the military. This provided an opportunity to escape a pretty unhealthy situation at home. There's dark challenges that she experienced in the military, though, things that she wished hadn't happened. But the combination of both support and challenge, they sharpened and they strengthened her. Nicole graduated from college, and she continued in her military career working as a meteorologist. Among the many things Nicole did in the military was working as a hurricane hunter, flying into hurricanes to gather weather data. Nicole Mitchell feels joy, loneliness, happiness, and sadness like all of us. But she has long functioned in an environment where emotions are a liability. Nicole has been trained by life to hold her emotions in, to not let them completely come through. Along the way, Nicole went to law school and became a licensed attorney. And although she doesn't practice law actively, she has donated her time as a lawyer, including the program Wills for Heroes and other work related to children in the courtroom. She has been motivated to provide assistance and care to kids that she didn't always have when she was growing up. There wasn't a lot of money growing up in her mom's home. And so as an adult, she has worked multiple professional jobs and she saves her money. She knows she's fortunate to have resources. Nicole has two sons, Sam and Liam, one she delivered and one she adopted. She balances her life among these interests: her children, her role as a legislator, her role as a daughter, her career in the military. There is very little time left for Nicole, but she is wired to engage the world this way, and she is comfortable with the balance that she's chosen. Nicole Mitchell is a person who always gets things done. She always follows through and keeps her word. Her persistence can be counted on. And when problems come up in the family, she takes the initiative to fix those problems. Losing a parent is always hard. For Nicole, her father Rod's death seemed to come too early. And it also came at a time when Carol was in decline. Carol relied on Rod. He dealt with the logistics of the house, the bills, and many other things. Now, for Nicole, trying to step up for Carol took a lot of juggling, but she did it. Nicole talked, she called, she talked, she checked in. She started a group chat with Carol and her aunts to keep Carol engaged and connected. Nicole actually checked out lawyers to help Carol with the estate. Then, when Carol Mitchell said she'd actually hired Charlie Ramstad, a local attorney, Nicole checked him out and learned he was experienced and that he also had represented the DL Police Department. Sometimes Carol's moods would turn on a dime. She could be loving and paranoid in the same day. Carol accused Nicole and her aunts of stealing a tin box that was supposedly full of documents, and Carol accused them of being obsessed with money. Now, this was false, but despite the false accusation, Nicole persevered, and she did everything she could to make the situation better. Even as she's dealing with her own children, her own grief, the grief of her own children. No matter how Nicole gets treated, she can't write off a family member. By the time Nicole drove to Carol's in April of 2024, Nicole's dad had been dead for more than a year. A year of Carol throwing out, giving away, and donating Rod's things. For all Nicole knew, there may not have been any of Rod's personal belongings even left in the house. Nicole knew that Carol was declining, and eventually Carol wouldn't be able to take care of herself. Nicole actually even went so far as to suggest that Carol could move down to Woodbury, where Nicole lives. Nicole had actually found a facility that would be perfect for Carol. She offered to let Carol stay with her if necessary, because the best facilities often have wait lists. Carol had no interest in this.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Yes, Rob.
I'm going to interrupt, and if you would approach Mr. McDonald.
I apologize.
First name, middle, last.
Please.
Joseph David Robbins, R-O-B-B-I-N-S. That's the last name spelling.
Sir, where are you employed?
Becker County Sheriff's Office, dispatch.
What is your current job title?
Emergency dispatcher for Becker County.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that role for 8 years.
As a dispatcher, what are your duties?
Emergency communications officers, EMS, firefighters, along with surrounding agencies as well.
Mr. Robbins, I want to turn your attention back to the morning hours of April 22nd, 2024. You recall that morning?
Briefly, yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
I would have been working from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Do you recall receiving a call related to a home break-in Detroit Lakes?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you recall at that time?
I believe it was roughly between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. The amount of calls we take in, it's a little bit bleak, but roughly between those times, between 1 and 4, received a call from a female party that stated she had a home burglary or an invasion. Someone broke into her house, and doing so, I contacted law enforcement immediately. After gathering a little bit more info, I asked in detail, I said, oh, how do you know someone's breaking in? Whether it'd be truthful or not, because we do deal with some of those types of calls. She said, and I quote, that I stepped on him in this case. And so we knew that it was actual act of home burglary.
You would have dispatched at that time?
I believe at the time it would have been Officer Wothy and Officer Sternhagen and Deputy Ben Bruce as well. Decided he would go because he's a K-9 unit and trained.
This was in the city limits of Detroit Lakes?
It was.
Are your emergency calls such as that recorded?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that call prior to today?
Yes.
Was it a true and accurate copy of the recording that morning?
Yes.
Did you also have a chance to review a transcript of that telephone call?
Yes.
Was that transcription true and accurate as it related to the audio recording?
Yes.
If I told you Exhibit 1, the phone call was marked as Exhibit 1 in the court's online system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to offer Exhibit 1 as well as Court Exhibit 1A.
I have no objection.
All right. Exhibit 1, and for court exhibit purposes, 1A is received.
I do not have an exhibit sticker for 1A at this time, Your Honor. Apologize.
You can supplement later.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to publish Exhibit 1 and distribute the transcriptions.
All right. You may publish the approach. The transcript is provided to assist you in listening to the recording and will be collected from you at the conclusion of the playing of the recording. The transcript will not be available to you in the deliberation room at the end of the trial. And permission to publish was granted. If we can pass out the transcripts at this time. Mr. McDonald, if you would just wait until the jurors have copies of the transcript. If you can. Does everyone have a copy? All right. And they've acknowledged, so Mr. McDonald, you may publish.
County 911.
Somebody just broke into my house. They just ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
Yeah, I forgot. 709 Granger Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road. Yeah.
Becker 30 car for Activeburg, Granger. 37, party states individual broke into their house and ran down in their basement, 709 Granger Road.
I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Did you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I'm not hearing anything right now.
Okay. But did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window that can crank open. I don't know. It's just there.
I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little stick knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't see any, my yard lights haven't come on outside or anything, you know, the motion light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So it sounded like this individual broke in. RP got up and almost tripped over whoever's lying down inside the house before they ran into the basement. 37 guys. Okay, am I speaking with Carol?
Yes. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh my God.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
Is there any exits in the basement? There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he got it open yet or not.
On the back side of the house, yeah.
What's that?
On the back side of the house, yes.
Okay.
I just turned a small light on in my backyard and I'm trying to look out over that window. And
Did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
no, I haven't. I just heard something and I went downstairs now.
Female police.
Okay.
She believes she heard something else in the basement.
Is that police?
There's officers that just came outside your residence, yeah. You just came in there.
Okay. Hold on a second. Here. There's a shop window in the back side of the house, and I don't know if that's he ran down there.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here. All right, Carol. You can.
Should I hang up?
Yep, you can hang up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Jurors, if you'd pass the transcript down to bailiff. You may continue, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Robbins, at the end of the call there, we heard an officer's voice. Is that correct?
Yes,
Are you aware which officer that was?
I believe that was Officer Wothy and Officer Sternhagen.
But do you recall which one arrived on scene first?
I do not.
Did this 911 call concludes your involvement with this matter?
Yes.
If I recall, you had a busy morning that morning,
With that call, yes.
but were there other calls that morning that were flooding your department?
I wouldn't say flooding, no.
Do you recall, was there another burglary call in a different location?
No.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dispatcher Robbins.
Morning.
Do you still have a copy of the transcript of the 911 call?
I do not in front of me, though.
Yeah, if I may approach, I'm going to provide you a copy.
You may.
Sure. And that appears to be the transcript of the call that we just listened to?
Yes.
All right. You see on the left side of that transcript that there are numbers to indicate the line of when someone says what and so on?
Yes.
All right. Do you see at line 26 where Nicole Mitchell says, I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what? Is that clear?
Yes.
Is there any point before line 26 where you use he or him?
No.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that on line 32, Carol Mitchell also says he was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, dispatcher. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Robbins, would it be a fair conclusion that the caller believed in those initial moments that a male was in her house?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. I'll treat you.
You would.
Your Honor, may I approach with the marked court exhibit?
You may. You may step down, dispatcher. Again, watch your step. Thank you. Too many objects behind the bench. Mr. McDonald, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Joseph Sternhagen.
Officer, if you'd come forward, please. Once again, if you go around council table, I know it's a tight squeeze there. You come forward and be sworn. Right here.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say aye.
All right, please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Joseph Daniel Sternhagen, Sternhagen.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
City of Detroit Lakes Police Department.
And what is your current job title?
Current? Investigator.
What was your job title in April of 2024?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been a licensed peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Since 2010.
Would you please outline your educational background?
I have a 4-year degree in law enforcement, and then my continuing education every 3 years. I meet the requirements for hours.
Where did you get your degree from?
Mankato State University.
Do you have prior law enforcement experience before joining the Detroit Lakes Force?
Yes, I worked for the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs at Standing Rock, and then City of LeSueur.
Officer Sternhagen, what did you do prior to joining law enforcement?
I was in the Army.
You're a veteran?
Yes,
Are you retired or still active?
I'm retired.
Were you deployed, sir?
Yes, I was.
How many tours?
Just one tour in 2005 to Iraq.
So in 2024, you were a patrol officer?
Yes.
As
What date? Sorry.
I'm sorry, in April 2024?
Yes.
Apologize for interrupting. Officer Sternhagen, what do your duties consist of as a patrol officer?
Enforce traffic and criminal law in city of Detroit Lakes.
Sir, were you working on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been assigned to?
The 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift.
Do you recall being dispatched to a burglary call that morning?
Yes.
Where was the location of that call?
It was on Granger Road. I don't remember the exact address.
Is it here in the city of Detroit Lakes?
Yes, it was.
In Becker County?
Yes, it was.
Officer Sternhagen, to the best of your recollection, can you walk us through your response that morning?
There's a call of an active burglary to the residents on Granger, and I responded. My partner got there before me, and I entered the house. I could hear him yelling, "Show me your hands." He was on the stairs. I walked downstairs. The caller stated, and my partner stated they could hear the person under the stairs. So
some rustling, is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. And when you refer to your partner, who is that?
Officer Ethan Woothie.
Okay. So what happened next?
Searched underneath the stairs first, and then I came back through the hallway, and the door was open to the bathroom, which wasn't previously open when I first walked by. And then I saw a female dressed all in black with their hands up like this.
Okay. Were you later able to ascertain who that female was?
Yes.
Okay. What name or what was her identity?
Nicole Mitchell. Nicole Lynn Mitchell, actually. So
Saw Miss Mitchell again. Would you recognize her?
yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you outline where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a purple shirt and can't really tell what pants, black or gray pants.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay. So what happened as you first detained that individual?
I ordered her to the ground. Officer Ethan Woothie handcuffed her, and then helped her up and asked her if she had anything on her.
Prior to her even getting off the ground, did she make any statements?
Yes.
Okay, what did she say at that time?
When she was on the ground, she said, "Carol, it's me, Nicole."
And Officer Sternhagen, this entire encounter was recorded on body cameras. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you're doing your best to remember here this morning, but
Yes.
Whatever's on the recording is what transpired and what was said. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you recover any items from her at that time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
She said she had a flashlight in her waistband, and she grabbed it from behind her, and then it fell to the ground. It was a flashlight with a sock over the lens, attached by a rubber band, secured by a rubber band.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Officer Sternhagen, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
That's the flashlight that she pulled out of her waistband.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 2.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is received. You can just set it right there.
So at this point, the defendant is detained, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where do you walk to next?
Into the living room. And then she said she wanted to get some shoes.
Okay, was that, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes,
So she did not have her shoes on at that time?
she did not.
Okay, and where did she recover her shoes from?
They were under the couch. I let her first try to get them, but she was handcuffed. So she pushed them further underneath with her feet when she was trying to get them on. So
Does the defendant continue to talk during this time?
she does.
Okay, what else did she say?
I don't remember the exact order, but clearly I'm not good at this, and I'm a military commander, for God's sake.
Was the homeowner present as you were detaining the defendant?
Yes, she was.
Okay, was that a brief time period?
Yes.
And eventually the parties were separated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Where was the defendant led to next?
I walked her upstairs and then outside to my squad car.
What did you do once she was in your squad car?
I made sure her cuffs were properly fitted and she was comfortable, and then I read her Miranda rights.
Was she willing to speak to you at that time?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, can you summarize what the defendant told you at that time?
She was upset with the relationship with her stepmother. Her stepmother stopped speaking to her. She left her house in Woodbury at 1 a.m. to come to the residence in Detroit Lakes to get some of her father's items. Ashes, a flannel shirt, and other mementos, she said. She said she entered through a window in the backyard. She said it's where the backpack was. But I never made it to the backyard to see where actually she made entry. So
Your immediate response was to get in the home and find the individual. Is that fair to say?
yes,
So you were never tasked with canvassing the yard or the house?
no,
Did she reference, did the defendant reference her, her stepmother's condition at that time?
she says she had advanced Alzheimer's.
At any point during that statement, did the defendant say that she was concerned or that's why she was at the residence?
Never. She never said that.
At some point, did you ask the defendant when the last time she talked to the homeowner, Miss Mitchell, was?
Yes, I believe she said October, November.
Just to clarify, did she differentiate between the last time she was at the house and when the last time they actually communicated?
I can't, without seeing my report, can't
Okay.
clearly answer that.
Would again, the statement would be accurate on your body camera recording?
Yes.
Did the defendant, was anything of the defendant's recovered from the scene?
The backpack was propped in the back window.
She say that was her backpack?
Yes.
Were you in charge of going through that backpack?
No.
Who processed the backpack?
Officer Woothie.
Where did you go next, Officer Sternhagen?
I transported her to the Becker County Jail.
She was booked in, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you continue to converse with her?
Yes.
Okay. What did she tell you at the jail?
Well, I asked her what got her to this point, and she said it's been her father's possessions have been weighing on her, and it's been hard for her to sleep, and that's what drove her to this point.
At any point in your conversations with the defendant at the jail, did she ever express concern over her stepmother's well-being?
No.
At any point throughout that entire interaction, whether at the house or at the jail, did the defendant state that she was there to, quote, check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
At any point throughout your entire interaction with the defendant, did she state anything about medical information that she found out about Carol Mitchell?
No, she did not.
And Officer Sternhagen, you were equipped with a body-worn camera that early morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, this entire encounter was recorded?
It was.
Did you have a chance to review said recording prior to court today?
Yes.
Was there a slight edit for efficiency reasons?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
The drive from the house to jail.
And just to be clear, did the defendant make any statements during that drive?
No, she did not.
If I told you that your body camera footage was in the court's exhibit system as Exhibit 7, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I would not.
And you had a chance to review that prior today?
Yes,
And was it true and accurate?
it was.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 7 at this time.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay. Exhibit 7 is received.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do not talk about this case amongst yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen.
All right, a morning break in the trial of Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court that is in Detroit Lakes. We've heard opening statements here from both the prosecution and the defense, and then the first of two witnesses on the stand, a 911 dispatcher that took the call from the home of Carol Mitchell saying that somebody was in the house, a home invasion, and then one of the officers that responded testifying to what he saw, his interactions with Nicole Mitchell there, putting her in handcuffs, putting her in the squad car, and the statements that she had made during that process. And they're going to be, they're preparing to play some body-worn camera of that as well, but they have not gotten to that point, taking a break right now. So
that'll be fascinating though, right? The sitting state senator, we've seen the mugshot, the booking photo of her in the black.
Yeah.
You know, that will be a jarring, moment, I think, with that body-worn camera coming up. But an interesting start.
Yeah.
The state going about 10 minutes in their opening statement. And it's interesting because, we start out knowing this case just through the criminal complaint, the charging document. And, as news reporters, we'll highlight, certain elements and her statements that are made where it seems so damning in the moment in writing are clearly huge. I mean, the county attorney there, I know I did something bad. It was the first statement he made to the jury. That's Nicole Mitchell allegedly being quoted. We'll see it in the body-worn camera of at least one of these officers. I know I did something bad. He repeated it 3 times. It's how he started his opening statement. It's how he ended his opening statement to that jury. But he was basically describing that she knew what she did was wrong, that it was criminal. Obviously, the defense is going to come back that it was human. It was her desperate, that the stepmother was in deteriorating Alzheimer's condition.
Yep.
And then she was there just purely to help, not to steal anything, not to do anything criminal. But then the prosecutor trying to establish an intent, an acknowledgement, a culpability in the moment. So we're off and running.
Yeah, and to sum it up here, the prosecutor, Brian McDonald, the Becker County attorney, he said this case won't be about speculation, not about trying to read between the lines. It'll be about what the defendant did and what she admitted to. And then later said the evidence will show the defendant broke into someone's home and did so with the intent to take items, and that is a burglary. So again, going by the elements of the charged crime, Bruce Ringstrom, her defense attorney, then talked about the relationship with the family and the relationship with the stepmother, after her father died, that the fear of loss and regret burned inside of her. And he got to the point that, the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning that Nicole Mitchell, why she was there to check on an aging parent. Our defense is that there's no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help that is offered, saying that prosecution must
The witnesses' videos are
RP got up and almost tripped over whoever's lying down in the house before they ran into the basement. Very good job. Is there any exit from the basement? There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he got it open yet or not.
in the courtroom. The first two witnesses on the stand, dispatcher Joseph Robbins of the Becker County Sheriff's Office, who took a 911 call, Officer Joe Sternhagen of the Detroit Lakes Police Department, who responded, and his body-worn camera video was shown. The third witness was Carol Mitchell, the stepmother of Nicole Mitchell, the occupant of the home that was also the senator's late father's home as well. Her testimony was not on camera or on microphone, so that we're not able to bring that to you. But now, about to take the stand, Deputy Leah Honer of the Becker County Sheriff's Office. She was a former corrections officer in the Becker County Jail, so she will testify to Nicole Mitchell being brought into the jail and interactions she may have had once that occurred. So here you go, Deputy Leah Honer of the Becker County Sheriff's Office, now taking the stand.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Leah Honer, Honer.
Ms. Honer, where are you employed?
The Becker County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current job title?
Deputy.
Ms. Honer, where were you employed in April of last year, 2024?
At the Becker County Jail.
And what was your job title there?
Correctional officer.
As a correctional officer, what are your duties?
Like maintain safety and well-being of the inmates, doing well-being checks, when officers bring people into jail, doing the initial pat search, then end up booking them in on their charges.
Ms. Honer, do you have a document in your hand?
Yes.
Can you please make sure it's turned over and that you're testifying from memory and not any paper?
It's turned over.
Thank you. So you just told us what your duties were as a corrections officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024
Yes.
at the Becker County Jail?
Correct.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
The overnight shift.
Do you recall a female suspect named Nicole Mitchell coming into custody that morning?
Yes.
Did you assist with the booking process involving the defendant?
Yes.
Excuse me, involving Miss Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you please walk us through and explain what occurred as you booked in the defendant?
When the defendant walked into the pre-booking area, that's where we were met by the arresting officer. I then instructed her to go towards the wall. We have like a brick wall with 2 red handprints on the wall, and to face the wall as she was handcuffed. Then I performed my pre-search, just looking for any like bulky weapons or any other bulky items on her person. Then once I didn't find anything of sort in that, I asked if she would comply if I took the handcuffs off. She stated she would. And then I performed more of a in-depth pat search.
When you performed that in-depth search, did you locate any items?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you what they were, what it was?
Yes.
What did she say at that time?
A flashlight.
Was this a traditional flashlight?
No.
Where were those gloves placed after you took them?
I then handed them to Correctional Officer Eric.
Ms. Honer, is the booking room equipped with video recording equipment?
Yes.
Was this encounter recorded?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that booking video prior to today?
Yes.
Was it modified down for efficiency reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Was the version you reviewed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I told you that it was marked Exhibit 8 in the court's exhibit system. Would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 8 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 8 is received.
Would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Now publishing Exhibit 8. Ms. Honer, is it accurate to say those gloves were placed on the counter then?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know, and only if you know, was Officer Sternhagen advised of those gloves?
I do not recall.
After the defendant was booked and later on, did you have a chance to obtain some still photographs of those gloves?
I do not.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Did you and your team at any point research what you believe that item to be?
Yes.
And what did you do? How did you research it?
I did just a basic Google search.
Okay, and what did you discover?
That it appeared to be relatively the same object.
Ms. Honer, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Is that appearing on your screen?
Oh.
Whoops. There. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the website or a picture of the website that you researched?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of what you found?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 9.
No objection. Exhibit 9 is received.
Asked to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
And again, Ms. Honer, this appeared consistent with the item you removed from the defendant?
Yes.
That's it for the exhibit, Your Honor. Finally, Ms. Honer, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 13. Just one moment. Okay. Is that exhibit now on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
An Amazon receipt.
Did you have a chance to review this receipt prior to court?
Yes.
Okay. And were you advised of where this came from?
Yes.
Can you tell us where?
The defendant's attorney.
Is this a true and accurate copy of that receipt that you reviewed prior to court?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 13.
No objection. Exhibit 13 is received.
Asked to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Honer, could you tell us what the second item listed on that receipt is titled? Just the first part of it.
The second item.
Yes, the second item.
That would be the toilet bowl cleaner with handle.
I'm sorry, the third item. Forgive me.
That would be the Mopey Joe LED flashlight gloves. Gifts for men, him, dad, or boyfriend.
And the apparent date on this receipt?
February 26, 2023.
Thank you. Ms. Honer, was your involvement in booking the defendant, did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Honer.
Afternoon.
You broke down your search into a pre-search and a full search. Were you the only female correction officer on duty at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So how detailed is a full search in that context?
That's going over like the waistband multiple times. They're wearing leggings. Sometimes leggings have a pocket on the inside, so you go feel through the leggings with your fingers and your hands, and then with that you're basically just feeling over pretty much every like limb and more in depth.
Sure. And so when somebody is arrested, they don't have the same right to privacy. It's your job to be kind of physically intrusive and check very carefully. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
In the process of doing the full search, did you find that Nicole Mitchell had any other like garments under her normal garments? I mean, like, was she wearing an extra pair of pants or shorts underneath her leggings?
I do not recall.
Okay. If she had been, would you expect to have put that in your report?
Yes.
Was she wearing any men's clothing underneath the clothing that we saw in the video?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. Did you see a flannel shirt?
No.
Okay. Besides the flashlight and her jewelry, and I guess what was the jewelry in question?
I do not recall.
Okay. Besides the flashlight and jewelry, was there anything else that you removed from Nicole Mitchell?
Her shoes.
Her shoes. Okay. And did those shoes appear to fit her feet? That is to say, they didn't seem that they were somebody else's shoes?
They appeared to fit.
Okay. Deputy Honer, did you take a picture of the actual flashlight glove when it was in the booking room?
I did not.
Deputy Honer, did you generate a report after someone else asked you to do so?
I did.
And was there also a correction officer, Eric Scott, in that room at the time?
Yes.
And you could see him. Did we see him on that video?
Yes.
Okay. So it's clear that he was interacting with Nicole Mitchell at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Honer. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Ms. Honer, are you aware, do you know if those flashlight gloves were retained?
I don't understand.
Do you know what became of those flashlight gloves that were recovered?
When I left the pre-booking area, I went and resumed my post at Rover, which is on the opposite side of the building.
So do you or do you not know what happened to those gloves?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Engstrom?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Deputy, you may step down.
All right, that is continuing.
All right, I'm gonna
coverage here
mute
of the
them.
trial of State
Was
Senator
that
Nicole
testimony
Mitchell in Becker County Court,
painful for anyone else?
Detroit Lakes. That was
Yeah, she seemed kind of I don't know what the word I'm looking for there is. It was definitely
April of last
not the best
year, she was
testimony
a
I've seen in these
correctional
cases that
officer
we've watched over
in
the years.
Becker County Jail. So what she testified to, it was pretty short.
Very
They
peculiar, I
showed
think,
basically the
for
video from
a
the jail, the
detention
booking
officer.
area. There's
Usually,
no
when you go to
audio there. They
jail,
just
the
showed,
detention
Nicole
officer,
Mitchell
jailer,
coming in.
whatever their term is,
And then they asked her
they're
about some
gonna
of the
search you.
items,
They're gonna do an initial search when you go into the one area,
and one of
just
them
like
was
they're
a pair of
detailing any
gloves,
property taken off. You just goes into
that
a
are
bin.
flashlight
It'll
gloves.
be
And
detailed
then it
when it
showed
goes into
also a
your
receipt
your
from
actual
Amazon
property.
showing
Anything
that
that's
Nicole
evidence
Mitchell
law
is the one
enforcement
that
should take
purchased
there.
a
It's
pair
very
of
strange
flashlight
that they're
gloves
using
matching what they found, and they're
this
basically a
detention
pair of
officer,
black
or at
gloves.
the time was a
There's an
detention
LED light
officer,
on the thumb and on
to
one of the fingers.
lay some
And,
foundation for
you know,
some
there's no
flashlight
evidence
gloves.
that saw that
It was painful.
whether
Now,
she
was she a detention officer for the sheriff's department for the main jail, or was she like a
she
detention
did was
officer for the big prison?
her, and you know that
No,
would
no,
be
no.
part of the
When you get
evidence
arrested,
that
you go to the county
prosecution's
jail.
using
So she
show
works for the sheriff's
possession of
office. The
burglary
dispatcher works
tools.
for the
I
sheriff's
would
office. The
assume.
guys in the brown uniform.
Thinking it out,
Local police
driving
department,
up there,
who
the
takes
house
their
she was
prisoners to the
dressed
county
at,
jail.
that
I
early
guess like that in
morning,
most states. But
hiding the car,
was wearing a darker uniform.
off of the
Two
main
different
street
agencies
into
there, but
house.
the
So
sheriff's
all of
office
these
comes into
sort of
play.
thought
It's just
processing
you don't
things,
see
scheming, the
Yes.
planning.
detention
With
staff
the
or
intent to
jailers
enter
getting
and
into
enter
to
surreptitiously.
testify,
Right.
especially to
yeah.
establish some sort of
thought,
foundation
I mean,
for evidence.
it's
I
kind
just
of
find
always
that very
interesting, little
odd. I'm
nuggets
curious
that
to see
pop
how it
up,
plays
little
out.
breadcrumbs, but,
Yeah, I don't
you
think
know,
I've ever seen that
on
before.
cross-examination
And
would ask,
as you know, one of my sons is a corrections officer, the other was a sheriff's officer, and I don't think I've ever heard of the corrections officer son of mine ever testifying ever.
Wearing any men's clothes underneath the
You'll have it. I'll be honest with you. A lot of times they'll have it for statements that people will make that they made in front of a detention officer or jailer that didn't make anywhere else. I always
so
I
interesting
think
how
it's
those,
weak
you know,
if the
a little
prosecution's
witness like
bringing that into play.
Yep.
It feels like filler.
Yeah,
Like he doesn't. Like he knows he doesn't have a case, so he's got
to say she
bring
didn't
in
have anything
filler.
on her, she didn't remove anything.
Well, this case,
and of course, the biggest thing.
There was nothing really garnered from that other than her. She didn't wear bigger shoes and stuff them with newspaper to make different footprints.
I don't want to
Hold
say it's
up.
going to
Pump
hinge
the
on what
brakes.
she says.
This was the prosecution's witness. They call this witness to establish, I think, some sort of foundation for these flashlight gloves. This is the first time I heard of these.
How she came across the Alzheimer's.
I don't know where it's at, or if they're trying to safeguard what they think the defense is going to say. Maybe these gloves were mishandled. Maybe they went somewhere they weren't supposed to. I don't know.
She was.
Well, what
I've
are
seen
they?
these gloves.
Notes of the time.
Go ahead,
she was
Fidgy.
on roughly
That's what I was
about
going to ask, Ron. Was
35 to
what are
40 minutes
flashlight gloves?
ish after the
So
lunch break.
I've
Prior
seen
to
them
the lunch
before. You
break,
can find them on most tool
maybe
trucks.
45 minutes to an hour.
Any
I
reputable
think.
tool truck will have something along those lines. It's basically there's two different kinds. There's ones that look like mechanics gloves, and towards the fingertip there's a small LED light on a couple of the fingers. And then there's another type out there where it's more like just kind of a wrap that goes over the palm of your hand, almost looks like a kind of a shooting glove without fingertips on it. That also, same principle, has LEDs on them. I think they're gimmicky. They're neat. Me being a mechanic at this point in my life, I can't see myself ever using them. I can see them getting in the way, being bulky, filling with grease. But obviously, for this person, what she was using them for, they may be a good application.
Is unfolding right here, right now.
Oh, okay.
My point is why are we seeing a jailer giving the foundation on it to the point where they even had her read an Amazon receipt that was provided by the defense? I just find it strange.
I do. I find that odd. You think that would be something that would come from the prosecution, defense, or even the sheriff's officer? You wouldn't be getting the jailer involved in that because that evidence would already have been collected at the scene. So you'd want the people who collected it, not somebody who was at the jail. Unless those gloves came out of her pocket and they did a bad frisk when they picked her up.
And her being more paranoid.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the purpose of bringing that in and establishing some foundation. If I'm right, this establishes some foundation to something that's going to come up in some future testimony. Remember, we haven't heard from the detective that actually is going to investigate this, do analysis on all the evidence that's found, and
she testified to as well.
We should find out
the scope of that.
But these two
laptops,
laptops,
the defense attorney can only ask
both or one of those laptops come out of the house
that are brought up by the
that kind of hurts the defense's thing.
So you don't have free reign to ask her whatever you want.
Sentimental mementos.
What's been
when in
established
fact,
by the prosecution, it was their witness, and then the
a
defense
computer could be very telling to someone's financial
that.
situation.
If they get outside of that, it's a beyond the scope of objection. And but again,
I'm going to go back and say while we're waiting on the trial to go back,
exactly what she testified to.
Bringing up the next.
Now we are on a.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. You could find a lot about somebody about their computer. Hell, just the type of computer they have will tell you a lot about the person.
Wait till the next
brands. Well, if you got money, you can transfer money out of my bank account into your own.
At the jail, now a deputy.
Yeah, depending what kind of computer you have.
From her about.
Which is why you should not save passwords on like a notepad in your phone.
In her possession, at least. And
I agree with that, but there are some things out there called password vaults that are encrypted that require a password to get into.
Use them.
And I definitely recommend anybody who's listening that might not know about those, definitely get a password vault. Keep it on your computer and your phone. That's something great to have. You can access all your passwords, and you don't have to worry about it. You can find it for free online or 99 cents. It all depends on how you want to go with it.
Well, back to the case. I think that the detective should be able to tell us more about the laptop, what was on the laptop, or what could have been accessed from the laptop. There should be an analysis of this type of evidence. I'm expecting to see that brought in with the detective. I'm befuddled with the detention officer. Something went wrong, or something is not normal with these gloves, and this is why they felt the need to bring the detention officer in. Very strange.
Well, I have a question.
That we're seeing in
like, when did she get those
media went
gloves?
to court to try to get that body-worn camera footage released.
It was on the Amazon receipt.
As opposed to
I don't
motions, but
remember.
it never was eventually released until
Was it
right
Was
now.
it
it's
I mean,
housed
was
in
it
play,
recently before
in the
the?
Capitol. I mean, I know Nicole Mitchell.
It was part of the planning, right?
Are you saying that?
Out of prison,
Are you saying that they could go to intent? I think that she drove. It's like a 3 to 4 hour one-way trip that she left her house at 1 o'clock in the morning, dressed in black garb, with a flashlight with a sock over it, goes into establish all the intent they need. I think the prosecution needed to bring up these gloves, but there's something about them that they're bringing them up. I don't know if it's a snafu or an issue on the state side, or they're laying that down for foundation to show something else. I'm just not sure. Very odd, I'd say.
In terms of the prosecution establishing the facts that these things occurred that fit the.
And I don't know that they helped with the jury. That jury may have walked away from that testimony going, I'm not even sure what the hell I just listened to.
With this family situation.
It's very bad.
So,
but I'll go back to the officer. With the exception of the dispatcher, I thought the dispatcher did a decent job. But the responding officer, I think his testimony was
special continuing
very bad. Not that it hurt the state, he just doesn't come across very.
Of State Senator
he had a tendency to be helpful to the prosecution and adversarial when the defense jumped up, and I think it's a bad way, especially when you're supposed to be the uninterested third party in a case. And then you had the detention officer; she just froze like deer in the headlights. She was having trouble understanding simple questions. But I'm just analyzing maybe too much on that. But I do notice these things. I think.
Yeah, she.
No, go ahead.
She kind of struck me as he was sitting there the whole time going, I'm not sure what I'm going to add to this. Like, why am I here?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and I get being. I mean, it's whether you're not on camera or not, it's nervous testifying in court. But as I'll say that as police officers and deputies, you should, by year 2, you should have done it enough to get comfortable in it. There's classes you can take. There's things that you can do to make yourself comport better on a witness stand. And one of those is that you're neutral. I'm here to tell the truth. I'm here to tell I'm not here to help the defense case. I'm not here to help the prosecution. I'm here to just lay out the evidence and let someone else decide, is my opinion on how police officers should testify. I don't like it when I hear them get adversarial with the defense. They should be just as open and flowing with the defense as they are the state. Otherwise, I don't like that. I think it's a bad look.
Well, it would be unprofessional, and I think the key is to be a professional. You're representing a department. You're representing justice. Be professional.
Well, really, one of the reasons that the police officer's testimony is strong in a case is that they're supposed to be the uninterested third party. I showed up, I saw what I saw, I did what I did based on these facts and circumstances.
Come back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell.
I don't like it when they're overflowing with
and
information when the prosecution is asking questions, and then they tighten up, and you better ask the question exactly right to me when they get to the defense. And I saw that with the responding officer twice.
Then occupied or was occupied by
blowing
her
with
stepmother,
the obvious answer until it was asked very directly.
But in
I
the
just think that's a bad look. You're supposed to be an uninterested third party. I'm here with just the facts. I don't care about the defendant. I don't care about the state necessarily. I don't really care about the outcome of this whole situation. I'm here to tell you what I tell you.
What's interesting is, again, she testified. We don't know exactly what she said, but we did hear her 911 call that she made. She didn't know who
Let's
was
hear
in the
what
house. She just knew
these
that somebody
guys are
was in the house.
pontificating
And
about.
she's scared. I mean, you
Yeah.
can clearly tell in the audio that you hear, stepped on.
Yeah.
As long as, again, I know when we were talking to Marcer, maybe an ability, when defense was questioning her today, perhaps to establish that, she wasn't really lying underneath and didn't step on her. But there's certainly the suggestion in this 911 tape that she got out of bed and stepped on
somebody.
And
she didn't know who it was when she made the 911 call. And the defense pointed this out too, that she said him or he, meaning again, she just knew that somebody was in her home.
Right.
And it was, obviously for anybody is going to be an extraordinarily terrifying situation if you believe somebody is in your house. And said they went down to the basement. So, I mean, clearly not only knew they were there, but knew where they went, but didn't know who it was. And so it was kind of labeled as a home invasion, which to many counts, it feels that way.
Yeah, no, it does. And then we would subsequently watch the body worn.
I think in reality it is. There's no statute that home invasion can't be conducted by a family member.
Now one.
I can see what's going back on.
Somebody just broke into my house. They just ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
Oh my God. 709 Granger Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road. Yeah.
Becker 30 car for Ackenberg, Granger. 37, party states, individual broke into their house and ran down in the basement, 709 Granger Road.
I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Did you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I'm not hearing anything right now.
Okay. But did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window that can crank open. I don't know. He's just here.
All right, I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't see any, my yard lights haven't come on outside or anything, the motion light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So it sounded like this individual broke in. RP got up and almost tripped over whoever's
All right, they're just replaying the 911 call. Another significant point about this, I don't think the jury can ignore, is that she didn't park in front of the house. She parked around the block.
Am I speaking with Carol?
This was a crime. This was a burglary. I don't see how anything the defense could bring to bear to dampen that.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
And those folks on the Fox 9, which is a local station that's providing the feed on this, they're talking about the woman, the victim says in the middle of the night as she gets up and somebody's in her house that she says he, as an indication that I guess it could be someone else, but I think that's ridiculous. The jury knows exactly what's up. In fact, I would imagine that the jury pretty much has their mind made up, and it's an uphill climb for the defense.
Did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
No.
I mean, really, the kind of war game, what could they bring to bear? And they've already said that she was backed into a corner, felt like she had to do this. She just had no other way out, and she made a stupid decision, but she's not a real burglar. She's not a real criminal. She was just distraught over the situation, felt like this is the only relief she could get, which is very weak defense. But that's the only thing I think they can bring to bear. What else could they show that would dampen or throw water on some of the evidence that we've seen already?
Well, what does she consider a real burglar or a real criminal? I mean, does she think that because of her stature that she's not entitled to be prosecuted like everybody else?
it kind of indicates that, right? Kind of uppity, like, well, you know, it was my stepmother, and she was in advanced stages. And the defense says advanced stages. The prosecution says she's been recently diagnosed in the early stages. But I will say
there
that
you go. That was a recording of the 911 call made by Carol Mitchell.
The phone call.
Early morning
She
hours
did not
of
sound like an
April
Alzheimer's
22nd,
patient.
2024.
No, not
at all.
that
She was
somebody was in
completely
her home,
coherent.
didn't
She
know who it
she
was.
even had the
You hear the
wherewithal
fear
to
in
have
her
something
voice.
in her hand.
Understandably
She
so, we'd all be
responded to
terrified
that,
if we
right?
woke up and knew
Well,
that
she
somebody
also
was in our
that
home.
she has sensors on her
And
lights, and
that's what
she had
got
the
police out
wherewithal
there in a
and was
hurry
lucid enough to look
and
outside to see if the lights had gone off, if
discovered
anybody had
Nicole
passed through.
in the basement
So she
where
had
they
made the
took her
deduction that the
into
person must still
custody.
be in the
So,
house because they haven't
we
passed my lights
are
that would come
probably
on if
5
somebody had
minutes or
just
so
run
away
out.
from being
So
able to
I say she's
resume
extremely lucid.
our court coverage here with the
And
next
she was
witness
lucid
on the
enough to
stand.
be
Again,
on
we
the
are
witness
doing
stand
this
for
via
almost
about a
2
10-minute
hours.
video delay from the court is part
And
of our
Nicole,
agreement with having the audio and
like
visual coverage. So in about
when their
5 minutes, we have
testimony that
another,
Nicole had said, "I'm a military
police
commander, for
officer who
God's
responded
sakes."
that day, who's now a sheriff's deputy, and took
She
body
did.
worn
I don't
cameras.
know
So
that it
That was a
you'll
little
see that
elitist right
his
there. I mean,
version
it was a
of
little
the
bit,
body
you know.
worn camera
I
from
think
his
it's
Like you
view,
can,
fascinating,
I think of the way she said it
different
was almost
angle
in
on it.
shame.
It appeared he would have been
Like
the
I'm
first
here
one in the
this,
home
and
because,
I'm better than
the
this.
second
Is kind
officer
of
we
what
heard
she's
from
saying. So
Fern
I
Hagen.
don't know if I
Yeah,
would cast
yeah.
a stone
And
against her on
now,
there. I think her
his name.
defense
So
in
he's,
itself is the
we'll see
uppity
him
part.
shortly
That
in terms of that
yeah.
911 call
I
we
meet
just
all the
listened to.
elements for
That
burglary
was played
because they
this
do.
morning,
The
mid-morning.
body worn
First
cam,
witness,
honestly,
the state
meets
called
it
the
proves
dispatcher
everything. I think
who
beyond a
took the
reasonable doubt for
911
most
call,
people.
whose voice you
That
hear,
all the elements for this
about
offense
the
are met. That
response.
she broke
Again,
into the house to
burglary
commit a
that sent
theft.
officers to the
She
house.
said it.
I think at
Go ahead,
this
Joe.
point, if you start
No, finish
stacking
up.
up
Go ahead.
how the state
No, I
of
was going to say, just on
witnesses,
kind of a personal
police
thing,
on
anytime
scene,
somebody
and
brings up
dispatch
their
on the
prior
call,
military service, whether
I
it's
do
positive
still
or
wonder
negative,
about putting
always
counter
gets under
what
my
they did
skin
this
because
morning.
it's
The
almost like
mother,
sometimes they
I
expect that to alleviate them
speculate that
of responsibility, or it should in some way
whether
sway the
it's
decision
And then
because
also
they
let us
served, and that's just always kind of gotten underneath my
was
skin.
the one that made the
Yeah, I've always
911
said
call.
that they don't want to be mistaken for a common
how
man.
much they got into
You
some of
need to know that they're special,
seething
and they'll tell
elements in
you
the family
because of their
trauma.
military service. I agree with
Again,
you.
another police officer.
Yeah,
now
and that was the
sheriff's
feeling
deputy,
I
will be up
got
next. There's
when she
a
did
couple
that. It
more
kind of, and
officers,
then later
an
on, you
investigator,
guys
the
were just
police
talking,
chief, also on the
and
prosecution
she
witness
gave
list,
another thing that
and
kind of
then some
sounded like,
other
"You can't do this to
family
me.
members and
I'm better than
friends
that.
as well on their list too. So
I'm not your common
Marsh
person."
Hallberg was saying that
Well,
he
I think
thought,
the other
this
telling
could be
thing
wrapped
about
up in just
screamed
a
liberal
few
white
days.
It
woman
does feel like
is
it's
going
moving
to
along.
be
And one
she
thing
went
that
there in a
still would
Prius
be
and
left
parked
to,
it around
to
the
come
corner.
is establishing the
She drove
probate
there in her
situation.
Prius.
I know they
Who in the hell drives a Prius except for, well, I guess,
the probate ruling that
I guess liberals tend to drive Priuses and,
And who she is now, right?
Subarus.
She's a Democratic senator and had some good standing there in the state of Minnesota. She's pushed a lot of these bills about what's interesting is that they were at the time of this crime, they were considering passing a bill that would require you to, whenever a firearm wasn't in your hand while you slept, while you weren't actively using it or holding it in complete direct control of it, you had to have it locked into a what they called a lockbox or a safe, and the ammunition stored in a separate. You had to have two containers that were
as well.
tamper-proof.
Again, about
I think
2
is what
minutes
the law
away,
read.
a little more
But they
than
were
that
trying to
before
do
we get
that,
back
and at
to,
the same time this case
continuing
came about,
coverage here.
I remember.
Let's talk
Well, think about it.
about a different legal.
They're wanting
situation
you
going on
to
here.
make sure that you don't have access to a firearm in case somebody breaks in your house and lays at the foot of your bed, maybe there to harm you, but you would have to go to two containers to be able to defend yourself. That bill actually failed in the state legislature, but it was she was one of the,
Hoffman.
I think she was a supporter of this bill, and that's why I called it the
3 o'clock
Burglary
so
Safe
Central
Act.
Time if you're
We're going to
watching
keep the
elsewhere.
burglars
So we're about
safe, and
2:40, about
that's
20
something
minutes
near and dear to her
away.
heart.
Federal
She's a
officials
burglar.
are gathering, also local law
Yeah, I'm glad
enforcement
she's
in
found a
downtown,
cause she can advocate
Minneapolis,
for.
to
And
discuss
guys,
developments
folks,
in the
she's
Van
still
Pelter case. Again,
in good
just a
standing
political
senator. And of course, she's she's convicted, I think they might toss her out, but she's
the trial
still
was set to begin the Monday
voted
after
in the last session.
the attack.
She's still making laws in the state of Minnesota.
U.S. Attorney's Office.
You think the Democrats have really crossed out a criminal?
U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson.
I don't think they have a
so
choice.
I know I talked to Joe,
and she probably won't make the next
when
legislative
Vance
session.
Belcher was at court.
Well, if
left.
she's convicted, they're not going to really
And,
have a choice because she's not going to be able to
when I
make
said,
it. But
"Hey,
with
what's
that
the
being
next court
said,
date?" And he said,
I'm going to need to
"Well,
look
that
this
is
up, but
all
there is a
depends
current
on
state
when the
right now
grand
where there is
jury
a
comes
serving
back
senator that
with
is
an
physically
indictment,
sitting
and
in
they have
jail
basically
and
a
cannot
month
make the legislative session, and they
from
refuse
the
to remove that
criminal
person.
complaint,
Well,
which
they,
came
they
out
tried to
on,
remove
I
her
think, June
early on when
15th
she
They
was
did, yeah.
of the day.
indicted on this,
And so
using
today's a month
some
later.
standing
So
House rules or Senate rules on ethics. And
The feds
I
had
don't see
charged
her. I don't see her staying as
murder,
a senator if she's
gun
convicted
possession,
on this. And I
stalking,
really do think she
but
will be
that they
convicted.
would
But
need a
yeah,
grand jury
I think her
indictment to then proceed, and they would
political
have the
career is
30
done.
days. So we think all of these
Well,
elected
I think we
officials are
found
coming
out,
together again at the top
and this is just a broad statement,
downtown
broad sweeping
Minneapolis
brush on
federal
this one. We
courthouse
found out in the
to, we
past,
think,
6
announce
to
a
10 months
formal
that
indictment against
in
Vance
general, the
Jeffers, who's
Democratic
obviously currently
Party,
in jail
not to get
here
too
in
political, is
And it
definitely going
could
the wrong
be
direction. And to see
some of the same charges
this
that were in the
happening
initial
isn't
criminal
surprising.
complaint.
And
There
then
could
I'm
be
not
different
saying that
ones
the other
or
party's not
additional
above
ones
this
as
by any
well.
means. They're all
Is
crooks, no
what
matter how you
Acting
look at
U.S.
it. But
Attorney Joe
this
Thompson
this
was
shouldn't be
explaining
surprising
last
to
time we
anybody to see
talked
this happening.
a couple of weeks
I
ago.
don't know that
All right, we're going to
her political
resume our
affiliation
coverage, though, of the
stimulated her
Senator
committing
Nicole
this
Mitchell
crime.
trial in Becker
Maybe,
County Court in Detroit
there's
Lakes
an old term, don't
with
believe your own
another
hype.
police
Maybe
officer,
believe in
former
your own
police
hype.
officer,
Maybe
now
got her to this
sheriff's
level that she
deputy,
thought she could do
testifying
this,
about his
and somehow or another it was
response
justified.
to the Mitchell home on the morning of
let's go
April
back to the
22nd,
trial.
2024. There you see him. Oh, well, we saw him for a second. And there's Nicole Mitchell as well, right there with her defense attorneys at the defense table. And this officer, now deputy, will take the stand, and presumably we'll see his body cam video as well. We resume our coverage.
Ethan Wolthe, last name W-O-T-H-E.
Sir, where are you employed?
Currently employed with the Becker County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your current title?
Deputy Sheriff.
So you're in Brown here today?
I am in Brown.
Where were you employed on April 22nd of last year, 2024?
I was employed with the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
Deputy Wolthe, will you please outline your education and experience to become a peace officer?
I have a degree from the Alexander Technical Community College in law enforcement. I also do multiple continuing education.
This guy knows what he's doing. You see him addressing the jury. He talks like a normal person. He's just telling the story. I like this guy.
Job?
It was.
Okay. And when did you start there?
I started 2 years ago on the 4th of July.
Deputy Wolthe, I want to turn your attention back to April 22nd of last year, 2000. Or were you working that morning?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been assigned to?
I do.
Can you tell us?
I was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Who were you working with at the time?
Officer Joel Sternhagen.
Would he have been, would superior be an incorrect word?
No, he had more experience. He had more seniority than I should do.
Okay. At some point, were you dispatched to a residence in Detroit Lakes?
I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
I believe the address is 706 Granger Avenue, or Granger Street, Granger Road.
And would you agree that whatever the records show is be accurate?
I do.
Why were you dispatched to that residence in Detroit Lakes?
I was dispatched to that residence for a report of an active burglary. Dispatch advised that the caller supposedly stepped on someone and that party ran to the basement of the residence and might be trying to get out through the basement.
From the time that you pull up in your squad as you enter the house, can you walk us through your response?
I was running stationary radar at about Highway 10 and 59. When I arrived at the residence, I knocked on the door and was greeted by an older female. She had to unlock the door for me to go in. Once I got inside the residence, she motioned me to the south wall of the house where the stairs to the basement were and said, someone's down there. I can't remember what her exact words were.
And what did you do at that time?
I got to the top of the stairs. I announced my presence, police department, show us your hands, make yourself known. And while I was doing that, I heard some rustling coming from what I believed was underneath of the stairs.
Did you announce your presence more than once?
I did.
And at some point, what happened on the stairs?
What do you mean?
Did your partner arrive on scene?
My partner did arrive on scene shortly after I announced my presence and advised whoever was downstairs or whatever was downstairs to make themselves known.
Who got to the foot of the stairs first?
I believe Officer Sternhagen did. He told me to step aside and he went down the stairs.
And what happened next?
From after we made it down the stairs, I went left. Officer Sternhagen went right. I couldn't see exactly where he went, but from what I could see, I went into a open room in the basement to make sure nobody was in there. And then while I was doing that, I heard Officer Sternhagen tell somebody to show us their hands or something like that.
Were you ultimately advised of the suspect's identity?
I
don't know if I like the ending of that last sentence.
We asked to do this thing, look in house, see if they are in our system. And dispatch advised they didn't find them, but the suspect did give us a name and date of birth.
So what happened after the suspect was located?
When the suspect was located, Officer Sternhagen had the suspect get on their stomach, and I entered the room at that point and handcuffed the suspect with their hands behind her back.
Do you recall, you testified earlier about an elderly or older female. Do you recall that the homeowner's name?
Carol was her first name.
Recall her full name?
You want me to say her full name?
If you recall it.
I believe it's Carol Mitchell.
Okay. When the suspect is arrested, where was Ms. Mitchell at this time?
When I placed handcuffs on the suspect, I looked up in the doorway and observed Carol standing in the doorway of where we came in.
Okay. At some point, did she make her way downstairs?
She did, yes.
Was that at your request?
It was not.
Okay,
Before I went downstairs, I asked her to stay upstairs until we got the situation handled. But
would it fair to say that wasn't ideal that she had come downstairs?
that was not ideal, no, for a safety standpoint.
At some point, were you able to help Ms. Carol Mitchell back upstairs?
I was.
Okay. Deputy Wolde, again, did you became aware of the suspect's identity? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you tell us who it was?
It was Nicole Lynn Mitchell.
You see Miss Mitchell again? If you saw Miss Mitchell again, would you recognize her?
I would.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's seated to my left at the end of that table wearing a purple shirt.
Does the record reflect the witness has again identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Did you interact with the defendant inside the house?
No, I left that to Officer Sternhagen.
So what were you doing at this time after the defendant was arrested or detained?
After the defendant was arrested, I was trying to get Carol upstairs away from the situation so Officer Sternhagen could try and get a statement from the suspect. I did get her upstairs, I believe, but we later came back downstairs.
At some point, did you become aware of a foreign object or item that you believe belonged to the defendant?
I believe it was Deputy Bruce mentioned there was a hammer sitting on the stairwell that I came down. When I asked Carol about the hammer, she stated that it was hers and she used it for protection.
Okay. What about in the back window, Deputy?
There was a blue crowbar found in the egress window on the south side of the house. We were made aware of that later on while I was at the police department typing my report because Carol found it and called us to notify us about it.
Okay. I apologize, Deputy Willie. Let's stay chronologically here. Close in time to the defendant's arrest, did you discover anything or learn of any other possessions the defendant may have brought into the home?
While I was downstairs in the basement, in like a utilities room, I would call it, I located a black backpack sticking in a small window, about taller than I was.
Did you photograph that backpack prior to moving it?
I did.
Took multiple photographs?
I did, yes.
Deputy Woolley, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 16. Can you let me know if that's on your screen?
It is.
Okay. And next, Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. Can you tell us what's in those photographs?
Well, there's a shelf in front of the window, but like I mentioned prior, there is a black backpack shoved in a small, I don't know what kind of window it is, but a small exit to the outside.
Are Exhibits 16 and 19 true and accurate depictions of the scene that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibits 16 through 19 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 16, 17, 18, and 19 are received.
And again, I just asked to briefly publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Deputy Williams, starting with Exhibit 16, just briefly tell us what this is.
It's pretty much the same picture as shown before, but a closer up of the backpack that is lodged in the window.
Okay. Exhibit 17.
Pretty much the same picture. I tend to double click my camera sometimes. So.
How about 18?
That's a farther back picture of the backpack located in the window, just with more of the quote unquote clutter in front of the window.
And again, 19.
Same picture. Like I said, I tend to double click my camera when I take pictures.
Can you describe how this backpack was wedged in the window?
It was wedged in the window. I tried to pull it into the house from the inside, but I was unable to. I had to have Deputy Bruce go from the outside to get it unlodged from the window.
You were unable to pull it into the house?
Correct, yes. I could not pull it into the house.
Okay, so what did you do next, Deputy Wolfe?
I brought the backpack upstairs. I believe I brought it out to my squad car and then interviewed Carol.
What did, when you said Carol, you mean Carol Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, what did Carol Mitchell tell you at that time?
While I was with Carol, she stated that the female located inside her house was her stepdaughter, I believe. I might be mixing that up. And then she ran me through some family troubles that they might have been having in the past.
Okay. And you testified you took the backpack out to the squad?
I retrieved it from Deputy Bruce and then took it out to the squad car.
And just tell us who Deputy Bruce is.
Deputy Bruce, he's a canine handler for Becker County. We called him to the scene because there was maybe thought that the suspect might be trying to leave the residence.
So at some point you retrieved the backpack, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And did you later inventory that?
I did search the backpack later, yes.
What did you find in the backpack?
Inside the backpack, I located Nicole Mitchell's driver's license, Senate identification, 2 laptops, some Tupperware and a couple of water bottles, and then there was like some rubber gloves in there at the same time.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Deputy Williams, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It's a black backpack.
This deputy's testimony is definitely a lot more confident when he's given his testimony.
Yes.
Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 20.
I would also say, pay attention to how he speaks. He's not talking like a cop. He's talking like a regular person. He's talking to the jury. He looks at them, and every answer he gives is for the jury. And I heard what you said earlier about what he said. Well, he said this, and this, or something.
You told us about the contents of the backpack, correct?
I did, yes.
I think that's
Do you
good.
recall
That's the way the
reviewing
jury
a
would tell the
note
story.
that was inside the backpack?
See, and I to me, that just sounded unprofessional
Was
for him
that
to say, or
list,
something like that.
retained?
That list was not retained.
Just my opinion, though.
Remember, the goal here is to be
Deputy Willie, how
believable to
many
the jury,
burglary
and I think the jury
calls,
believes what he says.
Had you responded to in your career at this point?
This was
I can agree with that.
my very first act of burglary I've ever responded to.
Would it be fair to say your adrenaline was going?
Yes.
At some point, did you, at some point the defendant was turned over to Officer Sternhagen?
Nicole Mitchell was with Officer Sternhagen pretty much the entire time.
Did she tell you or Officer Sternhagen about her vehicle?
I located keys in the backpack, and Officer Sternhagen advised me where she stated her vehicle was.
Okay, and where was it?
It was about 1 block to the west, and then halfway up another block to the north.
Was it parked directly in front of the residence?
It was not.
Deputy Woolley, were you equipped with a body-worn camera early that morning?
I was, yes.
Was your response to the scene recorded?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a chance to review that recording prior to court today?
I have, yes.
If I told you that your recording was marked as Exhibit 1 in the court's system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not know.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to publish Exhibit 21.
No objection, Your Honor.
I will advise the court it is a lengthier recording.
Exhibit 21 is received.
All right, so they're going to jump into the body-worn cam. It's going to be a second here, but this is going to be worth watching. Once again, I think that every bit of this body-worn cam is damning to the defense. It's cringeworthy if you're sitting on that side of the bench.
I give the officer props for using his turn signals even though he's running code.
Sorry, I'm still.
You're good.
Yes, here. There's a Dutch window on the back side of the house, and that's one of those steps.
Is he outside or inside?
He ran down.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here.
Okay.
Police department, make yourself known. Police department, make yourself known. 37 Mike, got a little motion underneath the stairs in the house. Sounds like he's trying to get outside of the back to the north of the house. Police department, make yourself known. He's still in the house. A lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window. Police department, make yourself known now. Look at it. Here underneath the stairs. Police department. That's why I was hearing motion at. Motion.
Is there a way to get underneath the stairs?
There's a one bathroom. It's in the bathroom. It's here.
Oh no, you stay back, stay back, stay back. 37 back road, 10-12.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole? I was just trying to get a hold of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore. She also stole documents out of my house. She's my stepdaughter. I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Nicole, what's your last name?
Mitchell. Had your aunt Nancy do it.
30 back road,
No one
10-15.
did anything.
Is it Nicole Mitchell in house?
Stand up.
No
Got anything
one
on you?
stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on me. Not tonight.
Anything on you?
No.
I'll meet you upstairs.
Why was she squatting down next to my bed? Oh.
Who is this to you?
Pardon?
Who is this to you?
She's my stepdaughter.
Stepdaughter.
She's also a Minnesota senator. She lives in the Twin Cities.
She's a senator?
Yeah. Yeah. Was.
Was or is currently?
She is. I meant after this.
Oh. Okay.
My husband passed away just
That's kind of why I recognize her maybe then.
her father. And right the day after he died, her aunt from Fargo came here, and I was in bed with her, and they walked out with all these friends to my husband's sisters. She's very close to one of them, Nancy.
Okay.
They walked out the door with all these forms, and I ran out there. I said, "What are you guys doing?" Nancy said, "We're just trying to help you, just trying to figure out where you are from."
No, it's my partner. Supposedly,
So I stepped back.
10-15 is a senator from Minnesota. I don't know if that does anything, but.
Walked into my house, and she was laying next to my bed.
Where's he at? He's downstairs with her still. To the left. Okay.
Oh my God.
Has she done this before?
Not that, but she's insisted that my son should get nothing. She should get everything and all that stuff. She's trying to
Where'd she come in at?
get into my bed.
You know? You don't know?
No.
Any doors that are open?
The doors
Does she have
open,
keys?
they had those
Those sticks?
sticks on.
Okay.
because her window doesn't lock properly, but I had the stick on it.
You had the stick on it? Okay. Any windows open that you don't know of?
My little kitties haven't run off and stuff.
Okay, any windows in the basement? To the basement?
That's the one I think that you asked.
Where's that window at? Just tell me, I'll walk down there and take a look.
You can see her. She's trying to get me. She cuts. I can show you my bank account.
Let's go upstairs.
I'm thinking it would have had to have been this one, but I have no idea.
So this is the only window? You have a stick in there? Is that what you said?
No, I have, the screen is still in there.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, this gets it messed on here.
You're all good.
I haven't done anything.
Any windows over here?
Just put little tiny things. Yep, there he is.
That window?
Over there. Huh?
Okay. Is this her bag?
That's me.
Yeah, stuck in the window. Yeah. I'll take a picture of it before I touch it.
I want to make a point here. They heard the noise under the stairs. The deputy even heard it. He broadcasted that over the radio real time. And lo and behold, the window where the backpack is stuck, that it takes someone on the outside and the inside to unlodge it, is where the same area. She was found in the bathroom that's connected to the same room. I would say that the defense's theory of she waited for police was not necessarily true. She was trying to get out. And maybe the knock on the door that police are there and the bag wedged in the window thwarted her escape. That's my theory.
I can agree with that theory. That makes sense. The bag wedged in the window so it doesn't shut all the way. That way she has an ability to get out.
The bag's wedged. It was overstuck. She couldn't get it out the window. It's stuck. Which also prevented her from going through the same window because she couldn't get it out and she couldn't get it all the way through.
See if anything in there is yours.
Yes.
Remember, the deputy's testimony was he had to get another deputy on the outside for them to push and pull until it unlodged the bag. The bag was lodged into the window. This could be the noise that you hear under the stairs, her yanking on the bag, trying to get it in or get it out.
Can I use this ladder here? Okay.
Once again, I say any body-worn camera on this incident does not benefit the defense in any manner. It just makes her look worse. And I'll say again, it's hard for you to convince me listening to this lady under this in the situation that she's in. She doesn't sound like someone who's diminished. She sounds very lucid. Remembers windows. Remembers small things that are out of place. She pointed those things out. She seems to be pretty lucid.
Yeah, knows that she's her stepdaughter, current senator or in politics for the state. So yeah, I would agree with that also. She doesn't look like she's out of it like she suggested.
And she also suggests that this dispute goes a little further, that it's financial, that she doesn't want my son to receive anything from her estate, is what she's saying, I believe. So, like I say, I think every bit of this is damning to the defense. All right, let's go back to the audio.
What's your first name?
Carol.
Carol, how do you spell that?
C-A-R.
O-L, middle initial.
L.
Last name?
Mitchell.
My
T-C-H-E-L.
Date of birth?
Another thing that was mentioned in the defense opening statements, that her house was in such a manner that she was worried that she would catch something on fire, but that house looks like it's well maintained. I don't see the issues that the defense was talking about with the clear indications that she's suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's disease.
No, not at all. Very well decorated, clean. There's no clutter around. It doesn't look like somebody who forgets to put things somewhere. I could also agree with that. Pictures on the wall, shelves are organized.
There's
I know
fresh
it's your bedroom.
fruit in the stand.
Was there anything missing
Right.
from there?
That's hard to find at my house. But I think everything that the defense is throwing out there, I think it's going to fall on deaf ears. I think a jury will almost be offended by this.
She was laying right here.
I crawled out of bed and stick. So I looked at the garage, had anything. I had some journals over on that side.
Okay.
I don't know. And my socks.
Okay. I'll go take a look at that bag. I'll get the adrenaline pumping.
Where you are right now? I didn't go through the back shot. There's a carpet there.
You want to look through this bag? Do you have Carol in the call?
Now, remember, we know that there were 2 laptops as part of the contents of this bag. I've heard through news reports that at least one of them belonged to the victim. She didn't take, like I say, pictures in flannel shirts, the laptop. So I'm curious to find out the contents of that laptop and what would be brought up in testimony. But I don't think we'll find it from the patrolman here. They can just say, hey, it was a laptop, and they most likely provide a
I got an ID, but I don't know if it means anything. But
once again, the investigators or the detectives, depending on the department, that dig into this should be able to tell us what that's about.
Busy, so if you have it, anything else? We've got a Prius parking that way. There's keys there. Okay. So I tried looking for it. There's 2 laptops in there. So I'm gonna go ask her if one of them are hers, but I didn't find anything. Okay, where does that found at? This was found in the window she came in. Okay. Did you get a picture of the window and everything? Yep. The hammer's not really. The hammer's not hers. Okay. So. Mom said that was hers for protection because she woke up in bed and she was laying by her bed. She was? Yeah. Oh, well. She ran downstairs? She ran downstairs. And then when I got up the stairs, I heard a bunch of rustling. So I didn't find anything of interest in there. Okay. I'll ask her about the laptop. Okay. I'll run this.
Those Minnesota birds are sure loud for 5 in the morning. I might have to call the police on them. Noise complaint.
Aren't they though?
Try 301 when you have time. Full 5, it'll be the second building there, top floor. Second Prius. Just a parked around the corner, so just want to do that. Added one on, yeah. Okay. Got her added? Yep. 6100 units. Sounds like the suspect left. Known to wear an orange jacket, but she's not sure if he has it on now. He's short, an American male, long hair. I'll go ask about that laptop and.
That is true. Our friend who just retired from Minnesota law enforcement, he could take care of those birds. I would want him to show up and tase each and every one of them like he did the turkey. Good point you bring up there, Doc.
Yeah, but tasers don't work.
Don't matter. Tasing birds too loud. I'm trying to sleep at 5 a.m.
So the only thing I found in that bag was 2 laptops. Do you have a laptop in here?
I have 2 laptops that are unplugged, mine and my husband's.
You have 2 laptops?
I had to.
Where are they at?
I don't know.
Do you want to go look for them? Do you know where they were at?
No, I don't even know. I'm also not.
Do you know what they look like?
They're just little laptops.
Would you know if I showed you?
Maybe.
Okay, I'll go get them. What else?
I have I call it the tin box. It's a metal steel gray box that's always had all the legal documents in it.
Okay.
That's what they broke into before her and had her aunt do it. Stole a bunch of stuff out of there. And so I was just looking for that.
Okay.
I can't find that anywhere, but
You just want to put the knife away for me?
Did she just say that that's what they had broken into before? Like there was another burglary?
Well, maybe not necessarily a burglary, but the aunt had come to the house and she claimed tried to steal a document box. Let's hear what she's saying.
Are those laptops in your backpack yours?
yes.
Okay. She's saying she's missing 2 laptops.
I can show you one. It's got like this Minecraft game on it.
What's the other one for?
I have one for work.
Okay. And then she's saying something about tin box. That was a question. It was in question last time. So.
I literally had just got in the house. hadn't had time to do anything.
Okay. All right.
I'm clearly not good at this, but
Yeah. So, sounds good.
again, I know this sounds like an excuse. She has Alzheimer's. She's been misplacing things. I can show you texts going back months saying, things are missing.
Well, she skipped over the fact I can tell you about one. I can show you one of the laptops, but she's failing to explain where the second laptop comes from.
Well, she said she could show them text where she's misplacing things. I think she just went in the house just to put things in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a welfare check.
Hi, I'm back.
Searching for that metal box, trying to see if I can find it.
Okay. I searched her bag and didn't find a metal box.
She must have a vehicle around here. So.
Yep. I'll go look in the box in her car.
Okay.
But the laptops, the story she gave me is pretty good for work and her kids. But it's going into our evidence, so if something does change, we'll get it back to you.
Okay.
Look for those. I get back on
For those.
the laptops.
Oh, I thought you meant you did find they're her laptops.
From what she told me, that sounds legit, especially for what she does for work. And everybody's got a laptop. So if you don't find those, we can always go back. Like I said, they're going into our evidence. So look for the tin box. Like I said, I didn't find anything in the backpack. I'll go look in the car.
Okay. So the silver gray.
Silver gray.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any further questions for me? It's been a busy morning for you, so.
Well, she's alone, right? I mean,
yes.
Nobody else hiding in my house here.
No, I can look for you if you want.
Okay. I just shut that bedroom door because my one kid in there. I have two kitties.
Okay.
They're both feral rescues. Chloe was right there. It doesn't bother her. Leo was hiding, so I could go in there.
Okay. Any other places you want me to look before I leave here?
For missing stuff.
For anybody in your house?
Oh, I think you guys pretty much looked everywhere, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be okay.
She said she just got in here, so I don't know if, from what she's saying, she wouldn't have time to stuff in that bag. So, and what she was wearing, she can't hide anything. So.
And she said to you why she got in here?
My partner took a statement from her. I just asked her about the laptops in the box. So.
Some papers or something like that.
Okay. So last time, this was a problem. She was after papers. Like, can I just ask the significance of those papers?
That's when the two aunts came here. They took all kinds of legal forms. I had my husband just died. I had the tin box sitting right now here because I was going through it, trying to find out what I was supposed to do, and I was totally out.
No, that's understandable.
So the box was wide open, and when I came out, there were papers and stuff scattered all over the floor, and the two gals were both walking out with Nancy and Cindy with papers down the front sidewalk to their vehicle. And I said, "Where are you going? What do you got?" And they said, "It's okay, Carol. Don't worry. We're just trying to help you get this legal business all straightened out for we know you're upset."
Do you know why she would want those papers? Like, what would benefit her from having those papers?
My husband didn't have an actual will.
Oh, okay.
But on all the papers that were taken, there were at least a half a dozen of them more. Well, I've got through their number tags, look tax things later that he had handwritten. When I quote, Carol gets 100%. Well, Carol quotes, Nicole gets 50%, and Jonathan gets 50%. Jonathan is my son, whom I had given up for adoption when I was 18, and we were reunited 30 years ago, 35 years ago. So anyway,
So you think it's for like inheritance stuff?
Yes, there was bank papers. It was all bank papers that they took, basically. And I bank locally at Wells Fargo, and Rod managed Wells Fargo out of the Fargo office while he was still working. So there was a lot of bank papers. And I'm a little butthole. I used to keep that little box, but I took it out of there and it's not there anymore. So I'm thinking that's what she was looking for.
Okay.
Hell, she was hiding on my bed for.
Yeah.
Did you see where she was? Did I show you where she was?
Yep, you did. I might have to.
Nothing back there, but
Yeah, I might have to get going because there's another active burglary in Tracy. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for 16, I'll be on en route shortly. Sorry about that. We'll go. Sure. So, if I go to apartment 23.
Stop recording.
So Deputy Wolfe, you collected that laptop at that time?
Not at that time, no.
You collected it later in the morning?
I did, yes.
It was brought to the jail, is that fair to say?
Yep, I believe from the video it shows that the backpack was in Officer Sternhagen's vehicle.
At some point, you logged that laptop into evidence, is that fair to say?
Yes.
At the DLPD?
Yep.
And would it be accurate to say you didn't know, when you left that morning, would it be accurate to say you didn't know who that belonged to?
That would be correct, yes.
Deputy Woolley, were you called back to Ms. Mitchell's residence later that morning?
I was, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Carol called back in, stating that she had located a blue crowbar in an egress window on the south side of the house.
Was anyone with her at that time?
Yes, I believe there's a male with her, but I don't remember his name.
Was that response also recorded on your body-worn camera?
It was, yes.
Did you have a chance to review it prior to court today?
I did, yes.
And was that body-worn camera clip shortened for relevancy and efficiency reasons?
It was, yes.
If I told you that camera footage was contained in Exhibit 3, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not, no.
And again, you reviewed it prior to court?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 23.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 23 is received.
I would ask to publish, and this is much shorter, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Your Honor, just ask for a brief sidebar with counsel.
Interesting. they don't really get into the details of where the owner of the laptop. I'm curious to see that. And I'll say for me, that kind of changes the dynamic of the defense's theory on this, is that she was there for the good of the victim. Taking a laptop's probably not good for the victim. So I'm curious to see if that, and the news reports have been back and forth on this, whether it was or was not taken in the burglary. I've heard through Little Bird that one of those was actually her state issued laptop. So it was, 100% determined to be hers and not taken from the home.
No. You find something?
Yes, it's.
Where's it at? Outside?
Sure, yeah, it's in that little back egress, and I don't know.
Okay.
You got some kind of long tool there.
You gotta reach for it.
Friend Jim showed up to
help you calm down, maybe?
Yeah.
Understandable.
And it's.
Okay. You never seen that before?
Nope, it's not mine.
Alrighty, I'll jump down
A
there.
blue one.
Okay.
Maybe trade the duck. I have that on you. Oh, be careful. There's probably a week. If you want to move some of those bricks to get back out of there, sure.
I'm just looking for damage down here now.
It was a week ago, a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
That window, the inside window was open about this far. It used to be my studio, and since my husband died, I've been shoving stuff in there from all over the house, so it's a disaster down there. But it felt cold in the basement. Heat was kicking on a lot. I happened to check this one, and it was open on the inside about that far. And it's one of those old ones. So now to find that, she might have her fingerprints on that. So.
Yeah.
I closed it, and I jumped down in there myself, and
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Deputy Walby, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It's the blue crowbar from the video.
All right, offer Exhibit 15.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 15 is received.
Deputy Wolde, when you retrieved that crowbar, do you have any regrets over best practices?
I do. Looking back, I should have photographed the crowbar in the egress window, and then try and find any footprints in the dirt of the egress window before I jumped down there, and then also picking up the crowbar with my bare hands. I just want to note that I was going on a couple hours past the end of my shift. The adrenaline finally shut down, so I was getting down there on energy. So sometimes I didn't think very straight as I was tired.
And just to be clear, Miss Carol Mitchell had told you that she had never seen that before.
She did, yes.
Did that conclude your shift that morning?
I'm not, I believe it did, yes.
Well, let me ask you this, Deputy Willie. Did you return to the residence yet again later that morning?
Yes, I did. I returned with Officer Joe Steffens this time.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that next return trip?
When we returned, we went to go talk with Carol some more, and Officer Steffens also photographed the vehicle we talked about the night prior.
And you were on scene with him when he took these photographs?
Yes,
Okay, and you've had a chance to review the photographs prior to court today?
I have, yes.
And these are photographs of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes,
And what else?
the inside of it.
Were there some photographs taken of just the residence itself?
Oh, yes, there was, we also took photographs from the outside and better lighting of the window that the backpack was stuck in.
And all the photographs that were taken that morning, do you believe they were true and accurate of the scene in the vehicle that morning?
I do.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer exhibits 26 through 48 and understand if council needs time to review each one.
Your Honor, I reviewed them. I have no objection to any. Exhibits 26 through 48 are received.
I might just need one moment here.
I don't think the crowbar is really needed to prove the case.
I'd ask to publish in chronological order, Your
was
Honor,
found inside
26
the
through
house.
48.
You may.
Of course, it was collected as evidence, so you're going to have to acknowledge it, I guess, as the state. But I think if the jury believes it or doesn't believe it.
Deputy Wolde, I'm starting with exhibit 26. Can you tell us what we see here?
This is a picture looking to the east from Long Avenue. Long Avenue would be the next avenue to the west of Carol's house.
Are we able to see Miss Carol Mitchell's house in this photograph?
Yes,
Can you describe where it is?
it looks yellowish with like a white gate thing on the front porch.
Would it be accurate to say that it's close to the center of the photograph, maybe a little north?
Yes, I would agree.
Next, I'm showing you, strike that. Returning back to exhibit 26, what was the significance of this photograph?
It just goes to show the distance from Carol's house to Long Avenue, the next block over.
Okay, what is the significance of Long Avenue to this case?
Long Avenue is the next avenue from Carol's house.
Deputy Woolley, are you aware where the defendant's vehicle was parked?
I am, yes.
Okay, where was it parked?
It was parked just north of Granger Road on Long Avenue.
Next, turning to exhibit 27. Can you tell us about this photograph, sir?
It's pretty much the same photo, but of more of the intersection of Long Avenue and Granger Road, where you can see Carol's house and Nicole Mitchell's vehicle.
Can you describe where the defendant's vehicle is in this photograph?
It's on the right side of the photograph and looks like a blue Toyota Prius.
Next, I'm showing you exhibit 28. Can you tell us what's in this photograph, sir?
This is a photograph facing directly south on Long Avenue, pretty much right at the intersection with Granger Road. Directly, or the direct front of the vehicle?
Sorry, this is exhibit 32.
No, it'd be the direct front of the vehicle.
And exhibit 33.
It's the driver's side from the front.
The modern day anarchist mobile, the Prius.
I'm going to need a moment here. I apologize.
We'll give him a moment to arrange his papers, but Yeah, once again, I just think every bit of the evidence points to burglary as far as the elements of the offense. Now, in the state of Minnesota, unlike like my state of Texas, a jury will determine your sentence as well through a sentencing range. But in the state of Minnesota, the way it would work is that the jury would determine guilt or not guilty, and then the judge gets to hand down a sentence. She has an exposure between 6 and 20 years, I believe.
All right, Deputy Woolley, next I'm showing you Exhibit 34.
This is a view from the driver's side window inside to the inside of the car.
And next, Exhibit 35.
To be on the same side, but looking in the window from the back window of the car.
Exhibit 36.
It's taken top down from the hatchback trunk area.
And Exhibit 37.
It's the back seat of the car from the rear passenger side window.
And Exhibit 38.
It's a picture of the inside of the passenger side compartment of the car from the passenger side window.
Was that a sandwich on the passenger seat? Did we see a sandwich? Remember, she had like a 3 or 4 hour trip to get to this location from where she lived.
Girls gotta eat.
She had sugar and they said lettuce in some of the containers inside of her backpack.
Okay, Deputy Wolsey, resuming with Exhibit 39.
That's an odd combination of things, sugar and lettuce.
It's a picture.
Maybe she was expecting the rabbit
from
with big
before,
teeth from
looking
Holy Grail.
towards the area of Carol's backyard.
Cup of coffee after your sandwich.
Yeah.
The area, is that an alley on the right?
Yeah, that would be an alley. I don't believe that's not a named street.
Next, turning to Exhibit 40.
It's the same picture, but farther south on Long Avenue with the vehicle looking in the area of Carol's backyard.
Exhibit 41, sir.
Would be the direct front of Carol's house.
Exhibit 42, Deputy Wolfe.
That is a back door of the house, including the window that we found the backpack in.
Exhibit 43.
This is a close-up of the window the backpack was located in from the outside.
And Exhibit 44.
Just a close-up of the dirt of the window that the backpack was located in.
Exhibit 45.
It's a less close-up picture of the window that the backpack was found in.
Exhibit 46.
Same window, just lower and more in front of it.
Exhibit 47.
This is the egress window that the crowbar was found in.
And Exhibit 48.
The same window that the egress window that the crowbar was found in, just closer up and farther inside of the egress.
When you returned again for that third time that morning, you said you spoke with Carol Mitchell again?
I did, yeah.
What did she tell you at that time?
She told me more about some of the family problems that they had been having. She was, I believe, also again concerned about the tin box that she had mentioned when I was there in the early morning.
Deputy Woolley, do you recall that she demonstrate again where the defendant was in her home?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. At some point, did you return, or strike that, at some point, did you interview the defendant at the Becker County Jail?
I did, yes.
And was that captured on your body worn camera?
It was, yes.
Did you have a chance to review it prior to court today?
I did, yes.
Is it a true and accurate copy?
It is.
I told you it was marked as exhibit, excuse me, exhibit 22. Would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, I'd offer exhibit 22 at this point.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 22 is received.
I would ask to publish.
You may.
So there's a discrepancy with the laptops. Are you able to sign into those laptops?
I'm sorry, what?
Will you be able to sign into those laptops?
Yes.
Okay. I know you already read these. I'm going to read them to you again. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without an attorney present, you still have the right to stop answering questions at any point until you talk to an attorney. Do you understand these rights? Okay. So are you willing to sign into those laptops to prove that they're yours?
Yes.
Okay. I have them all here. So you can come out and sign into them. There's the first one.
This is going to answer the question on the laptops. Good deal.
Okay, how come it has Carol's name on it?
It was one that she had given me way back when to use for the kids.
Well, she's missing 2 laptops. That's what she said. So I'm taking this laptop. How about this one? Okay, that one's got your name on it. Okay. That one will stay with your property, but I'm taking this one.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
If she said she was already missing 2,
So
there's no way
I brought it up.
I took them to that.
Okay, they were in your backpack, shoved in a window.
The whole backpack was shoved.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I do. The whole backpack was shoved in a window.
Mm-hmm. So you're Mirandized. Did you try shoving that backpack out and it didn't go out?
I don't want to answer your questions.
You don't have to. Like you understood your rights. So
I guess maybe I should.
okay, it's okay. Put you back in here. Appreciate you working with that. So
Kind of that off. Stop recording.
So Deputy Wolva, you retained that laptop and evidence at that time?
I did, yes.
The the ownership of it was in dispute, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
And anything related to that investigations would have flushed out one of your superiors?
What do you mean by that?
Well, that concluded your investigation in terms of the laptop. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You're part of it?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Wolde, did that essentially conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Is there anything else that I haven't asked you that you think the jury should know?
I do not believe so, no.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
I think
afternoon,
the
Deputy
defense
Wolfson.
won't spend too much time on this guy. He's too put together, and only thing he does is damage.
Deputy Wolf, you had testified that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even call, if the defense doesn't call him back up
expressing that you
or
wish you had
has very
dealt
little
with Burglar
cross-examined
a
questions
little
for
bit
him.
differently.
He's about to get into
So you
it.
were
We'll find out.
pretty tired and kind of had a bit of an adrenaline dump. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, the adrenaline was just, I was coming down from the adrenaline.
Okay. Is it sort of like hard to think and so on at that time?
Yep.
Okay. How old were you when this incident happened?
21, I believe so. I believe, 21. Years get mixed up sometimes.
Fair enough. Did you have a chance to review all your body cam before you testified here today?
The ones that were showed, yes.
Okay, that's what I mean. What the jury has seen, you watched those before you came in here to court today?
Yes.
Okay. How were Carol Mitchell's doors locked or secured in this house?
When I entered through the front door, I believe she had to open both the screen door and the main door, and she had poles, locking poles on or up against the doorknobs on both the back and front doors.
So sort of like a bar or a pole that would, the expression I heard on the video, and you tell me if I'm correct, was those sticks. Do you recall her saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was some kind of a bar that would stick under the doorknob and then jam against the floor. Is that correct?
That's how I believe they worked. I don't know how they work for sure, but that's what I thought. That's how they worked.
And when you saw the video, did you see it? It kind of has it's like a little triangle against the table, or it creates that slight angle against the door. Is that your
I
understanding?
didn't see that. From what I saw and what I remember, it just looked like a angle stick that went up against the doorknob or door handle.
Understood. So your perception and based on what Carol Mitchell told you is that the doors weren't secured with a deadbolt, they were secured with those angled sticks.
When I entered the house, I thought I observed her unlocking locks on the door as well as removing the stick.
Okay, thank you. How much time did you spend downstairs?
I'm unsure. Like I said, if you rewatch the body camera, you could start when I went downstairs and then upstairs, but I don't know how much time I spent downstairs.
When you were downstairs, and I'm talking about when the call first came in and you went downstairs, did you see any piles or collections of belongings at either of those two windows?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you ever turn your body camera off when you were down there?
No.
Okay. Did you hear Carol Mitchell say there's some odd stuff that she must have put by the window or anything like that?
I don't recall that moment. I remember when we were upstairs after Nicole was with Officer Sternhagen, she mentioned that she had a box of stuff upstairs after he died.
That was the tin box discussion?
The tin box discussion, I believe.
And maybe I'll just ask as directly as I can. Did you perceive when you were there the first time a stack or a pile of stuff that appeared that it was being staged to be taken out of the house by someone?
No.
Okay. When you when you inventoried the backpack, did you find any garments in there?
You say garments?
Garments, like clothing?
No.
Okay. Did you find anything during that inventory that, besides the laptop, which is being discussed in here, besides that, was there anything else in that backpack that needed to be brought back into Carol Mitchell's house?
At the time of searching the bag, no.
Anything after searching the bag?
Yes, the laptop that was opened and Carol Mitchell's name popped up on it.
Right. We already talked about that. I'm saying, is there anything else in that backpack that anybody laid claim to or claimed that was Carol Mitchell's or Rod Mitchell's?
No.
Okay. The photographs that we saw of Nicole Mitchell's car, you were able to see in kind of the hatchback of this vehicle?
From the picture, yeah.
And you did examine that. We obviously introduced them through. You did examine those pictures?
The pictures, yes.
Yes. Did you see anything in those pictures that appeared to be any kind of tin box?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see anything in those pictures that appeared to be a flannel shirt or a flannel jacket or anything like that?
No.
Did you see anything in those pictures that appeared to be like an urn, like a funeral urn, or like a big fishing bobber or something like that?
Nope.
Okay. Did you ever get a call or a request from one of your superiors about any of the items that wasn't inventoried or that might have been missed here?
You mean like?
And again, I'm not trying to ask a tricky question. Was there ever a time when one of your superiors said, there was this thing that we think Nicole Mitchell had and we think it might have been Rod's? Do you know what happened to that? Did you see that or anything?
No, I never got a phone call like that.
Okay. Deputy Wothe, I want to direct you to your first body cam. If Your Honor, Mr. Keller is going to control this, if we can get permission. And I believe this is Exhibit 21. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we are looking at Exhibit 21, and since it's already in evidence.
Go ahead. I just interrupted. I was just asking if you wish to publish it this time.
I do, Your Honor. I apologize for not asking in advance. So we're going to have you watch, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds or so, and then we'll circle around and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? Go ahead.
I'm going to go talk to my partners and I'll come back and talk to you. Can I just grab your name, just in case dispatch didn't get it, because stuff was kind of active?
So Deputy Wothe, I just showed that to you to refresh your recollection and provide some context as to what we're going to talk about here. Deputy Wolfie, the lower left corner, my fault, on the lower left corner of the screenshot there, what do you see there? Appliance.
I'm not sure. Right now, it kind of looks like a colored knife.
Okay, I'm actually talking about the entire, let's see here. The way I described it was inaccurate. I was looking at the image reversed, so I apologize. If you can give me a moment. If we can unpublish it for a moment, Your Honor, we'll bring it in. It's my fault for not seeing it transposed. While we're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and just ask a couple of questions, Deputy Wolfie. I want to ask you about the black backpack. Did you touch that when it was still in the residence?
I think so. When I watched the camera, I told myself I'll take some pictures of it before I touched it, but my hand was on it.
And I'm not criticizing that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. So, did you try to pull it back into the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And did you pull reasonably firmly? I mean, you tugged hard enough to hopefully get it pulled through?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And in doing that, that did not actually, it didn't get pulled through, correct?
It didn't move inside at all.
And so it was Deputy Bruce, the canine deputy, who actually pulled it from the outside?
Yep, he went out, he left the basement and went outside to pull it out.
Okay, fair enough. When you went through, and what I'm going to do, Deputy Wolfie, is we can look at the video later. When you went through the backpack, did you testify that you found gloves in there?
Yeah, I remember on the scene there were crumpled up plastic looking like clear rubber gloves.
Okay.
That's what I thought they were.
Were they? So law enforcement officers and medical professionals use a certain kind of rubber glove. Were they like that? Were they thicker? Were they different?
It'd be like when you're serving a public event with those white or those clear ones, you can see straight through them. Ours are usually black or gray.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Wealthy, you did not get a search warrant for the vehicle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second, Mr. Rickstrom. Is that a yes or no?
No, we didn't.
And you also didn't execute it. You didn't get the search warrant, but you also didn't execute a search warrant on the resident or on the vehicle, correct?
No.
Okay. Did you find Nicole Mitchell's keys?
I did in her backpack.
Okay.
Yes. Well, there was keys and they looked like Toyota Prius keys.
Okay. Were there any other keys there?
I don't believe so, no.
So the keys that you found was one single key or two?
Oh, you mean on the ring?
Yeah.
There was more than one on the ring.
Okay. Did you attempt to use any of those keys on Nicole Mitchell's doors?
I myself did not know.
Okay.
I attempted to press the lock button to get the horn to sound, but that's to the extent that I went.
And you didn't see any other law enforcement officer go up to Carol Mitchell's residence to try on her house either, correct?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Wolfe. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Deputy Wolfe, you found nothing that would suggest that the defendant took a tin or metal box that night, fair to say?
Yes.
Could I republish briefly?
You may. What exhibit?
Exhibit 21. Deputy Wolfe, I've fast forwarded to 8 minutes and 24 seconds in your body camera footage. Do you see that couch in the background there?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you see any window that's near that couch?
I don't see a window near the couch, no.
Now, you testified earlier that you went through the defendant's backpack, correct?
Yep.
And do you recall coming across a checklist or a note?
Yes, it was in my hand.
Okay. It was in your hand like you pulled it out of the backpack?
Yep, and I had it in my hand.
I'm fast forwarding to 1434. Thereabouts. This is the note that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us, are you able to read what that note says?
It looks like the first line says call, do not disturb. It's short and abbreviated. It says delete text and then quotations contacts. And then there's a word I can't understand, but then it says ringer off, and then it looks like flashlight underneath of that. And then it says add tracking Gmail, and then text to something I can't read.
And would it fair to say that you didn't appreciate or didn't understand the significance of this at the time?
That would be fair to say, yes.
And it wasn't retained in evidence?
It was not, no.
No further questions?
Mr. Rickstrom?
Well, it's no longer published, but as you read that note, did that note have the word shirt on it?
I don't believe so, no, not from what I read.
Okay. You did just read it 60
Yeah.
seconds ago?
Yeah.
Did that note say ashes on it?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did the note say papers on it?
I don't believe so, no.
Did the note say laptop on it?
I do not believe so, no.
Besides the things that you testified to, did it say anything else?
I read all the words that I could understand from the still shot.
Were there any words, even the ones you couldn't understand, that looked like the word mementos?
No.
Was there any words on there that looked like dad's things?
Not that I believe, no.
Were there any words on there that looked like bobbers?
Not that I believe, no.
Were there any words on there that looked like camping gear?
Not that I believe, no.
there any words on there about anything related to Roderick Mitchell?
Not that I believe, no.
No further questions, Deputy Wolfie.
Mr. McDonald.
The word flashlight was on that list?
It was, yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Deputy, you may step down. Watch your step. Council approach once deputy gets through the well.
All right, that is Deputy Ethan Wolfe, who was formerly a police officer with the Detroit Lakes Police Department, now with the Sheriff's Office. But last April, he was with the PD.
I don't want to hear
and
his
was one of those
commentary.
responding officers to
Interesting
the home of
testimony
Carol
by
Mitchell, and we saw
this deputy and
extensive
formerly a
body-worn
police officer
camera
with the
from
agency
him as
that
his
conducted the
interactions with Carol
arrest.
Mitchell. Later interactions.
They went into some
with,
detail
Nicole
about
Mitchell at
this
the
note
police
is interesting
department.
too. It said
And now
like make a sign or leave a note for no calls, text only type of stuff, right?
Nicole Mitchell's possession, including a laptop that when she signed into
I don't know if my two co-hosts with me, we
Carol
kind of
Mitchell
went
on it,
through
so
a
there's
long
some
little session there. They could be
Did
preoccupied.
she take that from
But
Carol
it
Mitchell
sounds
from
like
the home?
the
In opening statements, the defense
prosecution
attorney
is
said
at least
Carol
trying
Mitchell
to
had
put into the
given
air
her
that this
laptop,
break-in
but again,
had
questions there about something about a
deeper
tracking
meaning than
Gmail
just
on
getting
a piece
a
of
couple
paper
of items.
that was not retained for
I find
evidentiary
it
reasons, but
interesting.
caught
The
on
laptop, it
body-worn
looks like they've laid
camera
it down at
image.
least to the point that at
They're in
one time
recess now.
it belonged to
We are going to take a short break here, and when we come
the
back,
victim,
find
and
out
it's
if
the
they've got another
stepmother.
witness on the
And I
stand
believe
here
the
for today, or if they're going
defense
to
is
be
trying to
wrapping it up
slough
soon.
that
You're
off.
watching
Like, well,
our
the note didn't say get the
continuing
final
coverage
shirt, all the
of
things
the
she said she
trial
went
of
there to
State
get.
Senator
So
Nicole
clearly,
Mitchell.
this
We'll be
note
right
is not related to the case, is what they're saying, or that's what they're trying to leave there. But also, I think they have a problem with the laptop. If the laptop truly does belong to the homeowner, and she breaks in, I'm not in there very long, in air quotes, as she said, but yet she scooped up that laptop pretty quick. And then she's discovered in the victim's bedroom, lying on the floor. For what reason she's there, we're not really sure. But I think they're laying out that this burglary could have had deeper implications, or a deeper meaning, and maybe more financially tagged than sentimental. And I think that the real trick there is that just defeats the weak ground that the defense is standing on the sentimental aspect of this case.
You think it defeats it?
Well, I don't say it defeats it. I think it had no chance from the beginning, but I do think that is the defense's answer. I'm sorry, that is the prosecution's answer to the defense's theory that she was backed in the corner, mentally ill woman who would agree to give things and then wouldn't give them, and they just meant so much to her that she had to go there and take these measures to retrieve them. Something was rightfully hers. I think that's the prosecution's shot at that. I don't know, like I said, I don't know that it answers it or not, but they're sure putting it out there. They're leaving it that way.
Yeah, I find that pretty flimsy. It does seem pretty flimsy, but I don't know. I just don't. I hope she doesn't have a chance on this one. It seems way too obvious so far.
Well, Fidgy, if you were sitting on the jury, you are a reasonable person. You understand the reasonable person standard, and the beyond a reasonable doubt convincing of proof. Where would you be right now?
Oh, she'd be guilty.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be anybody to.
She brought a flashlight with a sock rubber band over it.
Right, and she's stuffing stuff in a backpack, trying to get it out of a window, and dressed in black with a cap on.
And parked a block away around the corner.
Nothing on this says backs up the defense's theory. That may be the reason you decided to commit this crime, but nonetheless, you committed a crime.
The whole thing just seemed so ludicrous to me. Like, what in the world could you possibly have been thinking? Well, didn't OJ do something similar? Actually,
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he broke
Well,
into
he broke into
someone's hotel room in Vegas to get his sports memorabilia back.
right.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think it was over a gambling debt and some of his sports memorabilia. Yeah. Well, yes. Okay. Yes. But he went to prison for that, by the way.
Yes, he did. I don't. I would be very surprised if she didn't go to prison. And you said she's what's the term you used for that?
Incarceration.
No, when they can get between 6 and 20 years, she's
Exposed.
exposed, right?
If you're found guilty, then you have an exposure of sentencing range. And this one, I understand, is 6 months minimum you have to do in incarcerated, up to 20 years.
I never heard that before you started using it a few weeks ago. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she'll even get 6, but because I mean, I just don't think that she'll even get 6. I think she'll probably get like 3 in probation, maybe 1.
What do you think? In order to get a lighter sentence, you got to have some sort of mitigating circumstance. What do you think is a convincing mitigating circumstance for her?
That they were family, that was her father. I think that there'll be some sympathy towards that, maybe. That the other woman was okay, that there was no intent for harm. It didn't appear, the crowbar was outside, for instance.
Let me ask you this. What evidence has been presented that shows that this burglary didn't have an intent of harm?
Well, like I just said, like the crowbar was outside. She didn't appear to have any weapons with her, right? I mean, she had the flashlight, but even when Carol like woke up, she jumped to the floor. She didn't attack her or anything like that. So I don't think that there's no proof of intent to harm, and I think that would help her a lot.
Even though she was discovered in the sleeping victim's bedroom.
Yeah, she could have been after something in the dresser. She could have been after, there could have been dust in there. I mean, you don't know. That's not going to be definitive.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know that it points the other direction either. I don't know that you can't say that there wasn't a deeper meaning. And you would take the note. Let's say that you wanted to delay the body being discovered, then you would put on the note, "Oh, text me," and you take the victim's phone. Maybe you take the victim's phone because you need two-part verification to access bank records on the laptop that you've taken. Maybe that's why she's in the room, is to take the cell phone.
Yeah.
Put a pillow over
And
her.
I think on that one it would be a benefit of the doubt, but I don't think, if I was a jury member right now, I wouldn't think.
Well, I'm not asking that. We were talking about mitigating circumstances. So we're just going to assume that she's found guilty. Mitigating circumstances for her sentencing. I say that you don't really have any strong mitigating circumstances that she didn't mean harm. The burglary was thwarted.
No, that's true. And she did say that she didn't have any time.
Right, she said, but I had time to get the laptop in the bag and try to get it outside the window. I had time to do that. I had time to go upstairs into the sleeping woman's bedroom. And she had time to do that. So I don't see a lot of good solid ground that a judge could stand on to really give her a light sentence. We'll see. I think, honestly, I think a light sentence is not warranted in this. I think that her position of trust in the community, the situation and the facts behind this case, the fact that there has been an attempt to take documents from the house before. And the only thing the defense has to answer that is like, "Oh, she's crazy. She don't remember trying to give that to us." And she didn't. And I'll say again, I don't know how she testified, but I don't think she's as diminished as the defense would like us to believe. Late stages Alzheimer's, where, you don't remember family members, you don't remember your own children. And that just doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think there's a lot of mitigating circumstances if she's found guilty. I think a judge is going to have trouble. I'm going to predict a mid-sentence range, somewhere between 5 and 10.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll probably find out what tomorrow? He won't sentence right away, right? They take like a week or a month or something.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure how that works in that state. I'll be honest with you. I think any state that doesn't allow the jury, the people that convict you should be the people that look you in the eye and give you your sentence. That's who should be giving it. I disagree with the judge. I feel that that's more of an administrative state. Yeah, sure. You 12 people, you found them guilty. Now step back and get out of the way, and we'll figure out how to administer justice. That's in my opinion.
Well, and you're never sure really anymore who's connected to who. She could know that, Judge.
Well, not only that, I think the people that the burden that weighs heavy on their heart to find you guilty, that same burden should lay on their heart that they're able to go home and sleep at night because they did the right thing. Not what the sentencing guideline was, not what the judge figures that how other people will view this. They do what they can sleep with. And I really do believe in the jury system. But the jury system, in my opinion, it shouldn't be just up to guilty. It should be also determine the sentencing. Like in Texas, it's in our Constitution that the jury has to determine your sentence. And I think that system works well. I think the sentence is handed out there. If there is mitigating circumstances, the story does touch to the heartstrings, then the jury will react to that. If it goes sideways, the jury will react to that too.
Is that a nationwide thing? It seems like it should be, or it would be, but I don't know if it is anymore. Where they ask you as a jury member, does anyone here have any problems with, would anyone have any problems with, if you were on a capital case, for instance, the sentence to death, or would you have a problem with long sentences?
Yeah, during the voir dire or voir dire, depending on where you're at in the country, how they pronounce it, but it literally means to speak the truth. During the jury selection, which is called voir dire, a portion of it's called voir dire, is where they're going to ask the jury question. They can ask him anything. And of course, if you're trying a capital murder case in Texas, the jury's going to have to give that sentence. So you do make sure that the juror doesn't have some sort of religious issue about the death penalty. So sure.
Yeah, I figured it would be, but I do remember that.
It's not a law. It's just it'd be good practice if you're trying a death penalty case, or if you're trying a case that could send someone for life in prison. Maybe that's a question you ask. Do you have a problem with incarcerating someone for the rest of their life? Yeah, I don't believe in that. Then each side during the jury selection has so many strikes for no reason at all. Hey, I don't like this guy right here. He's out and gone. Then after that, you have to justify it. Like this person can't be biased, or this person can't be unbiased in their decision, and then the judge would make the decision to eject them. But the jury selection process, honestly, is a series of rejections until you have 12 or whatever the jury pool needs to be, and then that's your jury.
Yeah, when I got summoned, I didn't have to sit on the jury, but we were all in there waiting, and I guess they were going through from A to whatever, and it seems like it was on the form. They all handed us a form, and we had certain questions we had to fill out.
Oh yeah, they start with a bunch of questions. They'll, some jurisdictions could have 1,000 people show up on jury selection day to seat 4 or 5 juries. And they'll go through them pretty quick, start eliminating some. They eliminate from those questions they ask you on the paper. And they'll say, okay, all these people here can go. And they'll tell you to turn in your little number and have a nice day.
Yep.
If you were trying to nefariously put people on a jury, it would, a lot of your plan would have to be luck on how, because let's say 1,000 people come in for 4 juries, and they're going to divide them up into different groups by numbers, and they're going to be identified as numbers. They'll go through the voir dire process, the question process, until they start yanking those out, and then they'll start moving them around. So you don't know, when you go into this jury pool, you don't know which jury trial you're going to get. You don't get that until deep into the process, after the elimination and sorting and moving around has already been done.
Right.
But once again, I believe in juries. I think juries should make the determination of innocence or guilt, or not guilty and guilty. And I also believe that they should sentence the person that they've just convicted. I think that's a duty of a jury, not a judge.
I agree. Well, I've seen it where, sometimes I've thought, it's good the judges doing the sentence because they see so many of these types of cases and all, and so they're more, this is what it is, this is what,
Right. Is that individual?
like more standardized.
Now, I got you. Is that administrative justice or individual justice?
No, I don't, yeah, but when I think about it, I really want the jury making that decision. If they can find you guilty, they should be the ones to sentence.
100%. Let them do it because, jurors take it serious as well. The trials that I've been through, typically, especially with a guilty verdict, there's not women are crying. I mean, people don't feel great about it, even when they deliver a guilty verdict and they understand in a heavy sentence, they understand how that feels. And I don't think they do it lightly. I think they do it because they've been convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and this is the right thing to do. So I do agree with juries. I think when we tamper with juries, we give restrictive question or jury charges, like you'll see in other states like New York, in particular the Trump trial. The jury charge there, or jury instructions, I thought were ridiculous and just absolutely administrative justice. The jury shouldn't even be there with the way they do the instructions. I think that that decision should be made. I think it's the way the founders intended it. That decision should be made to 12 people that live in subject to the same jurisdiction that you're subject to, decides your fate all the way through. Guilty, whether the state proved their case, and then if they did, they should determine what your sentence and punishment should be.
Did you, can you give us like a couple, I don't remember what the jury instructions were. Could you, I'm sure a lot of people listening might not either. Can you give us a example or two of what was ridiculous about them?
On the Trump case?
Yeah.
The criminal case? The one that stands out, the one I remember, is that in order for this to be a felony offense, it was actually a misdemeanor offense, which was outside the statute of limitations. So the prosecution honestly had some heavy lifting to do with the jury, but the state made it easy to do by narrowing down the with the indictment. They allowed an indictment that probably should have gone through a grand jury the way it did, and they allowed the jury instructions. But quite frankly, what it says is that it's a felony offense if this act was done to cover up another crime, but never specified what that other crime was. So think about it. Trump was convicted for 2 offenses, and it just happened to be a felony, but the state only had to prove the elements of the offense on one. The other, they didn't even have to identify what the crime was. And I think that there's no jury that can come up with a rightful decision with those type of instructions.
Well, that's pretty much kangaroo court at that point, isn't it? We're going to charge you with a crime that we don't have to name.
It's something that you guys have heard me talk about before. When you have states that have multiple levels of offenses, like of murder 1, 2, and 3, burglary 1, 2, or 3, or degrees, I think all this is done to administrate justice, and it's administrative. And when we administrate something, the individual comes out. You go to the DMV and see how much individual treatment you get. No, you pick your number, you go through the line. I don't think justice should be that way. I think we should be seen as individuals. I think that when we're accused of a crime, and I think that a jury of our peers do that. I'll go back to the judge again. You said it before. Well, I think judge has seen that kind of stuff, and he understands it better, so he's the best person to sentence.
Stan, watch
I think that's just opposite.
There's a slight incline there.
Let's go back and see who's going to be on the witness stand now. I don't think the state is going to finish their case today.
Mr. McKinney.
Really?
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Benjamin Bruce, B-R-U-C-E.
Sir, where are you employed?
Becker County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current job title?
I'm a canine handler with the Sheriff's Office, the Patrol Division.
You're a licensed peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been so licensed?
Approximately 15 years.
When did you first join the Becker County Sheriff's Office?
August 2015.
Where did you work prior to joining Becker County?
In the city of Detroit Lakes.
Was that your first law enforcement job?
No, my very first was in Wyoming, Minnesota.
Wyoming, Minnesota?
Yep.
Is that north of the metro?
Boy,
if I recall?
the city of Detroit Lakes is nobody stays there very long.
Can you
That's the
briefly
second one that
outline
was
your
a
educational
Detroit Lakes officer that went to the
I have
county.
a 4-year
County must
degree
pay
in
better.
criminal justice. I went to a tech school for the academy for the police side of things. And yeah.
When did you become a canine handler?
Approximately, it was 2022 is when I went to training.
Okay.
Spring.
Deputy Bruce, I want to turn your attention back to April 22nd, 2024. Were you working that early morning?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
I worked the overnights, so either 7 to 6 or 6 to 6.
At some point, were you asked or were you dispatched to a call in the city of Detroit Lakes?
This Detroit Lake City police officers were dispatched to a call that I assigned myself to, yes.
Okay, and why did you join that call?
For a type of call that was given out, which was a burglary, typically my canine partner can be assistance. People run, hide, locating suspects if needed.
Okay. Can you tell us how it generally works, which agencies respond to which cities and parts of the county and such?
Yes, absolutely. So the city of Detroit Lakes obviously handles calls within city limits of Detroit Lakes. There's other smaller agencies as well throughout our county. Being a county officer, Becker County, we work closely with our counterpart agencies within our county, and we assist when able, besides taking our calls out in the county as well. So.
Okay. Deputy Bruce, will you walk us through as you responded to that residence here in Detroit Lakes? And let me back up a second. Do you recall what the address was?
I believe it was 709 Granger Road.
Okay. Can you walk us through your response that morning?
Yeah, so City of Detroit Lakes officers were dispatched to that residence for an active burglary in progress. Information provided to us at that time was that there was an individual inside the residence that had fled to the basement. There was also stated that there was no exit from the basement besides possibly out through a window. As I was still responding, Officers Sternhagen and Officer Wolthe, they arrived prior to me. They notified over radio that they could hear movement in the basement. And just as I was arriving, I believe Officer Sternhagen stated that he had made contact with the individual and ended up detaining that said individual as well.
What did you do at that time?
So when I arrived, I got out of my car. Being that they were in the house, I went to the backyard just for a quick secondary sweep to verify that there was no one else that may be lingering in the back area. I looked very quickly just at windows that appeared big enough that someone could fit out of to see if there was any broken glass or if they were ajar. Same with the back door that was on that side of the house. I then entered the residence, saw Officer Wolthe talking to who I believe was the homeowner upstairs. So then I proceeded downstairs to find Officer Sternhagen.
Deputy Bruce, this sweep of the backyard, would you consider this a meticulous sweep for evidence?
It was very brief. Nope, I was strictly looking for people and for any entrance to that house.
Okay. And was it still dark out at that time?
It was dark, yes.
Did you locate any evidentiary items?
The only evidentiary items that I located would be later on after I was directed by Officer Wolthe to grab a backpack out of a window that he discovered.
Can you describe, tell us about that, how you pulled it out of and such?
Yeah, so Officer Wolthe, he found it while inside the residence in the basement. The window was super high. I wouldn't say high, but towards the ceiling. The bag was jammed in that window. Officer Wolthe tried to pull it back through. He couldn't, so I exited the house, went outside, and I was able to pull it outside that window, which was, it was a smaller window, and there was no egress per se, or what do you call the things that, the opening between the ground and the window. There wasn't much space there. It was ground level, so.
Did you interact with the defendant at all?
Correctly, no. I just stood and observed.
Were you equipped with a body worn camera that morning?
I was.
Okay, was it operating?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review your body worn camera footage prior to today?
I did, yes.
Was it true? Was it a true and accurate copy of your response that morning?
Yes.
If I told you that your body camera was contained or marked as Exhibit 25 in the court's system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not.
Or at this time, I would offer Exhibit 25.
No objection, Your Honor.
25 is received.
I would ask to publish Exhibit 25, Your Honor.
You may.
Hold on, Victor, a moment. Hold on, 30th. I was transitioning a radio to your 1015. Clear and clear 1033. 10-4, clear 1033 at 452. And I see a Nicole Mitchell in-house. Mitchell. 10-4, not finding one then. Middleman one. Senator from Minnesota.
Look at my house. She was sitting next to my bed.
Where's he at? He's downstairs.
Why are your shoes so high? Well, because I was trying to get him with my feet. And he asked when I started recording, and then I got it back. I have never done anything like this. You're gonna find it out. I'm a military commander, for God's sakes. She's got severe Alzheimer, and there were just a couple of things in my dad's that I wanted to come get. Because whenever you try to help her, I don't. She's not trying to help her. She's trying to get money. She kept publishing my bank account.
Let's go upstairs.
Having extensive resources. I do know. Yeah, this fits it.
mess down here.
You're all good.
I haven't done anything down
Any windows over here?
Just put them in.
That window? Is her bag?
That's me.
Yeah, stuck in the window. Becker, there you go.
Well, then you probably see what she was
You know
taking out of the house.
Can you confirm that name one more time? You mean to go out and try to get it out? Yeah. I'll take a picture. Yeah, bye. You can close that window. I also noticed a hammer on the steps. You might want to ask what's that on the lamp. Where'd you say that hammer was? Steps, last step before the door. Hey, I'll call you back in a minute.
Mitchell. M-A-T-C-H-E.
Date of birth?
11/30/49.
Did you see it? The hammer out there? On the steps? Oh.
I have a hammer.
Oh, you had a hammer there? That's yours?
Yes.
Okay.
For protection, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go talk to Joe quick. I'll meet you back in here. Just take some deep breaths and all that. I know it's your bedroom. Was there anything missing from there? I'll get you a general one. He's interviewing her right now. I didn't go through the backpack. I just in the front of the car for you guys. Hold on. Oh, hi, Bob. There you go. Gotcha. Director, what do you got? Active for 103. That's right. 10-4 LZ in office. Hold on.
So Deputy Bruce, at the end there, where did you go next?
We had our call in Frazee for another burglary in progress.
You testified you're a canine officer or handler? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. What is your canine's name?
Derman.
Did you have to utilize or let out Derman at all at any point in this call?
We did not.
Why is that?
It was pretty much all handled before I got there. So
You were, the defendant was arrested as you got on scene?
she was detained by Officer Sternhagen by the time I got there, yes.
Your role became more of supportive at that time?
It was supportive, yep.
And as you, just to be clear, as you walked through that backyard and looked in the windows and such, you didn't spot anything at that time?
I did not.
But again, were you looking, the depth of searching was not what you would normally do in a follow-up investigation, so to speak?
I would agree with that. I was looking directly at the building itself.
Thank you, Deputy Bruce. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Bruce.
Good afternoon.
You testified that burglary calls often need your services. A canine has possibly a special use in the kind of burglary calls that you find yourself responding to?
Absolutely, they have a purpose, yep.
They can find suspects who are trying to avoid capture.
Correct.
Canines can actually improve compliance with suspects as well.
They certainly can.
And as you testified on direct, Durham was not needed in any capacity here.
He was not. No.
Okay. Have you watched your body camera video before testifying here today?
Yes.
Okay. You recall when you were going back up the stairs to go outside to retrieve the backpack, seeing the lock bar on the door?
No.
Okay. If the video shows that there is a bar, a support bar, holding that door closed, as long as that's on your body cam, you would have no reason to dispute that, correct?
If it was on my body cam, I would not dispute that, correct?
And if it's on your body cam that there's also a stool that's laid up against that door, you would have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You spent some period of time downstairs when Nicole Mitchell was detained. Did you have an opportunity to observe the environment at all, or look around or pay attention to anything?
Opportunity, yes. Did I? No, I was watching the female, Miss Mitchell, with Officer Sternhagen.
Okay. You did not see then when you were down there any piles of like belongings or things that were stacked by one of the windows down there?
I did not know.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Bruce. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. And Deputy, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
And that is it for court for the day in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. the sixth witness to take the stand today after opening statements this morning. And again, 6 prosecution witnesses, 5 of them law enforcement. 1 was not, and that was Carol Mitchell, Nicole's
Okay,
stepmother,
we'll
the
see if
occupant of the home. She was not
the judge is
on
going to push
camera.
past
She opted
5
out of
o'clock. I
that,
would
which
imagine this
witnesses
might be a
can
good
do.
time
But the
for
other
them to
5
stop him.
all on
Probably
camera.
pick
And
up
again,
tomorrow morning.
all law enforcement, a lot
Interesting
of body cam
day
video
for the prosecution.
today. There, this last witness, Deputy Benjamin Bruce, basically his role was he retrieved
It seems the defense on all. Of course, there's not a lot you can do with a responding officer. Remember they're a third uninterested party unless they know the persons they're responding to. In this case, they didn't.
Used to find suspects.
So there's not a
to
whole
help
lot
with
unless you find it. And then
K9 was not necessary
the defense
in
tried to
this
do
case.
that, try to find issues.
Testimony continues
with,
tomorrow.
The
There are about a
investigation.
dozen
They pointed out
witnesses
the
in
fact
total on the
they,
prosecution's
mishandled
witness
the
list. And again,
crowbar.
we've seen 6 of them
I would
already
say,
today.
throw that out.
The trial
Give that to the
resumes at 9 o'clock tomorrow
to
morning,
the
and we
defense.
will
The
bring that to
prosecution
you
still wins
right
the day.
here in our special coverage of this trial. But again,
They keep
slated
talking
to go
about
to
the
end of the
significance
week.
of this door being
It
barred,
may not
having
take
the
that
stop
long. We'll
block
see what
pole
pace they
on it and a
continue on
stool in front of it.
tomorrow. Thanks for joining
Either
us
one of
today.
you
We'll
guys
see you back here at 9 a.m.
picked up on why that's significant from the defense?
Because if she was breaking in from the outside, she couldn't enter, right? Where I guess she might have had a key to the house.
Well, even with the key, that would prevent you from coming in.
I mean, with the stick there, she wouldn't have been able to get in that way. That she had to go through the basement window.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why. That is going to be the end of the day there for the case. So we'll catch that tomorrow. But I think that what the prosecutor or the defense is trying to say is that she remained there. She didn't try to run away. I think there's some evidence that shows she did. She was incapable of getting away. That all she had to do was take the bar off the door or attempt to take the bar off the door and then attempt to leave, and that she didn't is what the prosecutor or I think what the defense is trying to lead with that. Because they made a point of it in the opening statements. They've mentioned it more than a few times that she didn't run away. She didn't think she was doing anything wrong. She was there to get these things and figured this is the only way that she was going to get them, that she didn't have a criminal intent. If she'd had a criminal intent, she would have run away. But I go back
She
again.
couldn't really run away because.
Well, she could have. At the time that, think about it. Lady gets out of bed. She trips over the intruder, calls 911. From the time a 911 call is done, she could have run downstairs, opened the front door, run out, been to her car, and maybe even out of the area by that time period. But she didn't.
But her bag with all her stuff was down there stuck in the window.
Well, this is correct. You have to ignore that fact if you go with the defense's theory on this, but that's what the defense is trying to plan. But where it goes, it also comes apart. Go back to the first responding officer who goes in and announces his presence and calls out for sound off. Let me know you're here. This is the police. And she didn't do that. It took them walking down, going past the bathroom before she opened the bathroom door and revealed herself at that point. So I think it goes against the defense's theory that if she was doing something wrong, she'd try to run away, but she didn't. She had her shoes off, so she didn't make any noise in the room. And when she was walking around burglarizing this lady's house while she slept.
Yep, I agree. It'll be interesting hearing the defense's case, but I'm not so impressed with it so far. It would be a pretty hard. All I can think of is that she must know that lawyer must be a friend of hers. Because how did she get that lawyer?
Money. The only one's going to win on her team is that attorney. He's already been paid for this litigation, which is, I promise you, it's more than $20,000. He's getting paid to do what he's doing. He's happy about it.
Yeah.
But folks, that's going to end it for the day. We'll be back at 9 o'clock Central Time when this kicks off again in the morning. We should see a conclusion of the trial tomorrow. Maybe not a verdict, but we should see both sides rest and a jury instruction given. Pretty interesting case.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I say this before, but was I seeing it correctly that you need grand jury members this week?
We've got 3. I've got 2 spots available. I'm working on.
Wow. So guys, if you if you're interested in doing that, because there's a lot of fun, and join the grand jury pool community and get on the grand jury.
No, absolutely. We've got 2 spots available for the grand jury. That goes on Friday night for those of you that don't follow us, but we do the grand jury every Friday night. It is a grand jury game show style. We'll watch police use of force videos, have 5 volunteers from the platform X sit as grand jurors, and they'll make the decision to indict the officer's actions or justify the officer's actions. But with that, folks, we're going to close on out here. Probably have a little X space later if anybody wants to keep talking about this. And catch us in the morning, 9 a.m. I'll be back at it, and we'll see the conclusion of this case. We're going to leave out of here with, of course, I'm skipping over Big Ron. Big Ron, are you with us? Any parting words from either one of you?
Nope, you were in a good show. Thank you. Thank you for hosting this.
All right, thanks, folks. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll pick up this interesting case to see where it lands.
Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way. Law enforcement is on the way.
I see you entering, take a right. You're going to proceed down the long hall, all the way to the end. You're going to go till the end where you're intersect to the classrooms. Keep going, I see you moving forward. Subject is held up in classroom 203.
Law enforcement is on the way.